I'm bored.
I totally don't mind going to Nova with you, but you cannot use me as your front. You're so You can't use your sister too. Like, this is more in your head. So you
Fanas, girls, love you. Let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Step away from the busy, the boredom, and that same old routine. Get your ticket to the One Day Cup and step into real energy, real people, and real cricket.
There it is for the Dolphins.
What a lovely day, babe.
Well played, 10%. Well played.
Toss time at Boland Park here for the all-important game between the Goldrush Boland and also the Tuskers we got here. But first of all, let me introduce former international match referee Chandra Fritz with all the experience. She's here, the captain, home captain today, Glenton Steerman, and the visiting captain is Wayne Parnell. Glenton has the coin.
Ready? Heads.
Heads is the call. Tail.
Heads is a call, a tail.
We'll be having a bat first.
Can I speak to you for a minute? Yeah, Glenton, looking forward to captaining today again?
Yes, it's obviously a pleasure to captain the side. Just looking forward to having a home game.
Yeah. So what's your decision to bowl first here today?
No, we're having a bat first.
Right. Tell me something, any changes to your side, and was a close shave the other night at Centurion?
Yes, Centurion was a very good game. But obviously for us is we're now important is to win at home, and so we decided to bring an extra spinner for this game.
And tell me something, it is important that home games are important, as you've alluded to. What did you want to do different that you did the other night in the losing campaign against the Titans at Centurion?
I think it's probably just we want to start well like we did with the ball again, and then it's a completely different ground. We know how to play here, and all we ask for the guys is to do what we did last year and win the power plays, win the important moments, and that's it for us. Yeah.
Play well and enjoy.
Thank you.
Wayne, you got a bowl first here.
Yeah, I mean, probably would have batted first. It looks very dry.
and obviously, the sun sets later in the Western Cape, so the lights probably won't take too much effect, but hopefully that last little bit, it greases up the wicket a little bit.
It does look a little bit dry, so it will take a bit of spin here. That's what you're always going to get at Boland Park.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've obviously got, I think today we've got 4 spinners, so yeah, hopefully we can make most of it now. First up, bowl really well, and obviously chase them down later.
See, in this campaign, you want to do well. I mean, you didn't start too well in your first game at home against the Dragons. So what do you think, where do you need to improve and where do you need to make amends?
I think just winning those crucial moments. I think also understanding what needs to get done at certain times. I think maybe we've lacked those crucial moments, winning those, and hopefully we can set it right today and obviously go on a nice run.
Good to see you and play well.
Thank you.
Well, out here in the middle, Boland has won the toss and elected to bat first.
Morning, Darren. Great to have you guys here in the Boland and Paarl. Important game for you today. First game, didn't perhaps get the result you wanted against the Dragons.
Yeah, I think the stage we're in right now, every game is an important game. Obviously, we're playing to stay up in Div 1. I think we need to finish sort of top 4 and above. So every game's a must-win game for us. That's why we play the game. That's why we love the game. So yeah, we're back at it today, and hopefully it goes in the right way.
Guys have got a lot of experience in the team. How much do you rely on that in terms of just pulling the team together to get over the line?
Yeah, it's been incredible. Hardy, Paarl, guys that have played a lot of international cricket, a lot of franchise cricket. Cheapest Paarl is nearly going on 20 years now. So yeah, it's incredible to feed off those guys. I personally have loved it. I've learnt a lot of Hardy, a lot of Paarl, and I think a lot of the players have too, with both bat and ball, which has been really good.
Also some exciting youngsters coming through, and Tando Zuma, I mean, really very young in terms of the game, but he really shows a huge amount of promise.
Yeah, look, we have loads of good players in the squad. I think we maybe struggled early on to find our feet in Div 1, just that step up, but if you look at the way they dominated Div 2 last year, there's definitely promise there and definitely a lot to look forward to. I think this new structure going into the two-year sort of structure might do a lot of good for the sides coming up. As we've seen, the side coming up's always gone back down, so it's been quite difficult for the teams to find their feet, but I've been really impressed. You know, we've competed in quite a few games. Obviously we've lost a lot of close games, but I think the longer we spend at this level, the more we'll believe we belong here, and I think we'll start seeing a lot of these guys start pushing through.
Well, it's good to hear in terms of the team. So, and today, just looking at the conditions here in Boland, always a little bit slower than you find around the country elsewhere. Just going with your spin options, Sean Whitehead, Sean Gilson, you've got some really good spin out there as well.
Yeah, look, we've got nice 4 spin options today, which is quite good. It does help that our batters, we have a couple of guys that can turn the arm over, bowl a bit of spin. So yeah, looking forward to it. It's not too much different to Maritzburg, to be fair, maybe just a bit slower, a bit drier, but that's what we come to expect in Boland over the last few years. So yeah, looking forward to seeing them go.
Well, thank you so much for having a chat with us. Wish you all the best for the game today.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Sure. See you. Emmy, on the back of a really good batting performance in Pretoria at Centurion, just take us through that innings of yours. I mean, 49 of 17 deliveries, just incredible.
Yeah, it was really nice to get a few of the bat. I really enjoyed it out there. I think everyone that bats a bit lower down the order enjoys their batting, sometimes more than their bowling. But yeah, it was really good to get a few runs. Would have been nice to get the team over the line, but I guess hopefully next time, if there's an opportunity, I can do that.
It was a close game in the end there in Centurion. Obviously shortened just to 22 overs that you had to bat. You really had to go for it. Grant back into the team after he was out for concussion in the last 2 games. How good was it to have him back at the top of the order?
Yeah, I think it's always good to have Grant at the top of the order. He's a nice calm head, and we know he's quite a prolific player for us, and he's someone that I think, like, if he gives us a good start, it obviously sets the tone for the innings. So it's always nice when one of the openers gets a nice start, and someone in the top order bats through it. It always helps, you know.
Today I'm sure we're going to get 50 overs in per team as well, so that's going to be good for you, a full game today. Just in terms of playing at Paarl, you've made this into a fortress, certainly last season in the One Day Cup, and you'll be looking to do that again this season.
Yeah, I think we'd love to do that again this year. I think obviously whatever we've done last season doesn't really count for anything right now, so we've got to start well. We've got to obviously try and get the momentum nice and early, and if we can do that, we give ourselves the best chance to set ourselves up in the game, which we'd love to do.
Well, I wish you all the best for the game today, and we hope that you have a good campaign.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'm bored.
I totally don't mind going in a war with you, but you cannot use me as your crutch. You're so boring. Use your sister to do it. This is more in your head, so you
Let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Step away from the busy, the boredom, and that same old routine. Get your ticket to the One Day Cup and step into real energy, real people, and real cricket.
There it is for the Dolphins.
What a lovely day, babe.
Well played, 10%. Well played.
Hello and welcome to Boland Park. Well, it's their first home game in this South African one-day cup here at Boland Park. Well, Goldrush Boland earlier won the toss, had elected to bat first, and the two teams that will be locking horns today with the Tuskers, and they would be looking for a victory as well. Both teams came unstuck. It was a close night the other night. I think it was 13 runs or whatever that Boland lost to the Titans, and then a big hiding for the Tuskers at home against the Dragons by 72 runs. They got beaten. So Boland back at home, they will want to make amends. The two umpires are out in the middle, Ambogile Seduma and Mare Rasmus, who is calling this his swan song season in terms of domestic cricket. We all know that he retired from international cricket and then was a helping hand to the umpires, and what a revelation it is to have him amongst the ranks, especially with the official. The two openers, it is Clyde Rees-Fontaine, and opening the batting with him is Grant Rudolphson, and opening the batting with me this afternoon is Brandon Atwell. Good afternoon to you and welcome next to me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fredericks. Yes, what a wonderful day it is in the Winelands for the first home game for Goldrush Boland, and I think they'd feel a little bit happier after. I can't say a team feels happier after their loss, but the manner in which they found themselves in difficulty with the rain, the margin of defeat was a lot smaller than what it could have been, thanks mainly to that fantastic knock by Imran Manak. 49 of 17 deliveries was an absolute breath to behold. But I think this game is very important for both sides after, as you said, their opening loss. And this was a fortress for Boland. And I'm sure they'll be hoping to make it the same this season.
Yeah, they would. And last season they got into the final and just couldn't beat the Dolphins in the final. There was a good crowd in as well, and Boland would want to make amends. It's important that they win their home games. They've been good in the 4-day series as well. I still feel they could have gone a step better, winning a game or two, maybe a win at the Warriors there, and then at home when they lost to the Dolphins the second game after beating the Titans comprehensively in the first game of the season, and then let it slip against the Dolphins in the second 4-day game. But be it as it may, they've played some good cricket. They've got some good cricketers in Kaplan, and this man in picture, Clyde Rees-Fontaine. He averages 20, which is a bit disappointing, I must admit. Highest of 80. It's actually very disappointing that averages of that margin, because to me, a much better player, as what those averages suggest.
Yeah, I think more importantly is besides his averages, it's his captaincy as well, the way he's going to move his bowlers around. And importantly for Boland, for me, is one of the top 4 have to bat deep.
Well, if you look at this batting lineup, Boland, with all due respect, you've got Veriska Adams in at number 7. They've got quite Leon Boot has been in great form. Gently from Precious, he runs well around the wicket, up and down. The Pavilion to start here, and first ball right on the money. So 50 overs we have, and the first 10 overs would be your power play. Tuskers on their side as Nengne and Huddersfield in their ranks as well. But Nengle not playing today, though. But to Pavilion, Ziad Abrams, Sean Whitehead, Huddersfield, that and Wayne Parnell, that will make up this starting lineup of the Tuskers. When you win the toss, the important thing is you've got to get runs on the board. It's a good wicket. It's going to take turn. So I suppose winning the toss, Glenton Stearman captaining today, he would have decided, all right, let's bat first, get the runs on the board, and then we can put the opposition under pressure.
Yeah, we've seen in the past with, especially when it's warm like this in Paarl, is it's baking on that wicket. We were having a look at it, and there looks to be some decent runs first up, but it's definitely going to get quite a lot slower as the match progresses.
We get off the mark here. And a good single.
Yeah, just sitting at the Nederburg end here and watching De Pavilion coming in from the Drakenstein end. He's aiming on the leg stump, but he seems to be getting a little bit of shape away to the right-hander, so bringing it in And the only thing he needs to be careful of is straying too far down the leg side, because someone like Rulofsson, who's facing up now, will whip him through that leg side with a big gap at square leg.
Try to work it on the leg side, to no avail.
Yeah, just looking at the fielding placings that Wayne Parnell has set out in this first over, that's a 6-3 split. There is, on the leg side, the three men. You've got a deep fine leg, man in mid-wicket, mid-on, and then you've got a mid-off, cover, point, and a man on the third man boundary, and then you've got two slips in place.
One ball remaining in the first over.
It's been a nice tight start from to Pavilion. We'll see whether we can close this over out for the visitors.
Yes, he does close it off well. So only a single, one without loss. Well, we just look at competitions before and you see the highest totals here at Boland Park in 50 overs, 357. That was a 21-22 season, the Warriors against the Rocks here. And that's a good total to have got. And the highest total batting second is the Dolphins against the Cape Cobras, scoring 291 for 7. So, yeah, around about 300 mark. Cape Cobras made 337, the second highest, and then the Lions against the Cape Cobras, 320. So you'd expect nothing less than 280 upwards here on this wicket.
Yeah, just looking at, as we see, Haddis Viljoen is opening from the Nederburg end. Yeah, I was just looking at that track. I feel 260 plus is going to be a decent score on this track, Jeremy.
Haddis Viljoen, all the experience that he has, and knows this condition, played here as well, played for the Rocks, played here for Boland, so he'd know the conditions, what he's up against. No, it's quite very hot here. But just look at his career in one-day cricket, 179 wickets he's got, at an average of 29.40. 6 for 19. I remember that very well. That was the Lions against the Titans at Centurion. Oh, that's an outside edge and no more slip. There's only a solitary slip, but he's very wide. More second slip position, and that's gone between third slip and gully for 4.
That was an excellent ball from Viljoen. Just look at the replay here. That was in that channel, on off stump, and Clyde Fortuin looking to drive down the ground, but a slight movement there, and Viljoen found the edge. But fortunate for the home side, it went down to the fence for the first boundary of the afternoon.
Well, I would definitely, to Clyde Rees Fortuin, have 2 slips in when Haddis Viljoen is bowling, because he has the tendency to drive on the up. There we go. Spoke about it. That's 4 more. That was on the up, but I had enough on it with so much bat speed to it, and it's gone for 4. But you're always going to provide an opportunity. I mean, I would bounce him a little bit shorter and a bit of movement and get him to drive, get him reaching, and then the guys in the cover and that slip can be in business.
Yeah, there was a bit more wider from Viljoen, and Clyde Fortuin was far more confident in that. He didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but he swung through, he drove through the line and was confident in the shot. You know, he didn't hesitate, he played right through it. And if he had hesitated on the shot or maybe stopped the shot, he could have been well caught there in the covers. But it was that bat speed, as you talk about, that enabled the elevation over the inner ring.
Yeah, his roll is anything short outside of stump, he's going to pounce on that. but he does get himself sometimes too ahead of himself and gets himself out. I just feel at times he just needs to. Yes, you want to be attacking, you want to be playing 50 overs is a hang of a lot of batting time. T20 I can understand. But get yourself in, and when the ball's there to hit, then you pounce on it. But at times I think he just becomes too fortuitous when he shouldn't be. Now then, what's the issue? Pointing towards the side screen here, probably not happy with one or two things. Well, it'd be a misery if they were complaining about the commentators. Then I would be wondering, because we're sitting quite high up.
Yeah, talking about Fortuyn being a bit fortuitous on some of his shots. If we look at that previous boundary that he struck, not getting his foot to the pitch of the ball can sometimes lead a batsman to bring the bottom hand through a lot quicker to try and reach the ball, and that's where you can scoop the ball up and give away your wicket. Whereas you get to the pitch of the ball, your top hand comes through, you get over the ball, you get driving through the ball, and you keep the ball on the grass.
Groundsman now. There's a third umpire who will get the groundsman. Or the fourth umpire at least. Just to have a look. Don't know what's bothering him. Could only be the side screen. Now just look at that nice shape away from the right-hander. And that's what Viljoen can do. And I mean, he would have given up a yard or two apace. But let me tell you, former years, in his younger days, he was rapid. Now and then, sometimes I've seen him in 4-day cricket. If he really wants to crank it up, he can still. But obviously, the body has aged now. But he can still be a handful, Hardus Viljoen. I think the older you become, you sacrifice pace more for line and length these days. End of the second over, 9 without loss. Steady start for Boland.
Yeah, just talking about Viljoen's experience. And it wasn't just the pace, Jeremy, that he could generate, but it's the bounce, that heavy ball, very strong in the shoulders. And you didn't want to get caught on a quick bouncer on the other end against Viljoen.
If you're really going to bowl the bounce on this wicket, you must make sure you're going to get it right, yeah. Because I tell you what, if you pitch it short, you're going to fetch. To Paarl to continue from the Drakenstein end. He also was plagued with injuries, but he was also rapid. Let me tell you, this two opening pair, they've got all the experience. By all means now, it seems like the Tuskers will be relegated to Division 2 next season, and the Knights will be coming up. I must admit that I'm very happy that a team in central of South Africa, in the central region, like the Knights, will be coming up. And, a competition, there's some changes, there's more games next season for Division 1, especially in the 4-day arena. And I'm very happy about that. Only disappointment is that we just not got a sponsor for these competitions. And that is so imperative to try and get a sponsor. And then, especially with the South African team doing so well, I mean, we're in the semi-finals today at Kolkata. And hopefully they can pull it through South Africa. And how well will it be to get into the final? And probably preferred opponents would be India and try and beat them on Saturday. But first, they got to do the job today at Eden Gardens. Nicely played on the onside. Beautifully paddled. That will run away for 4. And that's the second boundary of the innings. Timing was so good from Rudolfsson.
There was a beautiful shot, and there, Paarl, as I mentioned in the first over, just straying down the legs too much. Rulofsson actually moved across his stumps a little bit and just whipped it past that man at short mid-wicket there. That's Rulofsson's first boundary of the match. Now the Paarl faithful will be hoping the first of many. Yeah, we talk about the marketing, Jeremy. It's one of my biggest bugbears that I've had. As you talk about the success with the Proteas, and to me, yes, the domestic franchises need to market, but I think CSA also need to come to the party and add to that marketing. Get the fans back in. I mean, you were saying you were at Newlands yesterday, and the amount of people.
No, I wasn't there. I said I was watching on TV.
Oh, you were watching it. My apologies.
Yeah, there were more people watching the Boland Super League than were at Newlands last night. That's for sure.
Yep. And it was actually quite an entertaining domestic competition for Boland, and it was interesting. But looking, we had more players, people sitting on the grass banks and on the stadiums.
I just can't understand. Such a premium ground in South Africa, and the Western Province brand over the years just seemed like it's lost its zip.
Yeah, if we look at the three competitions under CSA's watch, you've got the CSA T20, the CSA One Day Cup, and the CSA 4-Day Challenge. It's we need the parent body to really stand up and try and find a good sponsor. And even if you start with the shortest format of the game, start bringing the crowds back in, generate interest in domestic cricket again.
Well, I mean, if you can run a successful T20, and I'm not saying you're going to get the crowds in, but I mean, you need to give certain innovations to people. I tell you what, if you didn't have 2 million for people to catch, and there's a car to be won, and that's what's happening at 3:30. What do you call it? An appointment with destiny and a road to the final for South Africa. Can they overcome that hurdle and beat New Zealand again? It's now in or out. It's either they win this afternoon or they come home. And South Africa, they will be up for it, that I'm sure. We're all optimistic here back home. But there's just a little element. The left ventricle. The left ventricle. But the 3/4 of the heart, you want South Africa to win.
Yeah, I had to take an extra antidepressant this morning because I needed to keep my nerves calm for this afternoon's game. I kept having visions of 2015 flashing through my mind.
And I've seen many before. I even go back to 99 when we should have beaten Australia, got into that final. Probably the best chance South Africa had. And then the last T20 World Cup when we got into the final again against India. I mean, I don't even want to go there because if I think of 30 runs of 30 balls, 5 wickets in hand, Klaasen at Miller in the wicket, it should have been a doddle.
Jeremy, I just think if I look at the side, the way they've played in this tournament, there seems to be far more confidence and a lot more maturity around the play. Even if we look at where they had the West Indies on the rack, and they allowed the West Indies to score 177. But the way that Markram managed that chase along with de Kock and Rickleton, we've rarely seen in the past. They didn't let anything get to them. I just think there's a lot more maturity to the side right now, which I'm hoping, touch wood, bodes well.
Yeah, we do hope, and we 100% behind the team to pull it through this afternoon. What will give me the greatest joy is to play India in the final in Ahmedabad against 135,000 screaming Indians and snatching that World Cup from the jaws of life.
Yeah, I was going to say, silencing 130,000 screaming
Well, they
Indians.
will be silent. They'll be in mourning for a month.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the greatest cricketing gifts at the moment is going to India and winning an ICC short format event.
Now, just think what it would do for South African cricket. And hopefully then sponsors will come to the party. They win the World Cup, the shorter version today. South African women go into England and they win the World Cup there. And home next year for a World Cup against 50 over, and we win it at home. We'll be the kings of world cricket.
I think.
And then I think head office needs to move here then. I remember working at Free State Cricket at the time when they started to win, and every time we used to go to meetings at Johannesburg at the Wanderers, and then all you do, you walk into that offices there, and then you hear, "Oh, welcome to HQ. Welcome to HQ." That's all you could hear them say. And when Free State started winning, and they won the first thing they won was the Nissan Shield in '92 when I was there. And Kepler Wessels was captain of Eastern Province, Hansie, and that trophy remained in Bloemfontein. The next year they won the Benson and Hedges, and that was the end of that, and the total series. And then the Castle Cup. I used to go to meetings in Joburg and saying, "Well, I don't you think it's time HQ moves to Bloemfontein?" That's why it called the umpire. So I didn't think they liked it. They've been also in the doldrums. They're now playing magnificent cricket again. Got a good coaching staff there at the Wanderers, and they certainly got it together again. What a place to watch cricket as well, and so intimidating, that ground. Cut away, there is insurance, only the single.
Yeah, you talk about how intimidating the Wanderers is at the moment, and we spoke about it during the Boland Super League as well. And you look at how they've invested in the coaching structure there with Hashim Amla as the batting coach, Alan Donald in bowling. Then you take into account the leadership of Lions cricket, how they've gone, the sponsors that they brought on board. And its success has brought success. And imagine how competitive South African cricket could be if most of the unions could follow that model and everyone is fighting for everyone, where there's no one dominant side. It would be fantastic.
Well, I can understand. You talk about that, and it's so right. You look what has been done at the Dolphins. You look what has been done at Centurion under Jock 4, and then obviously at the Wanderers, and you see sponsors all over. Some places are hard tasks, but the tone has got to be set by the mother body. So if they can get sponsors at the Wanderers, at Centurion, and why don't you put all those heads together and say, right, you don't hear about the CEO of South African cricket. You don't know, some people don't even know who he is. So the big thing is, people knew Dr. Ali Bacher was around. They knew he was. He had a wonderful rapport with the media, a great understanding with sponsors. And, sometimes why don't people go, even if Ali's 83, someone go around to his door in Parklands, not Parklands, Parkhurst, and say, Dr. Bacher, can you help us? Just be a consultant somewhere along the line, and I'm sure with all his expertise that he's had over the years. Oh, and it's a appeal for LBW. Marie Erasmus is unmoved. When he's unmoved, the world doesn't move.
Yeah, I think that ball from De Pavillon was just carrying too much height, methinks, and maybe a tad down the leg side. Let's watch a replay here. Yeah. And Rulofsson had also come down the pitch a little bit, so Marie Erasmus, probably one of the most experienced umpires in world cricket.
The big thing, Brandon, is the lifeline of cricket. This is the lifeline. If you want national players, this is where you're going to find them. You're not going to find them off a Christmas tree, or you're not going to see Santa coming on his sleigh and saying, right, I've just popped off another de Kock. That ain't happening. So, If this is the lifeline where international cricketers are bred, surely, to goodness, it is your job then, when you're working there in the Department of Marketing or to make sure that you find a sponsor for these competitions.
That's what frustrates me. And is it a lack of want, a lack of desire? Do they just go, well, we're focusing on the Protea brand and that's the most important to us? The Protea brand means nothing if you don't get this right.
Well, you want to be at a stage where you're dominating world cricket and that you're in control for the next decade. Because you see how in control Australia were for a decade. We saw for 2 decades the West Indies were in control. Why? Because they had players coming through, and then your pipeline's working right through. We've got a fantastic pipeline. Our junior section is good. Yeah, under 19s did struggle a little bit. But be it as may, always over the years, the schools produce fantastic crop of cricketers year after year after year. I haven't seen a bad year or sour grapes coming out of the vineyard that you couldn't make good wine into. They produce them. The whole of South Africa produces. So it's such a feeder system. Even you talk about Dr. Bach, I would just look at your T20 league. Goodness me, why can't you get Lynn O'Dear as a consultant to help? If you see what they do with the Betway SA20, there are people that are doing, they get crowds to the ground, and people should feed off one another. And that's not, to me, that's not happening. It's all that we work in silos. It doesn't help working in silos. Oh, that's a beautiful stroke. Don't have to run for that. The ball came from somewhere, and he placed it back where it came from.
One of the most elegant shots in cricket, straight back past the bowler. So effortless from Rulofsson there. As we watch this, on the front foot, getting over to the ball and just driving through. Yeah, Jeremy, I agree with you. And that is, I've often said, if CSA could put 50% of the effort that the SA20 does in terms of its marketing, domestic cricket would be an absolute success. How many times did you ask the general public when someone new gets selected for the Proteas and they go, who is this guy? No one knows.
Well, the time, that's going to be 4 more. It's a long chase down there. Oh, he's not going to make it. No. Oh, does he? Yes, he does. All it in. That's Whitehead down on the fence. And a good start thus far. Now into the fifth bolt.
That was a good over for Boland.
Oh, is that 4? Umpires will have a look at that again. Well. Maria Rasmus just has a glance up. Will they ask to have a look at it again? He's walking to his mark. Oh yeah, there's no television here, but he'll just have a look-see there, Maria Rasmus.
I think he's avoided looking up at the big screen. But nonetheless, that was an excellent shot from Rulofsson. He threaded that gap like a needle.
Well, that's the other thing that also, and if you have sponsorship, whether there's television games or not, we've got Pitch Vision doing the game. Tell them another camera or 2. That shot that Bandile just showed us now clearly shows that went for 4. So obviously you stop the game. They ask third umpires and say, listen, let's give the 4. Yeah. So all to enhance the game. And it helps, to get to the correct decision at the end of the day. And I'm telling you now, those players are sitting, and there's another appeal for LBW being turned down. Abongile Sadumo just walking away. What did he say? Was there bat to it? I'm not sure. What others Viljoen just inquiring?
I think maybe just heading down the leg side a little bit from Viljoen. We'll watch the replay here. Yeah. Struck outside the line. Rulofsson had moved across his stumps, and that ball striking him on the pad outside off stump. My old eyes need to be fixed again.
Now, the one thing, you're not easily going to get decisions if it's not out from these two. They both have played the game. Marie Rasmus played for Boland for many years, and Abongile Seduma was a wicket keeper for Border, and quite handy behind the stumps. Character, Abongile, studied here at UWC as well, Bandiles University.
It'd just be interesting to see if maybe Viljoen just drags his length back just a little bit. Maybe just bowl a bit of a heavier ball. James, you think you heard me maybe?
Yeah, and then just to finish off, I mean, go and sit at the offices and, partner with the Petway and say, right, how, and I'm not saying that you must have 2 million also for, at least say to people, and I just think the days that this competition is also played, I would mainly look, I know there's not much time, but maybe one midweek game a week, midweek game, but look to play on a Friday night, and you play Saturday day game, people want to go to church on Sunday, and Sunday day cricket for this competition, because then you're going to get people into the ground. It's also very difficult to start at 1 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon, and then schools are still happening. People are still at work. They only get off at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. By that time, this game is done. So, it's done 3/4 way. So who's going to come to cricket at 5:45 at night when probably 40 overs have been bowled already in the second innings?
Well, that's the thing. I remember growing up in Johannesburg and going to the Wanderers. And I know that the Standard Bank series was only, it was 45 overs a side. But that's the, sorry, Jeremy, that's the first maiden of the innings. Well bowled by Viljoen. The game used to start at, I think, 2:30 in the afternoon. And used to go to 10 o'clock. I remember sometimes, games finishing close on 10:30, but the grounds were full. Even moving into the early 90s. And yes, we know that there was no international cricket from a South African perspective, and so fans were feeding off that international, feeding off the local cricket. But I agree with what you say. Kids only get out at school at 2:45, 3 o'clock on the afternoon. People are working, yes, there are a lot more people that are working hybridly, but start the game slightly later, an hour later, give the people a chance to come in and enjoy cricket under lights on a Wednesday evening. It is midweek. And then, as you say, playing on a Friday night, another game, and then Saturday and Sunday. CSA need to think out the box.
Well, I'd even go back to, I'll tell you now, I'd start at 4 o'clock. And I go back to 45 overs for this. International cricket, you play your 50 overs. I'd go back to 45 overs at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
See, you're not only a pretty face, eh?
Well, you got your T20 cricket. There's always going to be a little bit of a hype around it and vibe. But the longevity, only in the national level, I'm looking at provincial cricket and how we can just get a bit of more life into it and a bit more pizzazz, because some of the players that are playing here are good. They're experienced players and they've been around and they deserve to play in front of a crowd. Yeah. So play 45, change the 1 day 50 over to 45 overs. You play day night cricket. Over the weekend you play on a Sunday. You start the Sunday game at 1 o'clock, 45 overs. You're done by 6 o'clock. You don't have to put the lights on. And you play on a Saturday also. Some day and night at some venues where it's popular, and some you play day games. Yeah. Starting at 1 o'clock. 45 overs a side. We had it before, Benson Hedges, but we still played international cricket 50 overs. 5 overs, not going to make that sort of a difference in terms of domestic cricket.
Yeah, I think you've got a good idea there, Jeremy. Maybe what we should do is to set up an appointment with CSA for tomorrow morning, just so that we can, I'll do the PowerPoint presentation for you, and you can go and bash them on the heads verbally.
Driven again. Straight as a dime. Get the single this time. Steady start. To the innings. 4.9 to the over. Not too bad.
Yeah, besides the two LBW shots, Boland batsmen haven't been troubled that much.
No, they haven't. And they want to see themselves to get to a good total, good score, so that they can put the Tuskers under pressure. Just now, they've got their 3 spinners in. They've picked Eves, who played at Western Province. Eves Kamanzi. And he was born in Durban, 26 years of age. Well, they all seem to be coming from Durban these days. What's happened to all the Sharks down there? They sent them to Cape Town. Well, we need, I don't know about the Sharks rugby players, but I mean, the Stormers are not also basking themselves in glory currently. 3 defeats in a row, domestically. They'll have to tighten up and pull up their socks. Going on further into this competition, the URC, if they want to have any say towards the semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, I mean, after the start that they had, it's almost like they've huffed and puffed and run out of energy. That storm has blown itself out for a little bit. Maybe we're just in the eye of the storm, Jeremy.
No, I don't think that. I think they've started off like house on fire. We expected big things this season, and it's just as if they've gone pop. Not winning at Newlands Cricket Ground either, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. The Western Province brand is suffering a bit in cricket and rugby at the moment, but I think from a Western Cape perspective, I think Boland are holding the flag high despite their defeat.
Yeah, they are holding the flag high, that's for sure. Driven again to extra cover, won't be through. He won't get a run. He loves to drive, likes to cut, likes to pull. It's his favourite areas that he likes to score from for Tain. And then he can be nifty with his handwork. Last ball of the 7th over. Good start for Boland. Solid. Oh, he's got hold of that. Where's that gone? Airborne and one bounce over the fence. Was it gone all the way? No. Maria Rasmus, arms outstretched, maximum to end the over. And the score moves now on to 39 for Boland after 7, I beg your pardon. In a very, very good position for Tain on 23, Rolofson on 15. I'm going to move out to have maybe a Kopo and the Fox. As we just have a look at that, that's the lineup that we got. Gavin Kaplan is in outstanding form. And there Yves Kamanzi getting a selection there. Glenton Steerman leading this team today. The Pavillon Viljoen. And also Wayne Parnell, who played for South Africa. Michael Erling up there. Kagiso Rapulana, who also played there at Northwest, opening the batting. He's a short guy in stature. Ziad Abrams hails from Port Elizabeth. And then Tandu Zuma with Sean Whitehead. Right, time for me to depart. James King will be in the company of Brendan Atwell.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, that previous over from to Pavillon, I was looking to say that it would have been a good comeback after conceding 10 runs in his previous over, but then that 6 just ruined the over. Good afternoon, Cape Fox.
Good afternoon, Batty. Good to have you here with us on comms here at Boland Park. It's a lovely day in Paarl, and the cyclone that was the storm has probably just been downgraded to a tropical storm now, maybe, with those 3 losses you were talking about. But we're here to see how Goldrush Boland can do in their the first of 3 home fixtures. It's neatly played into the leg side by Rolofson, just a single. It's been a good start for Boland, 40 without loss now in the 8th over. And just the one change from the Boland team that played in that game against the Titans, and Akona Nyaka making way for Yves Kamanzi. Kamanzi, a product of Durban Boys High, and certainly has been in and around the Western Province setup for a number of years. Oh, swing and a miss outside the off stump. He certainly didn't play the shot that he was practicing there after that delivery. It's been a good start though, Brendan, for the men now, not in gold and black, but in grey and black.
Yeah, it has been a solid start. It's been a mature start. So often have we seen batsmen try and go after the bowling too quickly and too much. So much Viljoen run in.
Oh, that one, bit of bounce. You were talking about Hardus Viljoen earlier on and how he does get bounce, bowls a heavy ball, as they say, and he is a very strong man, incredibly well conditioned. I mean, his conditioning is absolutely outstanding, Viljoen, and given the ball, he's going to run in all day for you. Always love to give this stat about Hardus Viljoen. He played one test match for South Africa. Oh, ow, that is going to hurt into the tummy of Clyde Reeves-Fontaine.
Yeah, that one back of a length from Viljoen, but didn't seem to get up.
No, not as much. He was expecting it to get up more, pulling it into the leg side, and that hurt. That's going to give a really nice colour in the next couple of days.
That's when you walk up and you go, breathe, just breathe.
Just breathe, yeah. So, I think that was really just almost on the belly button area. But Hardus Viljoen, one of, I think, very few players. He ends the over well, does Viljoen. Maiden of his previous one, just a single off this. It's 40 without loss after 8, and that is an easy calculation. Just 5 runs to the over without losing a wicket yet. That's really, they'd be happy with that. Well, Goldrush Boland at this stage. As we look at that tour of New Zealand coming up, both the men and women. 5 T20 internationals for both of them, back-to-back double headers in every single one of those venues, and then the women go on to play 3 one-day internationals in what is a very important series for them. Just looking there, Mount Maunganui, Hamilton, Auckland, Wellington, and Christchurch. And the men's game probably at a decent time in the morning. The ladies are going to have to get a little bit earlier, but it will be worth it. Should be an excellent series. Kayla Reinecker from Western Province is going to be in that squad as well. She's been selected for that squad after impressing in the T20 internationals against Pakistan. Danae van Niekerk also in that squad from these parts. As it is spin for the first time, and unsurprisingly, we're going to see Sean Whitehead coming on to bowl.
Yeah, I think that's a battle of bragging rights there, that outbound tour between the men and women.
Yeah, certainly. The men's team being sent out there, very much a development squad, you feel? As the batters here just need to get used to the spin of Whitehead. His record, 26 matches in this format. This is his 27th. 33 wickets for him. No run there. So, yeah, very good squad that the South African women are sending over there, and the men's, as I say, almost a development squad. None of the players, well, I say none of them, but a lot of the players involved in the current T20 World Cup will not be travelling to New Zealand. Oh, it's gloriously played by Rulofsson. He doesn't need to even bother running. He just trots down the wicket and admires his handiwork over mid-on for 4.
Yeah, there was an excellent use of the feet by Rulofsson. Just shuffling down to Whitehead. Whitehead with the left arm spin. He just quick shuffle, lofting it over mid-on for 4. Good use of the feet there.
I'll come through for the single there as well, called through by Clyde Reeves-Fontaine. So all the Tuskers, compared to the team that took on the Dragons at home, the 2 changes for them, Ben Compton and Bamanya Kleinkley are out, and Whitehead and Ziad Abrams in to the team for this match here in Paarl. Well, Reeves-Fontaine there, maybe a little bit lucky to get away with that one. Just it's the end of the over, 45 without loss after 9.
Again, as I was saying, decent start by the home side after Glenton Steeman had won the toss and elected to bat first. You had a look at the deck this morning. What did you think of it?
Yeah, very hard, and it's certainly didn't seem to have any moisture underneath. There are some cracks, but it's being held together really well. I don't see it really crumbling, or it's not necessarily going to take a huge amount of turn. I think what we've seen early on is pretty much how it will probably play for most of the day and the evening. And I think a good track to bat on here. It is slow. It is going to be slow, so you don't want to be bowling too short from a pacer point of view on this wicket. But just on that short of a length, top of off stump is always a good area to be in. That's really well done there by Mokhakani in the covers. He gets his hand to it, but can't prevent the single from Rulofsson. So yeah, I think we'll play well. Brendan, as you were saying, just looking at the average scores, batting first here, 232, 214 in a day game, 247 for a day-night game. So somewhere in and around 250 you'll feel Boland in the game. It's in the air for some time, but past the man at that short, fine leg position down to the boundary for 4. And it was certainly airborne past his right hand.
Yeah, that boundary brings up the 50-run partnership. Was it 46 now? My apologies.
That's 50.
No, that is 50. Yes,
Yep.
sorry. I think it was a bit behind.
So 50 coming up off 9.2 overs in 44 minutes. It's been very good from the opening pair for Goldrush Boland. Reeves-Fontaine, 27 of those, and Rulofsson, 22. Just the one extra, which was a wide from Huddersfield.
Yeah, and we were looking at the deck earlier, and we said, kind of 240 to 250 I think is going to be par. I think if you can get up to 260, you're, I think, in a strong position.
Yeah, certainly just looking at the numbers as well, in terms of won by the team batting first, day-night games, certainly an advantage. Batting first, just a slight advantage, 12 against 11. Or he gives himself some room, Clyde Reeves-Fontaine, and that wasn't exactly where he'd aimed it, but he'll take the single anyway.
When you look at someone like Huddersfield, he's got all the experience in the world. He's played international cricket. He's playing for the Tuskers now. He's bowling a really good line and length at the moment. He's difficult to get away. And I understand Clyde Reeves-Fontaine wanting to move around to try and change things. Chat off to this.
Well, that's almost a surprise delivery. Certainly, maybe trying a slower ball there, because that did come out of the hand quite slowly, and that certainly surprised Grant Rulofsson. Just getting the bat in behind it. Interesting to have a look at this one again, Brendan.
Yeah, I was surprised that this wasn't called, but the umpire said it was dipping. Oh, no. Yeah.
Well, no replays to indicate that, and it is Marais Rasmus with all his experience saying that was going to go below the waist height in his normal standing position. That's neatly played. There is no man at third, so that's going to race away. Is it just stopped in from the boundary, and they'll come through for 3 to Reeves Fontaine. That's a very good over once again for the men from the Boland. They are 55 without loss after 10.
Now, that was well played by Clyde Reeves Fontaine, and Kagiso Rapalana doing excellent work there on the boundary. Fantastic effort to save some runs there.
So just getting these two squads for you for that outbound tour to New Zealand, and look at the women's squad first. So really is a side packed with the players that you would expect to be in there. Laura Volfart, the captain, Tasman Brits, Nadine de Klerk, Annerie Dirksen, who's done so well in both the T20 and one-day series against Pakistan. Ayanda Khloubi, Sinalo Jafta, on the back of her first ever 50 for South Africa. Ayabonga Kaka, Masabata Klaas, Sinelis, Karabo Meso, Nonkululeko Mlaba, Kayla Reinecker, Tumiseka Kune, Chloe Tryon, and Danae van Niekerk. A very powerful team going out there to New Zealand for South Africa. And I'll get that men's squad for you in a short while as well, and we can have a bit of a chat about that, Brendan. Whitehead continues at the end of the first power play and goes through to deep cover where Abrams is doing the fielding, and they'll take a single.
If we just look at the fielding positions for Whitehead's second over, as in between his deliveries, give us about 5 seconds.
Well, it brings out the reverse straight away. There's a man in at slip, that's the captain, Parnell.
Yeah, if we look at the men on the boundary at the moment, we've got a man on the sweeper fence, we've got long off deep square leg, and then
just a neat little shot there from Willison. Waits for it, just plays it under his eyes down to Jonty Rapalana at backward point. He comes around and fields.
Yeah, and then you've got a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a fine leg on the circle, backward point, slip and cover.
It's back, and they will get through for the one. Rapalana just not able to gather that.
You called him Jonty Rapalana?
That's correct, yeah, Jonty, that's his nickname.
Okay.
It's no surprise that he fields at backward point. Jonty Rapalana, he is a live wire in the field. Short of stature, but very quick over the field. And that one, just a bit of bounce, extra bounce from Whitehead. And Rullison making as if it's a spitting cobra there.
And that's the last ball from Whitehead.
Oh, he's bowled him. Well, he goes back and tries to pull it through the leg side against whatever spin there may be, and Rullison perishes, and the first wicket falls with the score on 58.
And I kind of go, Rullison, what were you doing there? Yeah. There was no need to play a shot like that. It was like a rush of blood.
Yeah, just have a look at this again. Take us through this, Brendan.
Yeah, it's just Whitehead came in, full of ball, and Rullison goes back to it where he should have been playing forward, tried to pull that through on the onside, just the incorrect shot to play. And the result, go sit back in the change room, have a bottle of water, a biscuit or two, and watch the next 39 overs in your shorts. It's Gavin Kaplan is the new batsman in. Now we're going to just watch the highlights from the first 10 overs, the opening power play.
Well, that was the Lions against the Titans at Centurion.
And just looking at this edge there by Clyde Reeves Fontaine for 4, and then cracked another one over the cover region for his second boundary. This was the next ball, but wide there from Viljoen. It's nicely driven. And And then Darren de Pavillon, this time Rulofsson, whipping it off his legs and through the onside for a boundary. The opening 10 overs for Boland, successful. This one driven straight. Best shot of the morning by Rulofsson, straight down the ground for 4. Rulofsson again, this time against Viljoen. Big appeal for LBW, but it was struck outside the line. And this shot from Rees Fortuin, picked up and whipped over mid-wicket for 6. That was a fantastic shot by Rees Fortuin. And then, of course, Whitehead down the ground from Rulofsson for 4.
And final over of the power play, just that tickle down the leg side from Rees Fortuin. He's on 33 now. Gavin Kaplan joins him as Abrams comes into the attack. It's nice and straight from Ziad Abrams to start. And Gavin Kaplan, as you said, in a rich vein of form. When you were chatting earlier with Jeremy Fredericks, leading run scorer he was in the CSA 4-day series, over 900 runs in that competition, and finished it off with an outstanding 144 not out here in the win against the Dragons on the final day of the 4-day series round robin. And that propelled Goldrush Boland to 4th position on the log. And they really have had a brilliant season. Finalists and topped the log in the T20 Challenge, 4th in the CSA 4-day series, and now looking to stamp their mark on this competition.
I'll be interested to see how Rees Fortuin carries on at the moment. He's, when I say quietly, raced up to 33 or 31 balls. Kaplan's just come in. It'll be interesting to see whether he carries on with the way that he's been playing after the loss of Rulofsson.
Yeah, I don't expect Clyde Rees Fortuin will hold back. He's a positive player. And we know if the ball's there to be hit, Clyde will certainly want to get after it. A big opportunity for him in this innings now. He's done all the hard work to get to 33 off 32. And 68, this is his 69th match. 1,179 runs with the best of 80. Doesn't normally open the batting. Well, playing a miss from him. Maybe just a hint of movement away from Ziad Abrams, but just played down the wrong line.
Yeah, it's almost like the way Rees Fortuin played that ball. He just prodded outside the off stump, expecting maybe a little bit of movement in. But he kind of sat there and just hung his bat out to dry. Abrams has really bowled well.
Well, and again, this time shorter of a length, and that could have only got himself into trouble with the shot that he played there. Clyde Rees Fortuin, he's still there, he survives. At the end of the over, we'll just go through this squad and give you some information from some of those matches at the Switch Schools SA20 finals, which started today up in Pretoria at the Tuskers Centre. It's neatly played by Rees Fortuin. He'll come through for the single as Wayne Parnell, captaining the Tuskers, does the fielding at mid-off. They're through for 1. It's 59 for 1 after 12. So, Brendan, that Switch Schools SA23 games played this morning, and was Pretoria doesn't to be Paarl Boys High School just failing to get over the line there against Hilton. 130 for 7, and Paarl Boys High, or Boys High as we call them in these parts, 125 for 8. That young man, Abraham Jacobs, 56 off 31, but it all fell apart when he was out, unfortunately, for the men in light blue and dark blue, and they just failed to get over the line by 5 runs. That one just played a bit early on the shot almost. Rees Fortuin popped up past the man at extra cover for the single. And in the other results, Uffies beating Selborne convincingly Uffy's 131 for 7, Selborne 62 all out. Graham 49 for 7 against Jeppe. Jeppe winning that by 9 wickets, 52 for 1. Both of these two batters not having a good outing in Centurion over the weekend. Kaplan, you'll feel he'll want to make sure that he can get a good innings here. It's nicely played, very good off the back foot, Brendan.
Yeah, just going back to the Schools SA20, we watched that Abraham Jacobs here during the Boland Super League, and I was mightily impressed with the maturity on his shoulders. Played really well. And the batting conditions weren't as easy. You know, the track, there was a lot of inconsistent bounce at times. But all in all, a very entertaining tournament. The one man that did make batting seem easy was Clyde Rees-Fortuyn, who got the top score of the tournament, 81 not out.
And impressive as well from Jason Muirhead, another product of KwaZulu-Natal, funnily enough. He's down studying at Stellenbosch University, an excellent left-handed batter. I think we'll see him in maybe in the representative cricket in the not too distant future. Kaplan not able to get that one away on the leg side. It's the end of the over from Whitehead, 62 for 1 after 13. So, yeah, so very interesting. The girls and boys finals taking place there in Pretoria over the next few days, ending over the weekend. In fact, ending on Saturday. Just to look at this Proteas squad that's going to be heading to New Zealand to play in those double headers with the women: Keshav Maharaj, Otniel Bartman, Ethan Bosch, Gerald Kutsia, Tony Dezorzi, Connor Esterhazen, Dion Forrester, Jordan Herman, Ruben Herman, the brothers both going on the trip, George Linder, Ngobani Mokoena, Andile Simalani, Luto Sipamla, Penelan Subrown, and Jason Smith. So
it's not a bad squad,
that's a very good squad indeed, and be interesting to see how they go. Beautiful shot from Clyde Rees-Fortuyn, and Wayne Parnell, he can save his legs, he doesn't have to chase after that one. It's down to the boundary for 4. Over pitch this time from Abrams, the first one that he's really given any width and any length to Rees-Fortuyn.
Yeah, this was just a lovely shot. Just leaning on the front foot and driving through, but opening the face of the bat slightly just to create or to drive the ball through the space past Wayne Parnell. It was just a lovely shot to watch.
Now with the fielding restrictions gone, in the 14th over we are. Let's have a look at the field there, Brendan.
Yeah, so just having a look, there's 3 players on the boundary, or 4 players, my apologies. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a man on the mid-wicket fence. We've got a wide long off, and then a man on the deep extra cover boundary, almost in a sweeper position. And then men in the circle is a...
It's in the air. Is it going to be caught? It should be, and is. And that is a disappointing end for Clyde Rees-Fortuyn. We said that he would certainly still be playing his shots. He has just hit Ziad Abrams 2 balls before through the covers for 4, and he just this time leaning back too much and gets it off the upper half of the bat out to the man in the deep cover position.
That was such an irresponsible shot. It was short and wide from Abrams, and he hit it straight down the throat of Gilson. Just sometimes want to bang my head on the wall when you see shots like that. Didn't get over it, didn't roll his wrists.
40 for Clyde Rees-Fortuyn, I think of 41 deliveries, and he looked so good while he was there at the crease, but he has to make his way back to the pavilion, and that will bring Aviwe Mgijima into the crease with Gavin Kaplan, and they're going to have to start all over again. That excellent opening partnership, now a thing of the past, just looking at his numbers there.
Yeah. Also, Naviwe averaging just under 20 and also disappointing. Yeah, he's got, he obviously played for Province as well.
Yeah.
But he's got the talent, but I think just sometimes gets a bit stuck in his feet, loses the plot a little bit.
Well, he's got plenty of time to get himself in today. Avio Ngajima and Gavin Kaplan as well. It's a big partnership here for the men from Paarl, and losing those 2 quick wickets. Both, you would have to say, 2 injudicious shots from both Roelofsen and Clyde Reeves-Fontaine. Gets off the mark straight away. Short delivery from Abrams and down to deep square for the single.
Well, looking at Aviwe Ngajima at 37 years of age,
yep.
I wonder how many of the Boland side call him Oom.
Well, maybe a couple of them. It's certainly is a mixture of youth and experience, with probably erring on the experience side still, from a Boland point of view. Fuller, Kaplan in behind and into the cover. So just to finish that field, as you're saying, those 4 men out, then you've got a point, an extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, short in to prevent the single. So 5 in the ring, which you are only allowed 4 players out between the 11th and 40th over. It's in the air, it's going to land short of the fielder coming in. That was in the air for a while from Gavin Kaplan. He would have been mortified had he got himself out to that man in the deep square leg region. 68 now for the loss of 2 after 14.
Yeah, when you say that Kaplan had his heart in his throat there, as soon as he played that shot, I immediately just switched over and looked and went,
yeah.
You know, was it another inauspicious shot played by a Boland batsman? But we actually had a conversation during the Boland Super League around the Boland squad, and, you know, being in a couple of finals in the last season or 2, but not being able to get over the line, much like my beloved Arsenal. But it comes down to a point of, you know, maybe what Boland need to do is go out, just watch Whitehead. You know, if Boland, they need to go out and maybe just get 1 or 2 steely guys. Just add a bit more solidity to their backbone. I think Clyde Reeves-Fontaine has done a wonderful job as a captain.
Well, that one, you've got to be careful going back on this surface, and they'll know that. These Boland batters, Gavin Kaplan there, doesn't want to suffer the same fate that Grant Roelofsen did. You're aware that you've got to play straight on this wicket as much as possible. Whitehead, although he's only played 26 matches in this format, he is an experienced campaigner, Sean Whitehead. Nicely played out into the deep cover region where Abrams fields. So Whitehead made his debut in 2016-17 season. He hails from Klerksdorp, product of St Andrew's School in Bloemfontein, a very, very good cricketing school in the Bloemfontein area.
Yeah.
Played for SA Under-19, represented SA Under-19 as well, and SA Schools in his year.
I remember you mentioning in JP High in the SA the SA Schools 20 there. And I remember when I was in high school, we played a game against JP once, got hammered.
Well, there is a Jeppy boy on the field as well today. Kagiso John T. Rapalana hails from Jeppy Boys High. And with that from Brendan is going to make way, and Jeremy is going to join me here. With my stint on commentary, Jeremy bringing 2 wickets for Boland, so not exactly what they would have wanted.
Yeah, maybe you should have stayed out of here. Yeah. No, James, always good to be with you. Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, that was just, well, Clive Reed-Fontaine just gets into 30s and 40s and gets him, so that's why his average never improves. He doesn't get in and makes you a big score. Yeah, 40 and 30s looks pretty, but at the end of the day, it could cost your side the game. And once again, a shot that he played shouldn't have, and got himself out. There's ways and means of being attacking. You can be attacking by running hard. He's quick enough between the wickets to run hard. But we get another run to the total. These two have got to do a resurrection job. And I'm sure the Tuskers would be saying to themselves, boys, if we keep chipping away another wicket or 2, suddenly we could have Boland 100 for 4 and in all sorts of trouble, where they should have just been probably 100 for 1 had Fontaine stayed in. Now you can understand why his one-day average is only 20. I'm sorry, it's not good enough for all the amount of games that he's played. And we all know we can talk about talent all day long, but there is time where you've got to take talent and convert it into making runs and not letting your team down. And he does it all the time. Most times I've seen him, he gets out since early in his career.
Yeah, application crucial to be able to get your average up and to be able to play long innings in this format, which is really what is needed. Coming into bat at the top of the order, you need to be looking to bat through in these innings. That's the job of the opening batter in a 50-over contest.
Well, that's how you get to 300, James, if you bat through. And man was out on the boundary, and I mean, he wasn't into the shot wide called by Obangile Sidumo.
As you say, just looking down this Boland batting lineup, and the best average is actually with the man who's not playing today, and is probably not going to be in this format for Boland, which is Peter Malan, and after him, Grant Rulofsson, next best. So, as you say, I mean, that's just, and 38.9 for Rulofsson, 2,140 runs, also the highest aggregate of any of the players that are out there on the field. So not really a pedigree to speak of if you're looking at this batting lineup for Goldrush Boland, but they all got averages that would get you to maybe 250. It would make getting those higher scores, as you say, a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the averages of the top 4. 30 odd, you say Milan's the highest.
Yeah.
It's 30s and then 20s. I'm talking top 5 batting. No one average above 40. That's a problem in the top 5 batting lineup. There's got to be at least 1 or 2 averaging in the top 6. 2 or at least of the 6 must be averaging 40 in one-day cricket. So you feel at any stage a wicket or 2 falls here, this batting lineup is brittle.
Yeah, you have hit the nail on the head there, Jeremy. Everybody else other than Grant Rulofsson under 30 or in and around 30. So not what they feel they would have to improve on that. Some of these players coming towards the end of their careers. Aviwa Mgajima on strike at the moment, say 37 years of age, so not too many years left in him.
Yeah, and you can say, you can look at statistics or not, but I mean, you look at one stage, the South African batting lineup, and that's why they won. I'm not talking about winning the Mace last year, but it seems like it will be the first drinks break. I'll continue my point after the drinks break. So, at the drinks, after 16 overs, 73 for 2. We're going to have a short little break and a breather for James King, just to have a sip of water, or Coca-Cola, as he said. And we'll be right back.
Yeah, I think leading the One Day Cup team or leading the Hollywood Bets Dolphins is a privilege in general. I think for us, or for me, I think my style of captaincy or leadership doesn't change in any way. I think there's still processes to follow. and still has to be a calmness about how one leads the team. Yeah, I think there's always a little bit of added pressure in terms of maintaining performances or achieving the same as the previous year. But again, I'll say that the processes still remain the same, and you just take games one at a time. I think our prep's been really good, and I think the mood of the camp is that of positive. So there's a lot of excitement around the One Day Cup, and guys are definitely taking momentum from last year. We've definitely sat down and kind of zoned into the One Day Cup last year, and seen areas in which we can improve. So we definitely took the positives out of last year, as well as took the learnings that we intend to put into practice this year. I don't think we necessarily have a word that describes it, but I think the one thing that we do understand as part of our team is that we're not a team of superstars. So we base the way we approach a game on hard work and commitment towards what the team's process and goals are.
Drinks are something of the past, and players getting a welcome drink here. And it's not all that hot at Boland Park. There's a little bit of a breeze, and it's quite a pleasant day, to be honest. But James, just to say, the point that I want to reiterate: when South Africa was successful in world cricket, then you had Gibbs and Amla opening the batting, both averaging 40. Smith and Gibbs both averaging 40. Amla averaged 40, Cullis averaged 40, De Villiers averaged 40, Prince averaged 40 and above.
Yeah.
So that tells you how good the team is. And at this level, if you want to win trophies and you want to dominate eventually, you've got to make sure that in your top 6, at least 1 or 2 batsmen, one at least must average 40, and the rest must be deep in the 30s.
The change of bowling, it is... he's coming into the attack now. Just
is that Michael Erlang?
It is Erlang, yes. Nothal. Malcolm Nothal coming in to the attack. And first ball, Gavin Kaplan gets a bit of a half tracker and he says, "Thank you very much for that. I'll have some of that down to deep mid wicket for 4."
Now, and I'm not talking about players that probably played 9 or 10 games because they're still finding their way. But goodness me, when you a player of the caliber of a Clyde Reith-Trotane, who's played 60 odd games, you can't be averaging 20. Makajima at number 4, with all due respect, has played 92 games and averages 19.98 at number 4. That's a problem.
Yeah, plenty of experience, but you've got to be converting there.
He's not likely 21. He's over 30.
Yeah.
Trotane is 30. Jima's what, 31, 32?
No, he's 37.
4?
Yeah, so not much, not too many years left in those legs, potentially for Aviwa Mgijima. He's a wholehearted cricketer, but again, it's the numbers from that amount of games. You have to say, the numbers don't lie, Jeremy.
Yeah, and people can say, you got to look at statistics. I mean, it's not the be-all,
no.
But you got to look at statistics in order to make a calculated answer. Yeah, you sometimes play. You can't just once in a while make a good score. You got to be consistent. End of that novel over, and he's gone for 7. But be it as it may, it is what it is at the moment. They got to make the best of it, and you got to try and get teams in position and implore on your batsmen to bat for long periods of time.
And one has to say, they really have probably been punching above their weight here of the last couple of seasons. The One Day Cup final last year, and this season the CSA T20 Challenge final, and had a very good campaign. A lot of that built around just making sure they're dominant at home, where they know these conditions exceptionally well. In this competition now, this year, just the 3 home games for Goldrush Boland. Every single one of those, they're going to have to make sure they get a W.
Yeah, so easy in this competition. When you start losing, you could find yourself reeling at the bottom, and there's no way back once the top sides have secured, and you are punching your weight against good sides like the Warriors. They're in good form. Western Province is struggling. The Lions are good. Titans will be right up there, and then obviously the Dolphins. So you're punching against that weight, and for smaller unions, it's so important that you do well and make sure that you right up there at least compete into the semi-finals.
The Dolphins in this tournament, Jeremy, they're going to suffer quite a lot of players leaving with them going off to that tour to New Zealand. A lot of Dolphins players in that lineup.
Tucked away. Yeah, there is quite a few players going to New Zealand. There's 5 T20s?
Yeah, 5 T20s. They're going to play. Players like Ethan Bosch, Otniel Bartman, Andile Similani in that team, all going from the Dolphins. There's more of them as well. And it will certainly leave a hole. Jason Smith as well from the Dolphins in that lineup. Keshav Maharaj.
Slower bouncer, seen by Kaplan. Just pull towards mid-wicket for 1.
And you talk about Gavin Kaplan, say not really that experienced at this level, just really his second full season in one-day cricket. Just a few games for Western Province before coming down to the Boland. So he'll want to continue with his good form from the 4-day series.
Yeah, it's in the air, but will fall short of the fielder. But that's a player you can understand because he's a developing player. So you've got to give him that room. He's going to he's going to learn. He's done well. I'm sure his averages are right up there in 4-day cricket. Now it's a different story. You're playing 1-day cricket. He's getting his opportunity. He's got to make an impression here. As I said, he's starting his career. He's young into his career. How old is he? 22?
No, and he started very late in terms of his career. So 20, just turned 28 last month.
Oh, that was a bit uppish. And he'll get a single. It's a bit of a fumble in the field. Yeah, and that's a lovely shot of that mountain behind us. And that is the final of the Pro 20. And the Pro 50 will happen at Kingsmead at Hollywood Bets, Kingsmead Stadium. The ladies' cricket. And make a note of that and make sure you are there. Don't just go to the July in July. Make sure you get to this one.
Yep, the finalists already decided for that Pro 20.
Yeah.
The Lions against Western Province. In that game, it's going to be a very, very interesting encounter. And the ladies, I was chatting to Claire to Blanche over the weekend. She's saying a lot of the ladies in her team have never played under lights before.
Wow. Yeah, it's always a first. But it's good to see how women's cricket has developed and eloped over the last couple of years. Lovely to see. Are you a big fan?
Yeah.
Are you going down to Durban?
Oh, I'd love to go. But, I think I need to speak to Hollywood Bet, see if they can't get me there. It's looks at this stage as if I won't be going. I will need to be funded, so that's perhaps not going to happen. It's a pity. I would love to be there. I've commentated on all the ladies' weekends this season.
Well, maybe we'll put you on the overnight courier.
There we go. There we go.
Wrap you in a box and say, handle with care. There's a fox on the way.
Give me a couple of breathing holes. I'll be fine.
Absolutely. It's only one night. What's it, 14 hours?
Yeah.
Through the Karoo.
There we go.
Peeping through the through the portholes there as you meander your way to Durban.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, sweeper. Nearly swept that onto his stumps. That was perilously close. Wide called by umpire Murray Rasmus, rightfully so, but that one nearly parried onto the stumps. Played with the back foot, just a punch down the ground. One to the total. Mulder's innings. Nothing wrong with that run rate at 4.6. You want to be in that region so that you can. But the big thing is you got to have wickets in hand in the end to push it to 5 and 6. So you want to be running. These are the stages of the game where you say, right, field is out, power play's over. You need to run well between the wickets.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jeremy. I mean, you look at the top order now and you're looking at 3 and 4 and you're saying, okay, what are we now? It's 19 overs in. And these two, ideally, you want them to bat to 40 overs. You want them to build a partnership here that's going to take them to maybe 220 with 10 overs to go.
Parnell now into the attack, looks like it. Yeah. It's actually strange seeing him around here in the clothes of the Tuskers. Also another young talent that there was, played for South Africa, especially in one day and T20 cricket.
Yeah, quite a career for Wayne Parnell. 6 tests for South Africa, but as you said, Jeremy, 73 one-day internationals, 56 T20 internationals, and one of my most enduring memories of Wayne Parnell was when he captained South Africa under-19 in that final against Virat Kohli's India. And they came so close to winning that title under Wayne Parnell.
Yeah, that was close. 248 wickets. Oh, good delivery. Useful with a bat too, Parnell. Very useful. More than useful though, dare I say. Now in the twilight of his career, suppose he thought, let me play down at the Tuskers and just give it my all. How long he's going to play.
Yeah, very interesting to see. I was looking at his profile a bit earlier on. Before this competition, I'll get to that now. Before this competition, his last competitive game was in Nepal, playing in the Nepal Premier League. So very interesting. Plays all over the world, does this incredible cricketer. He's been so good, as you say, for South Africa and for all the teams he's played for. Played in leagues, I think, everywhere around the world. T20, T10. Such an important player in that format.
Got him! Got his man! Well, that's a soft dismissal. And Kaplan plays on. And now Boland, bit of bother at 89 for 3.
Well, absolute nothing type of shot there from Gavin Kaplan. It was almost just standing on the crease, and the ball, I don't know whether that was the bottom of the bat or what it was, but down into the ground and onto the stumps. And that is a real blow for the men from the Boland, losing their standout batter, Kaplan, for 16.
A third wicket down now, James, and this doesn't look good. That's just a nothing shot.
Yeah, no commitment at all into the shot. It was, and the bat at a diagonal could only got himself into trouble, and he did. And he looks at that again. He will not be happy, Gavin Kaplan. No commitment at all to the shot as Leon Botha comes to the crease. He's had a very good season as well in first-class cricket for Goldrush Boland and in the T20 format. First-class cricket getting his first half-century and his first century, and also in that game against the Dragons here at Boland Park. And he now has another big job to do for his team.
I tell you what, every time, at crucial times, they're losing wickets. Yeah. And that's the thing is, you're not building partnership. They're not getting, rotating the strike as often as they should. So it's a bit of spot of bother for them. Well, Botha now, he's 7th innings. He's also a young player, averages in at number 6, or at number 5 rather. Averages 17, but you can understand, highest score of 66, that's much needed today. But he's a young player, still finding his feet. You'd hope that he's had a good season too, I must admit, been in good form. Leon Botha, Eamon Kaplan for Boland.
Well, the experienced Paarl towards him now.
A nice way to get on the mark. Juicy off volley. Just driven. Gets 2.
Yeah, if you're Leon Botha, you're very happy with that. If you're Gavin Kaplan, you're thinking, why didn't he bowl that to me? It's just with absolutely nowhere at all with that shot.
All the experience that he has, Paarl. Drawing on all the resources.
I don't think you... Sorry.
I think Botha not ready, so stepping out the way.
I don't think Wayne was too happy about that.
Well, you make me run in, and then you say, no, hang on.
Just tossing the ball through to Ntando Zuma. And young Zuma he's the youngest player on the field today.
Oh, dear, he's bowled him. It's gone through the gate. It's good night, goodbye, God bless. Well, that one just had a bit of shape on it. Boland now in all sorts of trouble at 91 for 4. Botha gone. And this batting lineup is falling to pieces.
Oh, Paarl using all his experience here. He's coming from around the wicket. A little bit wider maybe. He's angling it in. Botha, he plays down Piccadilly and the ball goes down Waterloo. Yeah, just that little bit wider. And he played inside the line and takes the off stump. Very clever bowling from Wayne Paarl. Really was excellent from the experienced campaigner. And now Jedley van Brieses comes in the breeze. He's in and in far earlier than they would have wanted, Goldrush Boland.
Now you look at it in the context of the game. Clive Fortuin got 40.
Yeah.
The ripple effect that it's had on the team now, him getting out there, they're now 91 for 4.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I've been talking about.
Yeah, you need somebody in that top order. Opener, he got himself in 40 off, I think it was 41 deliveries. And it was looking good, no trouble at all. And suddenly, you've lost 3 wickets, 2 very quickly now, 89 and 91. And really not where they would want to be. The Tuskers are fighting for their lives here in Division 1. They know that a top 4 finish in this competition is absolute minimum for them if they can try and stave off relegation.
Well, these two it's going to be important now that they get at least the partnership of 100. Can't have any more wickets tumbling now. Otherwise, Boland could find himself being bowled out cheaply.
Jedley van Briese's a lot of experience at Div 2 level, but not as much in Division 1. It's just his second game for Boland. Whitehead back into the attack.
Yeah, James, it's been just a comedy of errors here, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Sean Whitehead, he's into his 5th. 1 for 13.
Yeah, one of the few men to have taken 10 wickets in South African first-class cricket in an innings.
Now that's a feat, isn't it?
Yeah, it is incredible.
I can think of one that's done it. Stephen Jeffries.
Stephen Jeffries, yes, was the other that I recall. And
was there more?
I don't know if there were more. I think there might have been one more. I think maybe A.E. Vogler springs to mind way back in the early 1900s.
Well, James, we were still playing on the mountains then. Weren't heard about. James King, Jeremy Fredericks. Was it Eric Vogler?
It was, I think they called him Bertie Vogler, A-E-E Vogler. They called him, his nickname was, his name was Bertie. No, I don't know what his first name was actually. I'll have to have a look at that when I'm off comms and let you know.
Be very kind of you. End of the 21st over, 93 for 4.
The Fox will be making way shortly, and we'll have Batty coming to join you. But in the meantime, Wayne Paarl, what a first over from him. Introduced into the attack. He introduced himself into the attack. He took 2 wickets in that first over of his. Experience paying there for him. And he'll also know this surface pretty well, Jeremy. Played for the Cape Cobras for a long time.
Yeah, he would know the surface well. Well, he's had success. First over, 2 for 4. Is there more damage to happen? Paarl has been exceptional with the ball.
Well, you have to say it was an inspired bowling change. Ziad Abrams really not caused any major trouble for the batters, and he comes on and gets 2 wickets in his first over. Paarl, just his change of angle was excellent, particularly to Boert. He just went wider of the crease.
This fella in time to come for me from Briese's in one-day cricket. He's a good worker of the ball, and he should really be working at that to say, right, okay, I'll take that responsibility perhaps to bat high up in the order in time to come. I'm not saying yet, he's still young, but he's really one that can hold his own. Good run.
Yeah, he's still a young man, Jedley van Briese's, also just 24 years of age. And so he has a bright future ahead of him. Hails from Oudtshoorn, went to Langenhoven Gym there in Oudtshoorn, played for Southwestern Districts, and then went up to the Titans for a season before he made his way down here to Goldrush Boland.
We've got 2 beautiful pigeons here on the ledge. Wonder if they've come from Pinel out of Henry Williams's. He's a pigeon owner and racer, and so I'm sure they just probably came to see if he's okay.
Yeah.
Or Henry's missus might have sent them, bring him some lunch.
I've got a message on there and asking him what time you're going to be home for dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to ring it and send it back. So.
Oh!
Yeah.
Bit of a loose stroke there. There's no foot movement. It was just a lazy bat again.
And again, it's the wider one where he starts from much wider of the crease. The angle is just a greater angle on that one. That's the one that's been troubling all the batters today. The variation from Paarl, where they're just not picking the fact that he's using the crease to such good effect.
Yeah, he's really been good, Wayne Paarl. End of the 22nd over. The Fox will have a breather. And Brendan Atwell will come and join me once again.
Mr. Fredericks, good afternoon again.
Welcome back. See you very, very busy there next door.
Yeah.
Set up your office here. Made sure that you got yourself into a commanding position of work.
Well, hopefully for Boland's sake, the next 7 overs won't see any wickets now that the Cape Fox has departed us for a while.
He's caused damage, hasn't he?
Absolute chaos.
Whitehead continues. 96 for 4. That run rate has also come down a little bit. Oh my goodness, dropped! Could have been 96 for 5. It was a sharp chance, but when you're standing in that position, you got to grab it.
What a chance for the Tuskers. Wayne Paarl snatching at that one with his right hand. Oh!
That flew, was quick. They are the stick or the go. Like a 4-day game, there's a short, silly point in position, slip. Now then, have a dot, walk past one, stumped. Oh, well bowled. One thing you're going to get here, is you're going to get it to purchase and turn. It's dry. It's that time of the year. And these wickets have been taking spin all season.
Been very impressed with Whitehead's bowling.
Yeah, he's played at Free State for quite a while as well, Sean Whitehead. Nicely flighted. Played back. Yeah, lots of work to do now. The short leg is out. Where's he going to go? He's going to go in the mid wicket, and I tell you why, it's to probably stop the single so that they get Paarl to bowl at Makajima. Good fielding. Good fielding there. I think that's Rapalana. Very sharp there in that position.
Yeah, it was. If we look at it, I mean, Boland had navigated the power play and were 58 without loss, sitting comfortably, and then it's just been carnage since then. I mean, it's only 4 wickets, but still, I mean, 40 runs for 4 wickets in the last 13 overs.
Yeah, it's just not been good, has it? Especially at home, know the conditions. Got to look to play yourself in and get yourself in a commanding position. Can't do the job from the change room. Got to be out there in the middle.
Yeah, Paarl with 2 wickets in his first over. And if we just look at the first 2 wickets to go down, just stupid shots. The only thing I can say was stupid shots. And then, of course, it was Kaplan who chopped on. And then Liam Buerta, that was just a beautiful ball from Paarl.
Wayne Parnell's been right on the money. So it's pressure from both ends. From white end or the other end, making sure that that scoreboard doesn't move with regular ease.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider that Parnell has now reached 250 wickets in List A cricket.
Yeah, he's had a good career up to now.
This is almost like Parnell of old. I mean, over 8,000 balls that he sent down in List A cricket alone. It's not discount first class in T20 cricket. Jeremy, you and James were talking about Jedley van Brieses and the future that he could have. I think he's got a mature head on his shoulders in the games that I've watched previous.
He doesn't easily give it away. And he works the ball well into areas. He knows the seriousness of the situation. It's the end of the 24th now. 99 for 4. He knows the seriousness of the situation and he knows there's work to do. Him and Makajima have their work cut out, so it would do both of them the world of good to try and see how they can get Boland out of this mess that they just created for themselves.
Yeah, we were talking before play. We were saying that one of the top 4 needed to carry their bat. And, well, Aviwe, coming in at number 4, has got a job to do. He's going to have to carry his bat and try and get Boland to a total that they can defend on this track.
Yeah, they've got to get to about, these two got to bat right up to about 44 overs, I would say. And then let loose. But in the meantime, they've got to look to, that's the way, try and look for singles and twos. Boundary's going to be hard to come by. And that's 100 up for Goldrush Boland on this, the 4th of March, 2026. Or 20,026. Don't laugh.
It depends which calendar you look at.
Yeah, 2026, I'd say. Oopsie. Another single. Told you maths wasn't never my shining armor at school.
Yeah, but it comes down whether you look at the Julian calendar or the Gregorian calendar that we now use. You know, it depends which one you look at. You've got to add or to subtract a few years.
It's in here! God, there we go. Perishes, another one bites the dust. 5th wicket down, and now Boland are in all sorts of trouble and trembling as the heavens open. And the hole is not that deep, but it's going to be deep when he walks to the change room, Makajima. There was work to be done, and he's gone and given it away.
I'm sorry, that shot even shocked my pen because my pen just broke. But that was a ridiculous shot from Aviwe Jima there. Unnecessary and unneeded. Talk about rotating the strike. more often than not.
Yeah, we've talked about partnerships and we've talked about it over and over again. And it just seems as if it doesn't seem to be the case. They just seem to be defending, and then trying to get themselves out of trouble. Risco Adams now in. Number 7 for Boland.
Yeah, 100 for 5.
We're half the side out. And where we through the halfway stage already.
Yeah, as we say, Frisco needs to he needs to partner Jedley van Bresses now. They need a good 50-plus partnership at a minimum.
Hails from Robertson, known as the Iceman.
Yeah, how many death overs have we seen Adams bowl? Defending against the Dolphins in the CSA T20. I think it was Sinetembe Eshile that was batting at the time. Dolphins were cruising to victory, and Adams came and defended the final over, sent the game into what turned out to be a double super over. First time I'd ever experienced that. So halfway through the innings, Jeremy 103 for 5, and I think if you're Wayne Parnell, having lost the toss and being asked to bowl first, you'd be happy of the two captains.
Yeah, no, you will be happy. They know they're in with a shot here to try and dislodge this Boland team cheaply. But the backbone of this batting has been broken. Guys to come can bat, but they're not going to play you 100 like innings, getting you 100 runs and more. And the Tuskers hasn't made it easy.
Yeah, it's been excellent bowling. I think the only one that's chomping at the bit to come in is Imran Manak. I had a bit of a chat with him before play, and I asked him, where did that come from? He says, well, it's always just been sitting in the tank. Yeah, but besides for these two, it's just Imran Manak, Keith Dudgeon, Captain Steerman, and then Ives Kamanzi to come in. Not much batting left.
Defense all round for Boland at the moment. They backed to the wall. They got to find a way to dig themselves out of this mess they're in at the moment.
Jeremy, I think if the Tuskers can nab another wicket out in the next 2 to 3 overs, Boland have got a very, very strong possibility of being bowled out cheaply.
The signs are all there. They haven't played well. They haven't basked themselves in glory. And they've given it away. Some of these wickets that have fallen. Most of them, I would say.
Yeah, it's been a sorry tale of batting. But on the flip side of the coin, it's been excellent captaincy by Paarl and excellent bowling from the bowlers. They've bowled to their field. They've stuck to a plan. And I mean, failing to take a wicket in the power play didn't bother them whatsoever. The run rate didn't get away from them. They were sitting at what was it? They were 5.5.
And it's always after the power play that we find the dramas happening, especially when teams are saying, all right, field is zipped, they're only allowed 2 out. As you said, they didn't get carried away too much, but it was then that they took wickets. This is the inbound tour of the South African ladies against the Indian ladies who come here to tour South Africa in T20 series. We'll have Durban would be the first one on the 17th of April. Will be in actual fact 2 will be played at Durban, and then we move up to the Wanderers for 3 and 4, the 22nd and the 25th of April, and then the last one will be in Benoni. Where South Africa take on India. They're a good lady side India team, so it'll be a good series. Suppose that will probably be the culmination of the cricket season, 25-26.
I think it's been a relatively successful one for the ladies.
Yeah, it has been. And then they go to England, isn't it? In June, July, is it? Somewhere around there for the World Cup. They'll be playing various grounds in England. Well, and all things going well, we have a bumper 26-27 season ahead of us, both women and men, especially inbound tours to South Africa.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to have some test cricket over the festive period again.
Yeah, that's where it rightly belongs, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That it was missed last year, or this year, the New Year's test at Newlands. It's become tradition. Well, it's a big tour. I mean, we've got 2 big countries coming.
Yep.
And Bangladesh. So,
and considering that we are World Test champions, it's only right that we have some decent home Test cricket.
absolutely, and get a lot of fixtures. We need to be right up there. Just need to make sure that we win trophies so that we can stay up there in the money as well. So we can feed the grassroots level and make sure that the sustainability of our cricket is imperative in South Africa. End of the 27th, 109 for 5.
You know, Jeremy, you spoke about grassroots, and you know, doing the odd KFC day and things like that is all good and well, but we need to channel funds. We need proper facilities for the kids to train at, you know, not running on some little dust bowl or on the odd day coming to a ground like this to enjoy throwing the ball down. It needs to be in kit, it needs to be in facilities, and then also once those kids get it, it's then to lead them up through the ranks. Kids sometimes they struggle to go to school and they fall away there, or when they do complete school they fall away.
Well, Brendan, we had that all. I've been involved since Unity in cricket, and even before. And I can tell you that cricket has had big sponsorships from MTN, Standard Bank. We built a heck of a lot of facilities in the townships. They've all gone to wreck and ruin. Let's be honest about that.
Yeah.
MTN provided us with equipment, bags and bags and bags of equipment in order to sell the game in cricket. So, you know, a lot has been done and a lot has been put in. And you go to certain places and for one, I was involved in the development of cricket with Kaya Majola at the start when Unity was. And I must tell you that you go back to certain areas that you've been involved with, it can drive you close to tears to see that nothing is left of what has been done. Because, yeah, and the kids just don't have it. It's got to be a lot of effort put in communities, government, municipalities, and the people in the areas to have sustainability and partnerships.
Well, I'm going to step away for a bit, and the Cape Fox is just going to stand in for me, but I shall join you in a short while.
Yeah, Abrams, he's back into the attack. So yeah, people can't say that it's been a lack of trying in terms of development and what hasn't been done and what has been done for cricket. There's a lot of effort, a lot of bloodshed and tears gone into lots of areas. I remember even way back in the 80s, I would say, a man by the name of John Paarl and what he did for cricket. So nobody can say that nothing was done, because the support, I thought, maybe was lacking more from government side to actually help us maintain the facilities that were put up.
Yeah, the Passmore Week that used to be held in honour of him.
Even people like Hussein Ayop.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget him. When we talk about Kaya Majola.
All legends in South African cricket, as you say, and people that have left a legacy that we hope that the youngsters of today, well, they need to learn about the history, don't they, Jeremy, and understand.
Well, that's sometimes lack. That do the youngsters understand? Do they respect those that have been there before? I hear a lot of, they've had their time. Yeah, they've been there. But goodness me, you only become giants on the back of people that have done good before, and least we forget.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Pull to the leg side. End of the 28th.
Yeah, 1-1-4 for 5 now. And it's just been a procession of wickets. 58 for 1, 66 for 2, then 89 for 3, 91 for 4, and 101 for 5. So I've been doing my research here, Jeremy, and 4 instances in South African cricket where players have taken 10 wickets in an innings, 3 of which I was aware of, but the other one I wasn't. So it was A.E.E. Vogler, Albert Edward Ernest Vogler, or otherwise Bertie, otherwise known as Bertie Vogler. He was the first 10 for 26, Eastern Province against Griqualand West at the Old Wanderers in Johannesburg, which was in where the Pirates Club is currently, in I think what is Greenside.
Yeah, East Greenside indeed.
And 1906-07, 6 players bowled, 1 LBW, 2 caught and bowled, and 1 caught. Then it was Stephen Jeffries was next, 10 for 59, Western Province against Free State at Newlands, and then Mario Olivier for the Warriors against the Eagles, 10 for 65 in Bloemfontein. 2007-2008, and then Sean Whitehead, 10 for 36 for the Southwestern Districts against Easterns in Oudtshoorn in 2021-22. So 4 instances in South Africa of 10 wickets in an innings.
Oh, nearly had the beating of the batsman.
Whitehead was very good, very economical from him, and Noffa was just picking up where he left off.
Yeah, he's been very, very good as well. Norfolk into this 5th.
And that run rate that was up at about 5 and over, there were 55 at the end of the power play, and now exactly 4 and over.
There's one shot at least. It'll be a welcome boundary. When was the last boundary hit?
Last boundary hit in the 17th over, Jeremy. So it's been 12 overs since the last boundary. And that
Yeah, it's
was
been an
also-
awful long time because wickets have fallen in that period.
That one was also, that boundary also off no foul. That was when the score was 73 for 2. And it has been pretty much all the Tuskers since then. Such an important match for them. They lost their first game. They need to finish high up on the log in the One Day Cup if they are going to keep their hopes of staying in Division 1 alive. Finished last on both the T20 log and the
So what if they end in the
four-day
top
series.
4? Then they don't. Then who goes down?
Well, it depends on a lot. Depends on who is going to be where they end. I have got those scenarios.
Because Free State,
Yeah.
they've got to come up,
Yes,
isn't it?
They're coming up. Yes, Free State are basically guaranteed of coming up already. Nobody can get ahead of them in in Div 2. So I've done those scenarios. I've just got to find them now. So looking at the scenario as it currently stands with the log positions from the first 2 competitions, the points allocation is as follows. So 20 points for both Boland and the Warriors. Next best is the Lions on 16. They can't be overtaken. Dolphins 14. Then it is 7 for Western Province, 6 for Northwest, 3 for the Titans, and 0 for the Tuskers. Now, points allocations are 15 for the team that comes first, 10 for second, 7 for third. It's 5 for fourth, 3 for fifth, 2 for sixth, 1 for seventh, and no points for coming eighth. Now, if for example, the Titans finish in the bottom 2 of the 50 over competition and the Tuskers finish 4th, it was just too early on that shot there, then the Titans will end on either 3 or 4 points, and the Tuskers will get 5 points for finishing 4th, and that will mean that the Titans will finish below them on the combined standings. If the Tuskers finish 3rd in this competition, they get 7 points. That would mean that the Titans would have to be basically 5th or higher. But they'd have to be 4th or higher for them to then have more points than the Tuskers. So it's absolutely crucial that the 2 teams that are in danger are essentially most in danger. The Titans are significantly in danger. They finished 7th in the 4-day competition and 6th in the 20 over competition. They only have the 3 points, so they are the biggest challenge.
Oh, that's a good shot. Just parried it over the wicketkeeper's head. That'll run away for 4. Don't bother. Down that hill, you're not going to get there. Well, that was a good shot from Frisco Adams.
Yeah, he just, as you say, he just picked the length early, didn't he? And very delicate touch from Frisco Adams. He's got a job to do for his team. He's done it before in this competition. Last season was one of their outstanding batters for them, and he's looked like he's doing it again here. So Jeremy,
I'm just asking you a question then. With all that you've explained there to me, and all in detail. So if the Tuskers end, say for instance they get into a semi-final.
Yeah, well, it goes on. So the points are allocated based on log position, and the whatever happens in the knockout stages of the competition is irrelevant in terms of promotion relegation.
No, but they say they end 4th.
Yes, they end 4th. Yes. So
and the Titans don't get anywhere. to fourth position.
Well, if the Titans, so if let's say the Tuskers end fourth, if the Titans then finish in either seventh or eighth position, so if they finish in sixth position, they will then have the same number of points across the three competitions as the Tuskers. If they finish either seventh or eighth in this competition, and the Tuskers finish fourth, then based on the promotion, based on the relegation, based on the points allocation, the Titans will be relegated.
Will they, though?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? So we won't know that until that actually happens. So that is the question. But that is the scenario.
To be or not to be.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it is nobler indeed. Oh, he bowled him. He's bowled him. He goes back and across and just plays really a nothing shot once again. Van Breeses, he's not forward. He's not back. He's just stuck in the crease. And Nofal gets his second wicket. Van Breeses has to go.
Well. 6 wicket. And I'm afraid Boland now is struggling and reeling at the moment. His partnership was worth 26. Now 127 for 6. And that's another big wicket.
Absolutely nowhere. He wasn't forward, he wasn't back. And his bat's just not coming down the right line. And you would think the batters here for Goldrush Boland, you would think they would know exactly how to bat on this wicket. They really struggled, and they've been struggling against the spin significantly here of the men from the Tuskers. Wayne Parnell with those 2 big breakthroughs, but then it's been Whitehead and Nofal that have made the other breakthroughs for the men from Pietermaritzburg. Imran Manak coming to the crease, 37 innings for him, 494 runs, highest of 51 not out, averages 19. Comes off a very good 49 off just 17 balls against the Titans in Centurion. This is a very different proposition here at home in Paarl. He's still got the best part of 20 overs to bat, 18 overs and a few balls, and they're going to need him to have another innings of substance here. And Nofal with his left arm spin been very effective. 2 left arm spinners in the team. We haven't yet seen Sean Gilson.
There's forward prods there.
Well, big job for these 2 experienced campaigners for Goldrush Boland to do now, Adams and Manak.
James, it's a huge job. If they're not going to do the job, they're going to find themselves, as we said, down out cheaply. They won't even get to 200. Well, 180 looks far now. Very far.
Talking about Sean Gilson, and he is now coming into the attack from the Nederburg end of the ground, and he'll be bowling his leg breaks here from the Sen, 26 years old, from Michael House, educated at Michael House, and he has played for the Dolphins under 19. Also with Tuckies, he was the USA Player of the Week when he was, and also made SA Varsity's captain when he was at Tucks, and certainly a youngster as well, 26 years of age, nearly turning 27, but been a good player for the Tuskers this season, Sean Gilson.
driven down the ground. We'll get another single there. Oh, it's been disappointing stuff from Goldrush Boland.
Particularly on a surface that they know so well and know how to play on these wickets here. They've been out-thought and out-bowled at the moment. Well, Jeremy, it looks like New Zealand have won the toss there in Kolkata. They're bowling first.
Now, South Africa were devastating against them in the preliminary rounds or in the group stages when they handsomely beat New Zealand. And Markram was at the top, getting 86 not out. But yeah, lots of runs, the most runs in the World Cup. There's been Farhan from Pakistan. They know more in this competition. Neither Zimbabwe. Bennett has been outstanding.
He was brilliant, wasn't he? And South Africa, who have not necessarily set too many targets in this World Cup. Be interested to see how they go. And they've picked their A team for this game, Jeremy, the one that they've pretty much stuck with throughout, except in those games against the UAE and Zimbabwe. So it is that standard lineup for them. And it'll be interesting to see as we look at that. We do look at that starting lineup.
Glad I knew Lungi and Gidi would be back. He was a pick up there. Keshav Maharaj, I thought they'd go with Rabada. Yeah, the same team that I predicted would play in the final. That's the team playing here today. And I think probably the strongest and the best lineup of the lot that South Africa has. Is Matt Henry back for New Zealand? I know he went home for the birth of his son.
He did. I'll check that for you now. I've got the lineups here. I'll have a look at that now.
If he's gone, that'll be a huge... because he was the pick of their bowlers. He sets that to tackle light, doesn't he?
He does. He's been outstanding. He is back, indeed. He is going to be... He's in the starting lineup for New Zealand today. We'll go through their team as well just now. But also I think their number one team that they've got available.
Yeah, Ravindra hasn't really played this tournament a lot, has he?
He's actually in the last couple of games, he's been very good. He got some good runs.
What I mean, he's normally a player that gets runs all the time.
Absolutely, very good. So he's in at 3. So Alan Seifert and Ravindra. And then it will be Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, Daryl Mitchell, Mitchell Santner at 7, Jimmy Neesham at 8. So I was wondering whether he would play or Ish Sodhi would play, but Cole McConchie, who was so good in that recovery that they performed against Sri Lanka, I think it was, when they won that game. And then Matt Henry at 10, Lockie Ferguson at 11. So good side for New Zealand. And a bit of spin in the middle overs there. McConchie and Santner will be important for them, and maybe some overs from Glenn Phillips, but we'll see.
Santner also plays a huge role for that. That's driven down the ground by Friska Adams. He'll get another single. All depend how they restrict South Africa in those opening overs. And at Eden Gardens, what does Eden Gardens take, 90,000 these days?
Capacities from the research I did says 68,000, so not as big as I thought it would be.
Before it used to take 100,000, I know.
Right. Yeah.
And the biggest ground is Ahmedabad with 135,000.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's massive. It's a monstrosity of a stadium.
The Narendra Modi Stadium. And Eden Gardens is very interesting that it was the area that it's in. Eden Gardens is the entire area, I believe, is like a park area named after the sisters of one of the Governor Generals of India. whose surname was Eden. So that was very interesting. And
No, it's not the Garden of Eden, though.
no, it's not the Garden of Eden. No. Well, I think a few South Africans hoping that New Zealand will eat the poisoned apple today.
Yeah.
So Gilson will continue here, 132 for the loss of 6 after 33. So what do you think, Jeremy, if they could get here to what, 240, 250? I mean, that looks a long way away at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But I'm not sure whether they'll get there. If they get there, that will be a monumental effort. But as far as I'm concerned, the Tuskers has just been all over Boland. And I just think the backbone of this innings is so broken that if they get to 240, I'd be. It will have to be these two then. That's for sure. No doubt about that.
Yeah, definitely. Keith Dudgeon and Glenton Stearman to come who can certainly hold a bat, but not going to be very easy. But yeah, it should be a very good game there in Kolkata. I was also looking at some of the statistics for the South African players at Kolkata. David Miller and Quinton de Kock having played 9 games at Kolkata in the IPL. South Africa have never played a T20 international in Kolkata. So some of the players there, not too many with the experience of Kolkata, and Quinton de Kock, it's not a very good ground for him. He averages only 9 in 9 innings there with a top score of 28 in the IPL. So let's hope that today he can break through that barrier and do well for South Africa at the top of the order.
Yeah, the first time South Africa got back into international cricket, that was after isolation. It was that hurried tour to India. And Jagmood Dalmaya was because they took the vote at Lords, and the vote India voted South Africa back into world cricket. And then they had the friendship tour the year to South Africa, India, under Muhammad Azharuddin as captain. But South Africa went on that hurried 3-match tour because Pakistan. So the rivalries happened then already, and. As we have drinks break, I'll continue with my point. It's 135 for 6 drinks being taken, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, I think being defending champions in this One Day Cup competition is big for us. In saying that, there's new challenges ahead this year, and we really enjoyed obviously winning silverware last year in this competition. But obviously it's a new season, and we've got to make sure that we want to improve on small little things that we felt we probably didn't do right in the beginning of last year's competition that we want to put right. But it's important to start a competition on a good note. I don't think there's a lot that one needs to be changing. We've still held on to the squad that we had last year. And we've shown faith in that group that obviously got us there. The biggest thing for us has always been making sure that players stay grounded when you have success. Success needs to come from holistically having a good season. Yeah, I think it's again, it's small little things, whether it be from a tactical or technical point of view. I think it's more tactical on how we want to approach it from our sense. So, yeah, I think it's again, we talk about small little things, how we can improve, how we can be better. I think it's in our everyday, so I say tasks that we have to focus on. And yeah, I think that's something that since the group returned after the 4-day competition, we put a lot of focus on that. You have to analyze what you did well and what you could improve on from last year. And I still feel we can improve on starting the competition better this year. That's definitely one thing that we've discussed.
So I think, yeah, I mean, from game one, it's important to lay down a marker as to how you want to play, throughout the rest of the competition.
So welcome back to Boland Park, where the resumption after the drinks break is going to continue to be Malcolm Knofal from the Drakenstein end, southern end of the ground, and he's bowled well so far. 7 overs, 2 for 28. And he is going to be bowling to Imran Manak, who's not out on 5 with him. Frisco Adams on 20.
And punched off the back foot. Get the single.
So just Dudgeon, Stearman and Kamanzi to come for Goldrush Boland. A lot depending on this pair here, Jeremy, to get them to at least over 200. Give them something to defend on what is a slow surface. So here we're going to have a change as as Brendan comes to join me as Sean Gilson continues.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Brendan. So it's this is a very important partnership for Goldrush Boland. This and the tall Manak, fresh from a very good innings in Centurion, joins with his equally experienced partner Frisco Adams. 34-year-old Imran Manak, 36-year-old Frisco Adams, trying to get them something to defend. Lovely drift there by Gilson. That was the one that seemed to go the other way into the right hander. We'll just keep an eye on Sean Gilson's action here. Interesting bowler, tall man.
It's got a nice high release. Some of the tall bowlers can generate a bit of extra bounce. Spinners always love bounce as much as turn.
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, the wind now starting to sort of whip across the ground from west to east. It's neatly played for fuller delivery that time. The end of the over from Gilson. He's done well. 3 overs, no maiden, naught for 6 so far. He's been economical. And at the other end, Nothal has been very good with taking the 2 wickets. It has really not been easy at all for Goldrush Boland. Those 2 wickets in the 1 over from Wayne Parnell, really rocking them back. Gavin Kaplan and Leon Botha, 2 of their best batters this season.
Well, there was just, I don't know whether Kaplan just played down the wrong line.
He almost seemed to be just stuck. He was stuck on the crease. He was absolutely nowhere with the shot. Played it with a 45-degree bat and just off the inside edge onto the stumps. And it was just a change of angle, I think, from Parnell that almost caught him off guard.
But then, of course, you look at the delivery to dismiss Botha. And Botha was quite prolific last season, you know. But that ball, it was like, it was vintage Parnell. Ball that just came in a little bit on the stumps.
Well, what he did so well in that delivery is he actually went much wider at the crease. So he changed the angle significantly, and right arm around, he really was... previous delivery, he bowled, I think he just bowled the 2 deliveries prior to that, or 1 delivery prior to that to Botha, which was wide outside the off stump, which he played through the covers, but that was much straighter. He delivered that from almost halfway between the wickets and the return crease. Too short and easy for Adams to play down the ground. But the one that he bowled him with, he came right next to the return crease and brought it in from a much wider angle, and Botha just played down the wrong line. What the Tuskers don't want here is they won't want these 2 to just accumulate too many runs. If they can stay here until maybe over 45 and then start bringing out the big levers, we know both of these players can hit the ball a long way.
We do know that Frisco can tonk the ball a little bit, but more importantly is we saw what Imran Manak can do to a bowling attack. He really manacled the Northwest attack. Sorry, the Titans attack in the previous where he struck 49 of 17 balls.
Yeah, three sixes.
I mean, it was a
5
ridiculous
fours.
innings that he
It was
played.
incredible. Really was in a cause to try and get them to that massive target in 22 overs. They needed to bat it well over 10 and over. They only ended up, I think, 13 or 15 runs short in the end. So he has certainly would have got a lot of confidence from that. He was chatting to me before the match this morning and saying, it was really, they just fell short. It was a good chase.
Well, I mean, looking at it, and again, it's the same situation in this match. Boland could have won that game against the Titans.
Yeah.
If you look at how short they landed up. If you look, they landed up 13 runs short, but it was the DLS target, the readjusted target, down to 277, which could have actually been around 240 had they not lost so many wickets.
Yeah. And therein lies the rub, basically. We were talking about. So it is certainly interesting when you look at it from that perspective. So but here, lots for them to do. As 15:30 South African Standard Time on the 4th of March has arrived, and that means that the game in Kolkata is getting underway with South Africa batting first against New Zealand. We'll be keeping an eye on that, as well as keeping you updated with everything that's happening here in front of you. And Sean Gilson continuing with his off breaks. And to Manak. How long is it going to be before Manak decides he's going to go over the top? There's a man at long off, man at long on, man at deep square, man at deep back of square, sorry, man at deep mid wicket. Once again, just played nicely down the ground. Gilson has been bowling well. He's sticking to his 2 runs per over, 147 for 6.
I see Quinton de Kock has already hit Matt Henry for 6.
Well, that's a
South
good
Africa
start.
eight off the first over.
Well, he's was saying to Jeremy, Quinton de Kock averages 9 at Kolkata in 9 innings in the IPL. High score of 28. We're hoping that he'll break that hoodoo today from a South African point of view, as it's going to be Nofal to continue. And why not? 2 for 36 in his 9 overs, just going 4 and over. And he'll be finishing his spell here. It's been excellent. From the left armour and through for the single.
I mean, if you look at Sean Whitehead and then Nofal from the Drakensberg end, and then you've got Gilson from the Nederburg end. The 3 spinners have really done well as a trio. They've kept things tight, kept things quiet, and we know that Darren de Pavilon and Artis Viljoen bowled relatively well up front, although they weren't successful. Had 1 or 2 edges.
That's straight to Ndile Mokhakani in the covers once again. And this is an important period now. Nearly up to, this is the 39th over. Batting at just under 4 to the over at the moment.
Well, that's a problem, isn't it? Because they're having lost 6 wickets already. They don't have much batting to come. A lot rests on these 2. And with virtually, 11 overs, so 68 balls left in the innings. 240 looks a long way away.
It does. Chatting when they were about 120 odd for 6, and saying what could they get from there with 16 overs to go. So it was 130 for 6 with 16 overs to go, and 240 would be very good. Would have been very good from there. Another excellent over from Nofal comes to an end. His spell is finished. Excellent figures for him. 10 overs, 2 for 37, and it is 148 for the loss of 6 after 39 overs. So Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see now how they play this after Nofa. I think maybe they'll bring Whitehead back on. I don't think they'll go for the paces again. It's going to make it maybe a little bit easier to score, just working the ball around. We shall see exactly how that is going to play out. Last time,
and, yeah, that's the end of De Kock. Scored by Ferguson, bowled by McConchie for 10.
well, there we go. Hasn't really scored much more than his average at Kolkata then. 9.44 it was in 9 innings before this. Continues to be not such a great ground for Quinton de Kock. Elsewhere in the country, there is another one-day cup game taking place at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom between the hosts and the Lions. There's no run there. Yes, that's Khani in very quickly from his position at mid-wicket.
Take into account Sean Gilson here. So, just over halfway in his fifth over. He's gone for just 8 runs.
Well, Goldrush Boland will be looking at this and they'll be thinking, if we can do the same there, we can maybe strangle the Tuskers from a run scoring point of view. Exactly what Gilson's done here. Just been putting it in exactly the right areas, and the way the wind is blowing at the moment, that's very nicely played down the ground by Manak for a single. So prevents the maiden over. It's 149 for the loss of 6.
And we just need to know what's going on in the semi-final between the Proteas and New Zealand, because the producer or the director next door, Bandile, getting very excited.
Yeah.
Banging on the desk when a wicket falls.
Well, another wicket has fallen there by the sounds of things, but just to give you the information around that game, in the one-day cup between the Lions and the Dragons, the Lions 185 for 3 after 36 and nearly 36 overs there. Zubair Hamza putting his hand up with a very good 86 not out of 98 deliveries, and in with him at the moment is Vian 367 not out. Mulder with 38 there. It's going down the leg side, you feel, as Whitehead does replace Nofa, which is exactly what we expected. And it's Imran Manak going for the big heave-ho out through the leg side.
Yeah, I think Imran Manak is eyeing that mid-wicket fence. But he needs to be very careful, because there is a man at long on, and there is a man on the square leg fence. And if he doesn't get his angle right, he can find either one of those two.
No, you've got to be careful with Whitehead. He's turning the ball away from him. It's again down the leg side. It looks like will be leg buys. And through for that single. That brings up the 150 for Goldrush Boland, and it has been a struggle. The 150 coming off after 40.3 overs. So that means it's taken them 16 overs and 2 balls to get the third 50 here. The first 50 off just 9.2 overs, second 50 off 14 overs and 5 balls, and the third one off 16 overs and 2 balls. So 200 is looking like a good score from here.
Well, if they can get to 200.
Yeah, I think that is the question, isn't it?
So I think you know, obviously, I mean, in the tournament that we just watched, we were saying because of the type of wicket we were going, you know, 100 is that psychological barrier getting to three figures. And I think in the One Day Cup, you're going to see on wickets like this, you're going to go, well, 200 is that psychological. It does give you something to bowl at.
Yeah.
And we know that the Paarl wicket can get slower as the day goes on, as the match progresses.
Yeah.
But we've also seen, you still have to bowl well. You still have to put the ball in the right area. Your fielding still has to be on song.
The other thing is that you do know is that maybe in the evening sometimes it might come on a little better onto the bat. Maybe there's not really going to be any dew this evening because there's the wind will blow all that away. It could be interesting to see. Only going to get to the floodlights coming on almost halfway through that second innings, with this having a 1 o'clock start. At the end of the over, it's at 1:53 for the loss of 6 after 41. So, as you say, still quite a lot of work to do, Brendan, to get them up to that figure of 200, which they'll feel is the absolute minimum they would want to get to give them a chance to at least have something to bowl at.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, you know, step one is, and step one is for the two of these two batsmen need to get to 200. And I feel that with Manak and Adams in, if they get to 200 with still 6 wickets down, and maybe 3 overs to go, you know, then they could still get up to 230, 240. But it depends on how these two bat out at least the next 5 overs minimum.
Well, somebody's going to have to take Gilson on, and that's not going to be easy. And having said that, he does exactly that. That is maybe going to be caught. No, it's not. Oh, it's gone for 4. Well, that was almost exactly in the middle of the two fielders coming around. And just as I was saying, somebody's going to have to take Gilson on. For Risco Adams, he takes him on, and he manages to split Nofal and Abrams and get it down to the boundary for 4.
So now we're going to change you from Cape Fox to Soothsayer Fox.
Well, Brendan, yeah, it's just with the time, somebody has to start going. I don't think that's such a great option, though, from Farisco Adams. He's just played a really lovely shot, almost down the ground, just wide of long on for 4, and now he tries to reverse sweep. Yes, there is a gap there, fine on the offside.
Yeah,
that's well fielded off his own bowling.
So I mean, the thing is that yes, there is that man at backward point, almost like a gully area, and there's no one at third man. So I can understand him trying to reverse sweep and get it fine. There's free runs there, but it's that danger of playing through the shot too early and getting a top edge or a leading edge.
Yeah, well, he's playing against whatever turn there might be. And Gilson's getting a lovely amount of drift here and dip. So that's why he's been quite difficult to play. You can see that drift as well. If you're watching closely, that one not as much perhaps, but it's a little bit shorter and well played by Manak down the ground. He moves to 16. Adams is exactly double that. And it's taken him a while to get to that 16 Manak, but it's very important that he stayed there. That's the thing for Goldrush Boland here. These two have put on 32 for the 7th wicket. Now he's coming around the wicket, the off-break bowler, to Adams. Just changing the angle.
I think it's the Boland. They know what these two are capable of, and that's the end of the over.
Yeah, good over.
7 from it, so it's 160 for 6. But it comes down to when Gilson is bowling. you've seen those last few, he just darted them in.
Yeah.
But when he's used his height and he's tossed the ball up, he's floated it in, he's used the breeze to good effect, as you say, to get a bit of drift going, and that's where it's caused him a bit of issues. Whereas that first ball where Adams came down the track to him, used his feet so that he couldn't dictate, and got that through into the deep mid-wicket region. Fortunately, they almost clashed. There was the bit of the bounce and the turn of the ball, and they picked up a boundary. But I think these two are going to have to start getting inventive now. It's there's 8 overs left in the innings.
Well, this over, I think he's going to try and play into the leg side. That's with the wind to the right-hander's leg side. That is dangerous because it's against the spin. And then, as I say that, he plays it down to long off for the single. That was wideish outside the off stump. That's really all you can do. The Whitehead bowling that very good line.
I think if we had a camera in the box next door to us, we'd have some interesting visuals from what Bandile is giving us.
Yeah. Well, sounds like South Africa under the cosh there at the moment in Kolkata.
Down the track. Oh.
Well, he's just as well that he got something on that Imran Manak. Otherwise, Ntando Zuma would have been whipping those bails off. He is making his intentions clear.
If we look at both Gilson and Whitehead going for less than 3 runs and over, so we can see that the spinners have dictated, and even Nofal was 3.7 to the over.
Yeah, it's... Oh, that's glorious shot straight. Is it though? No, it's going to be taken. Is it taken? Yes, it is. And Manak in going for that big shot down the ground. He is out. Mokhakani takes the catch at long on. Thought it was perhaps straighter. He didn't hit it as hard as he would have liked. He was getting itchy feet there. Was Imran Manak, and he has to make his way, and that is a big wicket for the Tuskers. Partnership just starting to develop into something. 16 off 42 for the tall off-break bowler for Goldrush Boland.
Yeah, we saw it coming. Manak had come down earlier in the over, but got an inside edge onto the pads. But that one, striking it, but not cleanly enough. And a good catch by Mokhakani as Keith Dudgeon and Dragons comes on to bat.
Yeah, Whitehead there getting his second wicket of the match. Keith Dudgeon, 35 innings, 455 runs, average of nearly 17. Pretty good strike rate in this format of the game. High score is 71. Playing against his former team here, and wouldn't he love to get a good few against them today. Keith Dudgeon recently having his first child, and he's hopefully won't be his cricket. We know that it won't be his cricket giving him sleepless nights at the moment.
Yeah, when I look at these guys having their kids now, makes me feel extra old, because then I think of my kids, 18 and 15, giving me different types of sleepless nights.
Yeah, well, yeah, not even going to go there. You have to add 10 onto both of those to get my children's ages, pretty much. So, yeah.
No, that is quite right. I remember last Saturday evening, after I got home from commentating during the day at the Boland Super League. Just watch this last delivery.
Very good over from Sean Whitehead, just a single off it and the wicket of Imran Manak, and it is 161 for 7.
So, out of the commentating on 2 of the 3 games and then getting home, And I thought, oh, you know what? It's actually going to be nice to get home like just before 6. And I decided to stop at the shop and get some kachelhout. I thought I'm going to make a nice fire, just enjoy the flames, pour a glass of wine. And I did, and I was nice and relaxed. In fact, I was so relaxed. And I had to go fetch my daughter at midnight in Durbanville. And it was 10 o'clock and I was falling asleep on the bar.
You know, been there, done that.
And it had the falling asleep had nothing to do with wine, because I think I only had a glass or two, but it was just I was so tired.
Yeah. And for Traffic Officer Erasmus out there, Erasmus perhaps the wrong name to call. That's a good shot. It maybe go for 4. Yes, it does. Frisco Adams just rocking back to that one that was just a little bit wide from Gilson, and he plays it very nicely through the covers for 4.
That was a glorious shot from Frisco, and Dudgeon coming round, but short and wide from Sean Gilson, and Adams just placed that ball perfectly.
Was it F-E-R-I-S-C-O Frisco?
Yeah.
The full-bodied instant with the fresh roast flavor. The fresh roast flavor every coffee lover wants. There we go. I was thinking, there we go.
The fact that you remembered that one.
Terrible, yeah. So, yeah, that was... apologies to the maker of that brand, but it's not one that I particularly
I grew up on the yellow tin of Rick Coffee.
Yes, Rick Coffee. Yeah.
The as we used to call it, the chicory tin.
They're right, the chicory tin. Rick Coffee flavour is fresh percolated. That was their that was their slogan. So there we go. It's,
except on a Sunday when we used to get home from church, and my mom used to. It was always a thing. She would pull out the filter coffee.
Oh, there we go.
She'd take out the filter coffee from the fridge.
Yeah.
And then she would say, "This is freshly percolated."
There we go. Well, he has a full go and doesn't make any kind of contact there for Frisco Adams. Still 6 overs after this. He's the key for Goldrush Boland, getting a decent total here.
Yeah.
And that just go through for the single.
I think for the Tuskers, if they can look at getting Adams out, then they've got a very strong chance of restricting the home side to under 200, and that for the Tuskers would be job done with the ball.
Yeah, and certainly up to the batters to see what they can do from there onwards. And Tuskers will be hoping, above all hopes, that they can get over the line here and put a W next to their 2 games. They would have won 1, lost 1.
Thank you, James. Cape Fox is stepping out to probably go stand next to Bandile and watch the Proteas game, as I'm joined by the esteemed Jeremy Fredericks. And as we wait for Sean Whitehead to bowl from the Drakenstein. An update from Kolkata. South Africa currently 45 for 2 after 5 overs, with Adam Markram 15 from 13 and Devil Brevis 14 of 8.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. Well, 166 now for 7. Frisco Adams has been fighting back. That's why he's known as the Iceman. So these last couple of overs, they want to make sure that they get that to above 180 and try and get to maybe 200 if they can. That will give them something to bowl at on this wicket.
were talking about the Stannerbank series earlier, Jeremy, and I remember 45 overs aside, like 185 was like the glory number. It was, it was just over 4 runs and over, and I was like, wow, that's motoring.
Yeah, well, can you believe it? All for good totals, and if you saw scores over 220 in 45 overs, you'd go, wow, that's a winning total. No one's getting it. And that was true, it was a winning total.
That's when you had the likes of Adrian Caper belting the ball. I used to...
How good would he have been for the game now?
Sure.
I was a good player, could hit the ball nicely, Adrian Caper. Lovely fella. Saw him the other day. In fact, at Dennis Hobson's funeral. Saw him, Stephen Jeffries, Peter Kirsten. The old players there that came to bid their farewell. The world missed out to see a very, very good leg spinner in Dennis Hobson.
We might not have been the biggest producers of spinners, but we did have some good ones over the years. Dennis Hobson, Alan Curry, and I was watching some old videos of Jorge Adams, throwing his back out.
Yeah, the frog in the blender. That's what I remember. We got to a selection meeting, and one of the guys there in the selection panel said, "Who's this frog in a blender?"
Yeah, when he came on to bowl the first time for Western Province, it was certainly interesting watching him bowl. It was just Jeremy, 5 overs left in the innings now. Adams on 41 from 55, 169 for 7. So a runner ball here gets him to 199. But I think they're going to be looking at 8, maybe 9 and over if possible, but it's going to be very difficult on this track with 7 wickets down already.
Yeah, not going to be easy, not at all. So Gilson to continue. 5 overs remaining. The sweep. Get 1. Now these two will have to go right to the end.
I'm looking at Gilson here, and it's to me, it's almost like watching a younger version of Simon Harmer bowl.
That's in there. It's going to fall in the gap. Safely, it'll come back for a second.
Now it's good running there by Adams, coming back to the non-striker's end. I had to jump out of my seat to see where that was going to land.
That's a good hit. That's a good hit. It's out of here. Nice, man.
Safest shot in cricket. Dead straight and over the rope.
He knows what to do at the death of an innings. He's on 48. And he's batted so sensibly.
got a decent strike rate, does Adams. It's 48 from 57. He's batted sensibly, he's rotated the strike, he's worked it, he's picked up the odd boundary here and there.
Down the ground he goes again. Get one. Moves to 49. One short of another little milestone for him. Yeah, 180 they got to so far. And they'd want to get this over 200.
That was a good over for the home side. 12 runs coming from it. And that is the first double figure over since the 10th over. So Boland now 181 for 7, just 4 overs left. Keith Dudgeon on strike, but more importantly, Fariska Adams at the non-strikers end on 49. And it's Sean Whitehead to complete his spell of bowling now. He's 9 overs, 2 for 23.
No, he's been excellent, wasn't he? Hasn't he been? He's been good throughout. Did the job that his team wanted from him.
Yeah, it really has been an excellent display between Malcolm Northall, Sean Whitehead, and not to mention Sean Gilson. That's also kept things quite tight. Mind you, his last over did go for 12, but outside of that, it's been excellent by the 3 spinners. Besides the excellent bowling from the Tuskers, their fielders have really backed up their bowlers quite well this afternoon. It makes such a difference to a side.
Yeah, it's so important that you make sure that apart from bowling, that the fielding is top-notch as well, to keep totals at a reasonable level, make sure that the game doesn't get out of hand, and they've done it. That'll be his 50. And a well-constructed knock. Much needed for Boland. Gets his applause. The Iceman lifts his bat up high. And he's certainly given the score, maybe not the substance it has, but he's given it some substance. Something to bowl at. And he's come back and played nicely for Fariska Adams.
But you can see the type of innings that Adams has played. It's been an absolute mature innings. Just 4 fours and a 6 in that knock of 50. And it's come off 62 balls. It is an excellent strike rate. He's rotated well. And that, for me, is key. On a slow wicket, you've got to rotate the strike.
Yeah, he showed how you could play. Whitehead ends off for 2 for 25 in his 10. So he's done his day's job. And well deserved as well.
Welcome to Boland Park for one match between Goldrush and Moothee and Tuskers.
So we got some seam.
Yeah, Viljoen back on. His first 5 overs went for 27.
From the north end, Hardest Philippines.
And this is interesting from Viljoen coming around the wicket to Fariska Adams.
He's probably seen something, or maybe trying to make sure that he plays. That's going to be wide. Yes, indeed it is. It's as wide as the ocean.
Zemi Sima would say, that was a loosener. I'm just opening up my arms, getting the shoulders into gear.
Oh, this is high up in the air. It will have the beating of the fielder, and it's going to go all the way. Well, that's a good hit from Frisco. It's been high and handsome.
Oh, that had absolute hang time. That ball just went up and up. We actually thought it was going to land just beyond the fielder, but and it was against the slight breeze that's out there. It was a fantastic shot. His second maximum of the day.
That's going to be runs again. We're going to come back for the second. That's good running. Good running from Frisco Adams.
Yeah, I don't like this tactic by Viljoen. Coming round the wicket. Bowled a wide first up, then he got hammered for 6 and then on the pads for 2.
Just didn't get hold of that again. Yeah, he's angry with himself, Frisco. He knew he had to get it wide on that fielder to get that boundary.
Yeah, it's been a good over for Boland so far. It's 10 runs from it. Still persisting around the wicket, now to Dudgeon. And that's 4 runs to Dudgeon down the leg side from Viljoen, and Dudgeon just picks that up off his legs and beats the 2 men out in the deep, the short fine leg and the man at deep backward square, and much needed 4 runs. It's an expensive over from Viljoen here.
Well, this could just let the game go, so it's at a certain direction, Brandon. I agree with you. This tactic just not working. Plenty in this over, and it's not done yet. Two overs to go in the Boland innings. And it looks like Darren de Pavlon is back into the attack.
running. That's excellent running from Keith Dudgeon.
Yeah, has been good.
Immediately as Adams hit that, Dudgeon called and was sprinting off, and that's what I like, running that first one hard, putting the pressure on the fielder to get in and try and cut it off. But made that two look very easy.
Wide caught by the umpire. 200 up for Boland. Wow, at one stage it didn't look as if they'll get to 150. But thanks to this innings from Frisco Adams thus far, it's been a resurrection act.
Yeah, you know what? Adams just needed someone like a Rudolphson or a Kaplan to do something similar at the top of the order. Could have been a massive difference in this innings.
Oh, it's well played. Plays the scoop. Reverse scoop. Excellent stuff from Frisco Adams. Another boundary.
Yeah, he got into position for this one very quickly and just got the bat on it. He knows that the third man is up in the circle. So another boundary to Adams. Takes him to 63, 204 for 7.
Really, at the end of this innings, things have certainly worked out for Boland. They've brought their speedsters back, and it hasn't had the desired result thus far. Oh, that'll be another wide. Oh dear.
Radar
What's going
broken?
on here?
His radar's broken. Yeah, I'm surprised that I know Gilson went for 12 in the last over. I'm surprised that that Viljoen was brought back. I mean, he went for 14. And we know that Adams is on the charge. It is the final 3 overs. He's going to look. But it just takes one error. Maybe beaten by a bit of turn or a bit of bounce.
Oh, he's beaten the fielder. That's gone for 4. Productive stuff this from Boland. And Adams played a gem.
As one of our colleagues, Eugene Mulliam, would say, save your legs, son. Papers.
I don't know where he gets onto papers. That to me is... Yeah, but that to me is just... I know it's dirty, but that to me is just on papers.
But there was a lovely shot from Adams. And he stepped outside his leg stump, gave himself some room.
I wonder if he's giving it the old papers at the school's finals there where he is this weekend. The big fellow. Wide again. That was his birthday also on Monday. So they brought him a beautiful cake here and some snacks and some champers. He was a happy chappy. Well, I think it's the first time I'd seen him stunned for words. I think he was close to tears.
Sure. Well, he did walk around the field on Sunday telling everyone that it was his birthday the next day. Made sure everyone knew about it.
Okay. And then on Monday he was like, I wasn't here Sunday, but got here on Monday and he's like, as if nothing's happened and he's all teary.
Yeah, I spent, so again, good running by these two. Excellent running. 50 partnership up between these two. Adams 33, Dudgeon 10. 51 runs off just 36 balls. It's been an excellent batting display led by Adams.
You've got to take your hat off to Frisco Adams. He's really been absolutely wonderful. Without those runs, Boland would have been they were in disarray at one stage, and he come back here and he's shown the fighting spirit that we all know that the Iceman can do. Oh, he's held that on it too. Oh, see, was lucky not to get 4 there. Had he missed it, that would have been wide as well from Dupavalon.
Yeah, and Adams is upset with himself, banging his pads that he missed out on that full toss on the legs. Yeah, Adams 68, and it's been a fantastic, brilliant innings from the Iceman.
Well, that innings, I tell you what, Boland.
We'd be having an early dinner already, Jeremy,
Yeah.
I think.
Absolutely.
I think Dudgeon has played a vital little innings here with Adams.
$49 gone. 214 for 7.
Off that over, very expensive.
Seems like Fullion will end off.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go around the wicket again. I don't know.
Surprised that Wayne Purnell didn't come back for another spell.
Fortune for South Africa. As Miller is dropped in the deep.
Oh, it's all heart-stopping stuff. Oh, that's gone. Into the hands of the man in the deep.
That is an excellent catch there by Noffel in the deep. And that sees the back of Keith Dudgeon. Fullion picks up the wicket. Just as I say, I don't agree with him continuing around the wicket, and he picks up a wicket.
What do we know?
What do we know? Absolutely nothing. But, just didn't connect it as well as he would like, but an excellent catch from Noffel there, diving, coming around from the mid-wicket fence. That sees Dudgeon gone for 10 from 18 balls.
He's done his job, hasn't he?
He has.
For Boland. And a captain now, Clinton Stearman in. That was the 8th wicket to 4.
Yeah, we take into account he might have gone for 10 off 18 balls, but the fact that he stuck around with Adams, rotated the strike, gave him the strike when he needed to, and was key in that 50-run partnership with Adams.
Yeah, and key indeed he was.
Oh, we know that Steedman just needs to do one thing: get bats on ball, and hand Adams the strike and let him with the last 4 balls see how many boundaries he can strike.
Yeah, he'll just get one, and then to Adams, right? Give us the kitchen sink.
Yeah. As they would say in Afrikaans, Glente moet hierdie bal stuur. Na derde man toe. Not bad with, first dad joke. What's it now? It's the last over of the innings. I think I've been well behaved.
Oh, he's just chipped that over down that third man region.
That was a good stop there. Looks like Mokokane.
Yeah, he's been good in the field. Took 1 or 2 good catches, Mokokane, and then did the job that was needed.
That was a catch of Manak that he took. Now Adams on strike. This should be fun.
Yeah, what have we got? 4 balls.
I think Fullion's going to drop this in short.
Out. Oh dear, it's all happening. Even at Eden Gardens. Oh well, he got a bit of bat onto that. And that will run away. Yeah, as the betting 4 more. Miller gone. South Africa loses their 4th there at Eden Gardens.
Yeah, you saw Miller's head drop there. But here, Adams will take any runs that he can. That was fortunate inside edge. But 4 runs nonetheless for the home side. That takes Adams to 72. And he's now gone to 72 off 71 balls. Strike rate just over 100.
Well, he's hit this high and handsome as well. And that, well, one bounce over the fence for 4. Wow, wow, wow. This is absolute an innings of consequence and great consequence of Boland. And he gets a tap with a bat from the batsman. Or he's parked the captain. But Frisco has played an absolute gem.
2 balls left in the innings. He's now on 76. And he's 7 runs shy of his career best of 83.
Ball him through the gate. You can't blame him, but he's done the job that he was sent out to do. He came in at a difficult situation, and he did his thing. Well done. A good innings. 76 of 72 balls from Frisco Adams.
Well, what a fantastic innings from the Iceman. And even though he's put his side into a far better position than what they were, he still walks off extremely disappointed, having fell on the second last ball of the innings. And it just shows you the love and passion that Frisco Adams has for the Boland badge.
Yves Kamanzi, last man in for Boland. With 1 ball to go, can he strike that boundary? South Africa after 10 are 77 for 4.
Kamanzi, 26 years old. There's 19 runs to his name.
From Durban.
Yeah. How many boys haven't we spoken about today that come from the wild coast? Nativity Bay, as it was once known.
Is there a lot of nativity plays?
Oh. 2 dad jokes in the over?
Oh dear, it's falling apart in Calcutta. Eden Gardens, Brewer's gone. Can you Adam and Eve this? Get a single, and this will come to an end as well. Here at Boland Park. $224. Boland ends up for 9, and at one stage, well, I can tell you, they were 127 for 6. And it's been a great effort, thanks to the innings that Frisco Adams has played. If it wasn't for that knock, it would have been all over Red Rover for Boland, but they've really done well.
Yeah, I think considering that they were in deep trouble, 240 would have been a par total, but having fallen 16 runs short of that. Fantastic innings. Frisco Adams stands out there. 76 off 73 balls, eventually bowled by Huddersfield off the second last ball of the innings. And the only other real contributor there at the top of the order, Clyde Reeves-Fontaine, out for 40 on 41. And Grant Rullison with 24. Outside of that, it's been a very disappointing effort by the home team.
Yeah, the top order that capitulated there for Darren to Pavilion, his 5 overs went for 37, and Huddersfield then here towards the end getting the 2 wickets with 1 made and 2 for 48. But it was the spinners really that did the job. Whitehead's 2 for 25 of his 10. Abrams was good in good support. Norfolk was good, and then Wayne Parnell, he's 2 of 10 of his 4 overs to make sure that they keep these men at bay from Boland. But there's going to be work to do. It's not the easiest of wickets to bat on, And well done to Boland and that knock of 76 from Verisco Adams that has done the job. Well, we're going to have a break. And when you come back, we'll watch the innings of the Tuskers, and hopefully Boland, being at home, can salvage some pride, because it's important in this competition that you look to win. From Brendan and myself, greetings just for a short while.
I'm bored.
I totally don't mind going Santa Barbara with you, but you cannot use me as your crutch. You're so Kendall's your sister too. This is more in your head. So
Fanas, girls, love you. Let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Step away from the busy, the boredom, and that same old routine. Get your ticket to the one-day cup and step into real energy, real people, and real cricket.
There it is for the Dolphins.
What a lovely day, babe.
Well played, 10%. Well played.
Bafanas, girls, love you. Let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Step away from the busy, the boredom, and that same old routine. Get your ticket to the One Day Cup and step into real energy, real people, and real cricket.
There it is for the Dolphins.
What a lovely day, babe.
Well played, 10%. Well played.
Welcome back to Boland Park, where we are about to see the chase from the Tuskers, looking for 225 to win this CSA One-Day Cup game against the host Goldrush Boland. I'm James King. With me here in the commentary box, Brendan Atwell. Brendan, it didn't look like Goldrush Boland were going to get close to 200 at one stage, but some excellent work at the back end by Frisco Adams, together with Imran Manak firstly, and then Keith Dudgeon. It took them from 127 for 6 after 30 overs up to that 224 for 9.
Yeah, no, it was an excellent innings by Frisco Adams. 76 from 73 balls.
Steelman first delivery, that is adjacent, and he's out. So they make the perfect start to the men from Goldrush Boland. And Malcolm Knopfel, he has to go. First ball in the block hole from Glenton Stearman, and the left-hander's trapped on the miss leg stump. It's going to miss off stump. It's going to cannon into middle. It's an outstanding delivery and a good decision from umpire Abongile Sodumo. And that is not the start the Tuskers were looking for. Knopfel in some good form after his innings against the Dragons in Maritzburg earlier on this week, and he has to make his way. And Jonty Rapalana will now be joined by Andile Mohakani at the crease as the two look to just get through that early loss of Knopfel. Is he opening? Oh, Zuma, sorry, maybe he is. No, just. So maybe just trying to see, this is Mohakani, that it is Ntando Zuma that is opening, not Rapalana. Apologies for that. So Zuma opening with Knopfel, and now together with Mohakani. Andile Mohakani, 32 innings, 545 runs, average of 17. So another player that you would feel is really wanting to get amongst the runs here to get that average a lot better. With a good straight delivery and just a little bit of away movement from the right-hander.
Yeah, just looking at these first two balls from Steedman, and it has been at a good pace. He's getting some shape through the air, and that Knopfel was just nowhere. There was no foot movement. He was beaten all ends up. It was a fantastic opening ball. Just what Boland needed.
Good lines and lengths from Glenton Stearman. Just really a surprise delivery. I don't think he was expecting it to be that full. As you said, just caught on the crease and hit pretty much in front of middle stump, with the ball straightening from the right arm over the wicket bowler to the left-hander. So now a job for Zuma and Mohakani to do for their team. One just dying as it went through to Clyde Reeves-Fontaine behind the stumps. Glenton Stearman, the captain for this Goldrush Boland team in this One-Day Cup, taking over from Clyde Reeves-Fontaine, the normal captain.
So James, the one thing, and we've said it how often throughout the T20 tournaments and that, is the fact that the Yorker is such an underutilized delivery. And I mean, that ball from Steedman first up, I mean, it was in the block hole. It was just fantastic. I mean, Knopfel just knew, it was just like, oh, I'm falling over my feet. Oh, crap, I'm heading back to the pavilion.
And you probably don't expect it as a batter. I mean, first up, Stearman probably pace-wise up in the maybe 130, you're looking at him maybe 125, 130, could be a little bit quicker than that, maybe being a bit harsh on him, but first delivery was just an absolute beauty. He's caught on the crease with that ball, just straightening on him, and is the end of the over. A wicket maiden for Glenton Stearman to start off with, and that will be really something of a fillip for this Goldrush Boland team. You just sensed, Brendan, that they went into the dressing room on a high with that innings from Frisco Adams, which was absolutely outstanding to get them to where they probably felt, okay, 225 to chase on this surface. Not going to be that easy with the attack that they've got.
Look, I still think that the Moothee Ram Tuskers will be the happier of the two sides, considering that they lost the toss. They were asked to bowl first, and they had Boland in all sorts of trouble. But yes, Frisco Adams would have swung the advantage slightly back towards Boland. But the fact that Steedman started the way he did, Wicket made him up front, and you were saying, Norfolk didn't get his feet moving, and he didn't expect that delivery first up. What a delivery to bowl first up when the feet don't move.
Keith Dudgeon into Ntando Zuma, the young man, and just 21 years of age. And from Pietermaritzburg, yes, from St. Charles College, excellent school there, one of the schools that Cricket South Africa has identified as one of their key schools. Given a big responsibility today to open the batting here for the Tuskers. Just his 7th limited over game, and so far just the 49 runs for him and a top score of 23. He'll be looking to improve on that most certainly, and that was in the game against the Dragons earlier on this week. So really a big role for the young player here, and he'll be looking to make his mark today.
I really love the way Zuma plays that ball. It's almost like he's going to leave it, and then it's just this late movement where he comes down late, knocks the ball. It's a very interesting way to play the ball.
Yeah, I think he's just got to be careful there that he's making sure that he keeps his bat as straight as he can. Just concern is if it does perhaps not bounce as much. He's got his bat at about a 45-degree angle. He needs to be careful of that. And once again, in behind it. Just needs to have a ball nipping back a little bit into the right-hander. And he could maybe find himself struggling. But Dudgeon been on the money already with his first 4 deliveries of the innings. Straight to this time, and still no run. So yet to record anything off the bat in the first 11 deliveries.
Now, what's been nice about the 2 overs, well, the 11 balls bowled so far by Steedman and Dudgeon is it's been tight. It's been on the stumps.
He does have a very good strike rate there, Keith Dudgeon. 47 innings, 72 wickets, average of 24. Very good in this format. And another maiden over. At the end of 2, it's still 0 for the loss of 1, or the Tuskers. They're starting off with 2 maiden overs, the men from Goldrush Boland.
Yeah, and just an update from the World Cup is that Marco Jansen is giving South Africa something to bowl at. He's just gone to his 50 off just 27 balls. South Africa 163 for 6 with 7 balls left in the innings.
Well, that is certainly looking very good from where they were. And they'll feel something around 180. They'll maybe back themselves to defend that. So that is good from South Africa and from Plunky, as we call him. Our first runs, and there will be 2 for Mokakani as Bunbury sees breezes across the ground to pick that one up.
Let's not use players' names to describe the way they run. I might just have another laughing fit at some stage.
Well, we call him the Breeze because he's so quick over the ground. It's almost as if his feet don't touch the ground when he goes across the outfield to collect those deliveries. That's a very good shot. It's only slightly wide from Stearman. That is gloriously played by Mokhakani. Backward of point through to the boundary for 4.
No, that was a great shot, but not the best of deliveries. And we have a look. This is just giving a bit of width. And Mokhakane was able just to play through it. Some lovely wrist work. Opened the face, guided the ball past point for 4.
And he just seemed to have such a lovely straight bat when he hit that one. Nice high elbow. Very good from Mokhakane. Oh, and this one goes where perhaps a gully would have been. They're coming back for the second. And they get through easily. And that is, it's like Imran Manak. Is it down there on the boundary? No, he's here at mid-off. I'm just trying to see who's down there. It's Dudgeon down there, of course, at third. So, been a good over, this for the Tuskers, after they went scoreless in the first 2.
I was just going to say, 12 balls, no runs, and then suddenly 3 balls, 8 runs. Yeah, the one thing I mean, in the 20-over format, Boland often use Stearman and Imran Manak to open. We know that, it's the 20-over format. But it'll be interesting to see when Stearman decides to bring Imran Manak into the attack.
Well, I think with the 2 right-handers batting, maybe Kamanzi might get a run early on. That's glorious shot through the offside, and once again wasn't that wide, but it's probably just the length. I mean, the length there from Stearman. He just stand and deliver from Mokhakane.
The timing in that shot was impeccable. He just stood up, off the back foot, calypso style. Just absolute timing on that one. There was it was a strong shot, but you just heard that sound off the bat. But that was just pure timing.
I was being kind to Glenn de Stearman. That was very wide. He's in behind that one. And the end of an expensive over from Stearman. 3 gone though. It's 12 for the loss of 1.
That was just an impeccable shot. Wide from Stearman, and Mokhakane was onto it in an absolute flash. It's amazing how 1 over can just undo all the good work. Dudgeon and Dragon, bowling from the Drakenstein end, as we like to call it.
On the Dragon end, it is.
The Dragon
it is. Draken is a dragon.
Yeah, Draken, yes.
That is the Drakenstein.
Oh, there we go. Just been given a Afrikaans lesson by Jeremy Fredericks.
Yeah. It would be it's interesting because in German the word for kite is Drachen, which is also the word for dragon.
Okay.
So if you fly a kite, so maybe kites look a bit like dragons, perhaps, you never know. Or dragons look a bit like, you don't know what dragons look like because they don't exist. But
well, you do have the Komodo dragon.
We do have the Komodo dragon. But, maybe put a couple of wings on him, toss him out of a plane at 20,000 feet. And
yeah. And Jeremy also just keeping us abreast of what's happening in the Proteas game. 166 for 8 now.
Yeah, probably just a couple of deliveries to go there, maybe, for South Africa. So 170 looking like absolute maximum there, probably. Oh, that's a good delivery. Bit of extra bounce, and Zuma's off the mark. That guide down to Fariska Adams at third man.
That seemed to square Zuma up a little bit, that ball from Dudgeon. But I made the comment earlier in the tournament that, to me, South Africa's bowling has been a strong point for us in this tournament. If we look at the way, and we understand that was bowling first, the way they bowled against the West Indies, the way they decimated India.
It's in the air, and that'll be all the way, will it? Yes, it is all the way for 6. So Andile Mokhakani, he's come out here. He's a man on a mission. 2 boundaries in the previous over of Stearman. This one just short from Dudgeon, and he plays it over that short boundary on the leg side. Glorious shot with the wind, just a short arm jab.
Was Mokhakani got dinner reservations for 8 o'clock perhaps?
Oh, I think he might have. Maybe you never know. Wants to get there and maybe home to Paarl. Maybe I don't know quite where they're staying. I was going to say maybe to Pearl Valley early this evening and early tee off tomorrow morning. You never know. He is a man in a hurry at the moment. 18 off now, 13 deliveries. Andile Mokhakani came to the crease. The second ball of the innings after Malcolm Knofall was trapped LBW by Glenton Stearman. First delivery of the innings for the Tuskers. They need 225 to win at exactly 4.5 runs to the over. And that ends the Dudgeon over. 7 off that. It's 19 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, as I said, an over or so back, I wonder how long Steedman is going to wait or resist bringing Imran Manak into the attack. Generally bowls from the Drakenstein end.
I think that he'll probably give himself and Keith Dudgeon at least one more over and assess what's happening here. We did see in that Boland innings that the paces early on didn't necessarily have the kind of penetration that they would have wanted. That power play 55 without loss for Goldrush Boland, so going at a good rate. And here we've also got, after those first 2 maidens, Mokhakani and Zuma have put on 19 in the first 4 overs, so just the last 2 going for those 19 runs. So pace is starting to leak a few runs here. That's down the leg side as we have the score update from that match in Kolkata. New Zealand will need 170 to make it to the final of the T20 World Cup, and they will need then 8.5 and over exactly to get through against South Africa. South Africa reliant on a very good partnership between Stubbs and Janssen.
Yeah, as I was saying, the ball, I mean, the ball's only 4 overs old, but considering that the last 2 overs have gone for 19 runs, it'll be interesting to see what happens maybe in this over and Dudgeon's next. But just getting back to the Proteas, the bowlers are really going to have to be on song in that power play, restricted, and then...
No, it'll be New Zealand looking to Seifert and Allen to get them off to an excellent start once again. They've been very good in the power play. South Africa, they will feel they're in the game. 170, and they did defend 180, I think it was, against India. And they will feel that they've got the runs on the board. New Zealand now have to go and get them.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, you know, they got 180 against India, which I thought at that point was nowhere near enough considering India's batting lineup, the knowledge of the conditions and stuff like that. But yet they came out and decimated India for 111, I think it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
You know, and you look at the way they restricted New Zealand, you look at the way they restricted the West Indies up to a point. You know, it was just an exceptional batting performance. They got them up to the 177.
Yeah.
And and the bowlers are going to have to come to the party again to restrict New Zealand in what really 170, I think, is maybe a bit, probably 20 runs short of where they were hoping for.
I'm sure it is. As you say, probably is 20 runs short of what they were hoping for. South Africa, this team, they'll believe. They have that belief. They'll be coming in and executing their plans. It's been a better over from Stearman, wide off the first delivery, but just a single after that. Boland captain, I think he'll be happy that it's 21 for 1, nearly at the end of the 5th over. I see Imran Manak doing a little bit of warming up. Yves Kamanzi, he's down there, I think, on the long leg boundary. You'll probably see him bowling reasonably soon. That's another one down the leg side. And just letting that stray. Stearman, he won't be happy with that. It's the second wide of the over and of the innings.
Yeah, just looking at the Boland lineup with Imran Manak, Liam Botha might have to do some bowling. Aviwe Kajima.
Well, certainly you feel, just looking at this lineup for the Tuskers, a few left-handers in the lineup. That's why. Just looking at somebody like Imran Manak, for example, the off-break bowler, and Aviwe Mgijima. I mean, you have got Michael Erlang, he's left-hand batter. Sean Gilson, left-hand batter. Nofal already made his way. He's also a left-hander. So you have got, and with Wayne Parnell as well, you have got a number of left-handed batters in this team. So 3 of them there we mentioned where the off-spinner you feel will have a role to play. It is the left-arm orthodox spin of Kamanzi that we also feel will have a role in this game, into the team for the first time this season. Dajin continues to Zuma. I think they're probably quite happy that Zuma's sort of bringing his bat down at a bit of an angle here. He's got to be careful. He's not getting into line. This will be quite a different challenge for him. Though Darren de Pavillon, when I spoke to him before the game today, said that the conditions here he felt were probably quite similar to Peter Maritzburg in terms of the wicket. That's a beauty from Dudgeon. Beats him, all ends up, squares him up, and goes through to the keeper. Good bounce, good carry.
Yeah, I heard that chat that you had with Darren de Pavillon, and he also said that it's very similar to Peter Maritzburg, but it's just a bit slower.
Yeah.
But it will be interesting to see. Do we know if Sia Mahima's picked up an injury? Or?
He has, yes. So he injured his knee in the final 4-day game here. And this has opened the door for Kamanzi to come into the team, as normally they would have Mahima potentially here in the team with his very cultured left arm spin that he bowls. But he was fielding on the edge of on the square in that game and just went over on his knee. He was trying to stop a delivery going through mid-wicket, and was then substituted by, he was substituted and Imran Manak came in his place for the remainder of that game.
Oh.
In the air, and that has been pulled beautifully forward of square by Ntando Zuma. That's an excellent shot from him, and he gets his first boundary. A little bit short from Dudgeon.
Where did that come from?
Quickly. It came from out of absolutely nowhere. Let's just look at it again. It really was quickly into position.
That ball wasn't really that short from Dudgeon, just back of a length, but it just sat up there for Zuma, pivoted quickly.
Oh, his hand speed was excellent through the ball there. Really
excellent.
good. Wrist work as well was excellent. The youngster doing well here, the 21-year-old.
Timing on that shot was just brilliant.
And they were not going to go through for the single to Leon Buerta. It was lovely, wasn't it? Lovely timing, crisp off the bat, sounded lovely. It's always nice here at Boland Park when you're commentating, because you can just open the window a little bit, you get the sound from the ground, you can hear when that ball is hit crisply.
Especially when it's in the meat of the bat and you hear.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? What a glorious sound. So, folks, if you do want sound effects, please speak to Brendan. Neatly played down to Adams at wideish third. They don't take the second. So 5 off the over. He'll keep the strike. Well, and Tando Zuma, it's 27 for the loss of 1. So just, I mean, what's your repertoire, Brendan? I mean, that was excellent. I'm just hoping you can maybe do a couple of other good sound effects for us. You know.
Listen, the one thing is, I'm not like, I can't remember the actor's name now from Police Academy.
Oh, probably Steve Guttenberg.
No,
the other guy. Yeah. Yes, he was so good. Yes, he was. Yes, he was excellent.
Yeah.
I know the guy you're
Nothing
talking
like
about.
him.
No, he was very good. But yeah, I mean, it reminds me of not that would be like the Goon Show that really was I think one of the I'm trying to think of the word, trailblazers, or that's really well played by Zuma. Was the trailblazing radio comedy show in the UK, and then they used to have their sound effects with the BBC sound effects, and they'd say, and it'll be a 50p piece, and then you'd hear the sound of a 50p piece being dropped into a coin, dropped into a coin being dropped into a mug, into a metal mug, So that would be, but those days of radio, all those sound effects were very, very important. Yeah, Pip Friedman show. Yeah.
My oldest now, if she was listening, she would she'd probably get highly embarrassed. But she was standing in the kitchen and she was on a WhatsApp video call with her boyfriend.
Right.
And he didn't know I was standing there. I was standing out just outside the kitchen door, so I made a flatulent sound. So we'll come back to that.
Off the pad. It's big, quick work by Van Briesies. They threw for the leg by, signalled by Evangelos Seduma. Yeah.
So I made this flatulent sound and almost made it sound like it was, you'd had curry the night before kind of thing. And all I could hear him say on the call was, "Wowzers, baby, are you okay?" And she couldn't keep a straight face, and she was laughing so much. This went on for about 45 seconds to a minute.
Shame.
And she was laughing so much. Anyway, eventually I popped my head into the call, and it was like, "Oh, Uncle Brendan, I thought Sarah was ill."
Well, hopefully you didn't get the rolling eyes from Sarah, though.
No, she was
in on the. If she was in on it.
Oh, she was. Yeah, she couldn't keep a straight face. Her face, she was red, tears in the eyes.
Yeah. Again, in nicely behind that one. Yeah. It's Mokhakani.
Well, and there's one ball left in this over, so I'm going to say adios for now. So Jeremy Fredericks is going to join you in one delivery time.
Thank you very much, Brendan. It's been an interesting start to this chase for the Tuskers, batting at around 4 and over. Into the end of the 7th over now. That's played down the ground, just be the single. And 29 for the loss of 1 after 7. Just a shade over 4 to the over as Jeremy comes in to join me and give us an update on what's happening in Kolkata. As South Africans hope that the New Zealand, the Black Caps, will be digging themselves into a black hole in Kolkata.
Yeah, thank you, James. Yeah, there's lots of work to do for South Africa. So, they got it to a good start, second ball 4. But yeah, Boland's got work to do. Zuma's looked polished. Mokokane has looked good as well, and Dile. And they certainly want to put 225 for victory. Boland, we're into the 8th now.
Mokokane looked like he's in a hurry here so far. There's 2 boundaries and then the 6, so 2 off Stearman and then a 6 off Dudgeon, which was really beautifully picked up over the leg side. Important for them to build a partnership here.
Yeah, be interesting to see also once these quick bowlers are out of the attack, James, when the spinners come on. So yeah, there'll be work to do, and we'll see how the Boland spinners go, because the spinners from Tuskers were good, both Norfolk and Whitehead, and Sean Gilson also supported well. So yeah, we'll see how it goes in the spin department.
As we have the S&C coach for Boland, Jude Solomon's walking down in front of us here.
Is that his wicket walk?
Well, we hope so. Anti-clockwise, that's normally the wicket walk. He should be doing that in Kolkata as well. So it's really well played, well fielded. That is excellent work from Aviva Mgajima, throwing his body down on the edge of the ring, on the edge of the square, sorry.
Well, it's going to be much needed to throw your body all the time. Interesting, I love the shirts that Boland has. I mean, on the shirts they've got typed all the ex-players and those that have played here before. Some of them I think it's a very nice gesture that they got players like Ontong and I think telemarkers and their names on the people that have made Boland, Louis Kuhn and all that. I think the team that won that Standard Bank Cup in '99 here at Boland Park. I was commentating on that game too.
All right.
Yeah, which what a night it was for the first trophy for Boland to win. And I remember Andre Brains still being the CEO here. And well, we had celebrations with him right into the night here at Boland Park when they won that Standard Bank Cup. Steve Paarl, yeah, definitely. He's now the chairman of Western Province Cricket Club. Very nice man, Steve Paarl. This could be hot. Ah, no, he's not going to get there. Well, it was just a little teaser for the keeper.
Yeah, I wonder whether that actually wasn't Mgajima's catch. He didn't have as far to go, and he left it for Reeves Fortuin. I think some misjudgment there from the fielders. Yeah, probably, I don't know. It was really a good effort from Reeves Fortuin. Probably should have been the second wicket.
Not to be, though. And Zuma lives on to see another day.
That is a really lovely gesture, though, to put those names on their shirt. It's excellent. Really is good.
Well, that's the final. It will be venue Kingsmead, Pro 20 and Pro 50 cricket. Finalists for the Pro 20, which is the Lions versus Western Province, that's been decided. It will be at Hollywood Bets. So come in purple and to come and see the Pro 20. So they're 2 days apart, one on the 13th And then the Pro 50 final will take place on the 15th. The venue, as we said, Kingsmead, it will be indeed lovely. That is the home of Hollywood Bets. They're the kind sponsors of this tournament for ladies cricket, Pro 20 and Pro 50.
An exciting weekend awaits in the Pro 50, as there are teams vying for that second place and place in the final. So it really is, as I say, very exciting. It's coming up.
Been exciting cricket every weekend at Newlands. I really enjoyed coming to do the Badgers game against Western Province, although being one-sided, but really been entertaining and lovely to see that women's cricket is growing so fantastically in South Africa. Well, we should actually get television, Afrikaans commentary.
Oh, there we go. Second wicket down, and it is once again the finger of Abongilo Sidumo that goes up as Mokokani plays all around that one, straight from Stearman, and he's gone for 20.
Well, that's a big wicket. He looked good, Mokokani, and the second wicket down now. We probably just have a look at this replay again. Where did this hit? Clinton Stearman, he's normally bang, barrel straight. Yeah, he moved, got in line, and that was going to hit middle and leg. And Mokokani gone.
Oh, there's a huge breakthrough for the men from Goldrush Boland. And now Kagiso Jonty Rapolana comes to the crease at number 4. Another right-handed batter, short of stature. And he's another very workmanlike player for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Just looking at his numbers here, 82 matches, just over 2,000 runs, with a best of 151 for Northwest against Border in the 18-19 season. Averages just over 29, 300s and 9 50s for him. So a big role for him to play here.
Yeah, he's a short fella, Kagiso Rapolana. Saw him play there for Northwest as well. I think, and short in stature. As they say nicely in Afrikaans, he's level with the gravel. Short batsmen normally like to drive and they like to cut. They're very nuggety. As we've seen, Caden Solomons from Stellenbosch University, also short in stature and a very nuggety player. So Rapolani, he'll be wanting to show his mettle here.
Oh. He's in behind that one very well. His first delivery. And he was he represented Gauteng under 19 in 2008. Jeremy, a team he played in there. Some names that you'll remember, and we will all know: Temba Bavuma, Devon Conway, Quinton de Kock, and Tabraiz Shamsi, all in that team with him. Oh, he got it. Well,
dear.
What a delivery that is, and he's just late on the shot. He cannot get the bat down, and Rapolana's stay at the crease is a short one. Just the 2 deliveries for him. Glenn Stearman is on fire here. The captain is steady for 3.
Yeah, they're in all sorts of trouble now. How are they going to come back from here, James? That remains to be seen. You're just talking, and you talk about those players, and you talk Quinn de Kock. I know the Coke Week, and I was there when these kids all were playing there. And the SA Schools team was selected, of which Quinn de Kock. I remember watching him making 150 on the last day of Coke Week.
Well, he was indeed, was prolific, was Quinton de Kock, as you say, as a youngster. And in that, was in the SA Schools team, SA under 19 at that time as well. Here it is Clinton Stearman. What a job he's doing, the captain.
Yeah, and Sean Gilson, he now gets in with work to do. 3 down.
So 30 it is for 3, and 2 partnerships that have not scored any runs for them. The first wicket and now the third wicket. And Stearman bowling now to the left-handed Gilson. May not be too long now with the left-hander in before we see Imran Manak coming into the attack.
Yeah, and with 3 wickets down, James, in the power play.
Yeah.
This is exactly where Boland want to be. This is how they want to see things unfold and be in a commanding position. So now, when the field is spread, your spinners are on. You can bowl at will. And you know that they've got to do the chasing now. It's not up to us. We've done the hard work in the power play by getting those 3 wickets.
Yeah. It's excellent from South Africa. South Africa, listen to me. Excellent from Goldrush Boland so far. Is he watching the game here? Listen to me as well. It hasn't been excellent from South Africa so far. A couple of drop catches. And New Zealand are at this stage taking the game away from South Africa in Calcutta. Apologies for that.
Bound to make mistakes, the Silver Fox.
Yeah. And
we all do, don't worry.
Trying to keep your eye on 2 things at the same time, but double wicket maiden for Glenton Stearman.
What an over that was, eh? Eventful indeed.
Incredible stuff from the captain. 1 LBW and 1 beautiful delivery hitting the top of off. Henry Williams will be very happy with that. He always talks about hitting the top of off here at Boland Park. Very, very important.
Yeah, how many times have coaches not said to try and hit the top of off? And if you're going there and you're staying at that length, you're bound to get wickets. And how true isn't that?
And now, a very big job for young Tanda Zuma to do. Jeremy's looked reasonably comfortable. Just the 7 though of 21. He's been slow.
Well, just as you say that, he delights you by clipping that away for 4 on the leg side.
Yeah, in the air for a little while, but it was really gloriously played. Lovely timing as Dudgeon strays onto the pads. Bit of a break in play here, not quite sure why. Just
Ray Rasmus. Yeah, what a career.
Yeah.
What a statement he's made. Wow, special guy. He is indeed Marais Rasmus. And the message in his farewell, when he did his last 4-day game, the nicest message that he gave to the officials, because we normally have a group and guys were saying, well done on a fantastic career. He made one statement there that impressed me immensely. He says, guys, you can feel proud of yourselves, to the South African umpires and all these guys standing in domestic league, and he says, we do not have to stand back for the world because there are some fine umpires coming through. And that was such a nice statement to make. I'm sure the youngsters that are standing, and we do have, I'm also match referee, I see some fine umpires. Now that you look at it from a different eye, James, I've seen some 1 or 2, especially games that I've been involved in and doing it, some very fine umpires that have total control of the game, that know, and that will go places, I'm telling you. And that is good to see that not only on the playing field, but also from the admin field and from the umpiring side, there are some fine guys out there. Really good. And nice words from Marais Rasmus to have said.
Well, we do have a number of umpires now on that international panel, don't we? Aladdin Palika, I think he's at the World Cup, as well as Adrian Holdstock as well there. So, and certainly in the women's game, we're also seeing some excellent umpires. Lauren Achenbach, who's really made a name for herself there, and she's an outstanding umpire. Karen Kloster, Stacey Lackey, good future ahead of them.
Shots of catch it, but that's fine enough. We'll run away for 4. Makajima, or is it Clinton Stearman, be it at fine leg, wasn't going to get there.
No, it was almost just, in fact, it signalled leg by, so maybe off the thigh pad. It seemed like it just bounced up quite a lot. Maybe it looks like they're having a concussion check. Yeah. So 4 leg buys there off the South Africa under the pump. It looks like in Calcutta at the moment, but anything can happen in these games. But New Zealand off to a very good start, Jeremy. There.
Yeah, they're flying. 41 without loss after 3.3. Well, there'll be concussion check. Normally the physio would come on, or the doctor check. How are you doing? Yes, fine. He's all at home. All well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you see nicely? Do a little bit of a Brendan.
Yeah.
Yeah. All good. How's your girlfriend?
Yeah.
When last have you seen her? No, I can't. Been struck by a cricket ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How many fingers? How many fingers am I holding in front of you?
Yeah. Well, a couple.
Yeah.
You have 7 fingers on your hand.
Exactly.
The checking being done. We all know what happened to Phil Hughes a couple of years ago. That was a sad state of affairs. Being killed on a cricket field and being hit behind the head with a cricket. So it's important. The umpires will not play, will not continue. If you get hit, it doesn't matter how likely it is. That's a brilliant delivery from Dodgen. He had him all hands down in Lansdowne.
Yeah, it was glorious, wasn't it? It was squared him up and was absolutely nowhere with that. Sean Gilson. I think this may be the last ball of Dudgeon's spell here.
And he's been good. He's 5 overs, gone for 18. He's been wicketless, but he certainly has beaten the bat. But the one thing that he does well with Clinton Stearman, they hunt in pairs. And, when you put on pressure on the one end, the other guy's taking. So the power play is gone, the first power play. And 39 for 3, and immediately Imran Manak into the attack. This I'm looking forward to see.
Yeah, not surprised that Imi Manak is going to come into the attack. Now, the left-handed Gilson and Zuma at strike the right-hander. So Imran Manak, fresh off a good performance up at Centurion, both with bats and with the ball in hand as well. He'll be looking to make another breakthrough here. Just 39 for 3. Boland at the same stage, 55 without loss. So the Pacers for Boland have done a very good job up front. Ripped the heart out of the top order of the Tuskers.
Yeah, they did indeed, James. So it's a tall order from here to get. And to get these runs, because Boland's not going to relinquish thanks to that 76. It was a brilliant knock. Thus far, if we look at all things, I don't know how you feel, but he does seem to be my man of the match at the moment. That was if we look at the context of the game and where we are currently, things can still happen later on, but as is now, he'll be my man of the match without a shadow of doubt for Risco Adams.
It's going to take something very special from one of these Tuskers batters, you feel, here to do better than that.
The other thing is he still has to come and bowl, and you know what normally happens when
exactly.
when you've made runs, you normally get a wicket or
That's
two.
right. Yeah,
and
exactly.
then that calls it, that's my night. Down the ground, use of the feet, good use of the feet. Won't go to the boundary. From Brishes, he's like a rocket. Pocket power.
Yeah.
Down on the boundary. It was a horse called Pocket Power, one that met in the July, didn't it? Pocket Power.
I'm not sure of that, but sounds like it's possible that horses have some interesting names, don't they?
Yeah. I like the one, Comedy Ding. Remember that horse?
What's that? Politician, wasn't it? The one
Yeah,
that
won 3 times,
that
Politician, yeah.
Won the July. Yeah, some excellent horses.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah.
Well, it's carnage happening at Eden Gardens, I must admit. Rabada being taken to task.
Oh. And
58 without loss, 4.4 overs.
South Africa under par in their batting performance. That here is Boland on top, you have to say, in this match. Still another 84 needed of 40 overs, so 4.5 an over or more.
Well, James, we were also saddened earlier today by the death of Teralakota. Stalwart, who passed away this morning at the age of 77, and he had cancer. I was privileged to know him when I worked in the Free State. He was Premier of the Free State at the time, and then left the ANC to go to Cope, and he was the leader there as well. Spent also a number of years on Robben Island with Nelson Mandela.
Defence Minister as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was Defence Minister as well, and a man that was very honest.
Yeah.
One of the few honest people you'd find around, and principled. Teralakota, Masio Lakota. Rest in peace, dear sir. Hambagashle Teralakota. Rest in peace.
Our first look at Yves Kamanzi. Jeremy, left arm orthodox.
Hambagashle Kakushle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yves Kamanzi. He's into the attack.
He's played a couple of games for Western Province, and certainly he wasn't necessarily in the frame here. First time that he's playing for Boland. Maybe just on loan from Western Province. Hasn't featured in Western Province's plans this season. They've preferred the left arm spin of Sake Taka, who's played in a couple of games for them.
James, I don't know. I think it's gone quiet in our commentary box too. But we've got our monitors and everything in the commentary box and watching the cricket here, and then one eye in Eden Gardens. And it's a sorry sight for South Africa at the moment.
Yeah, New Zealand cruising at the moment to what looks like Should be an easy victory there. Good running from Zuma and Gilson. He caught early, and Kamanzi just the two of his opening over. He'll be happy with that, the young man, 26-year-old.
I tell you what, it's bleeding runs. The moment then Calcutta. Yeah, 12 gone here, 43 for 3.
Oh, he's back, and you've got to be careful going back on this wicket. Zuma. Very close to the man at short in at mid-wicket, in the air for a while, but Mgajima, it's probably a metre or so to his left-hand side there. Van Brieses does the cleaning up behind from long on, sorry, but this is a good passage of play once again for Boland.
Now they've been excellent, James. No doubt about that. My monitor's also crashed. Seemed like it. Monitor can't. I think it's had a heart attack.
Yeah, I think it's got an overload with the number of runs New Zealand have scored in the power play. So, he let that one go outside the off stump. Gilson, oohs and ahs from the Boland fielders.
Is that also crashed? It's a neck thing.
Oh dear. Well, having the comparisons here between two types of technology and which one is doing better than the other, as the Tuskers move to 45 for 3 after 13 overs. Going at 3.5 to the over. Required rate just a tick under 5. The important thing though for the Tuskers is they've got to just keep batting. These two, they've got to make sure they just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Partnership now worth 15 between Rapalana and Gilson. That's been in 4 overs and 2 balls. Kamanzi continues. Oh, doesn't get all of that with the reverse sweep. Dudgeon cleans up. Just trying there to bring the reverse out to Kamanzi. Only the one fielder behind square on the offside to the left-hander. This is the contest that should be interesting. Kamanzi to Zuma. He also brings out the reverse sweep straight to the man who's in there at backward point. That looks like that is Nathan Jacobs on the field. Number 15 on his back. You can try and have a look and see if that's the case. Yeah, Nathan Jacobs on the field. Not sure who he's on the field for. We'll try and find that out. So just a single so far of the Kamanzi over. Oh, he got him. He's got him. And that is the patience runs out for Ntando Zuma. He dances down the wicket, tries to hit Kamanzi over his head. and misses, and Clyde Rees-Fontaine says, thank you very much, we'll have the 4th wicket. And it's 46 for the loss of 4. It's all going horribly wrong here for the Tuskers.
Yeah, indeed, it's going horribly wrong. And Yves Kamanzi is into business.
Oh, really happy they are. And Kamanzi very happy to get his first wicket for Boland. He just ran straight past it here, Jeremy. He comes down the wicket. Oh, and he yorked himself.
Yeah.
Well, good work by Clyde Rees-Fontaine behind the stumps. It's what you'd expect from a man who has played Test cricket for South Africa. 16 off 40 balls for Zuma with 2 boundaries. Both picked up nicely through the leg side. And now it's another left-hander coming to the crease. Michael Erlang, who's in now. 103 innings for him. 35 years of age. 26.5 on average. Just 8 runs short of 2,500. Of, I say that 2,500 for him. He'll be looking to get that. 46 for the loss of 4. Just a partnership of 16 between Zuma and Gilson. So down to the experienced Erlang, and now Gilson to try and build a partnership here. 1550s 1 century for the left-hander as he takes guard. Important job for him to do. He captains the Tuskers in the 4-day competition, not the captain in this format. That is the experienced Wayne Parnell. He's still to come in, probably going to be coming in next for the Tuskers. So spin at both ends. Just has pegged them back from a run rate point of view even further than they were. Excellent over from Kamanzi. Just the 1 run and the wicket of Ntando Zuma. It's 46 for the loss of 4.
Beg your pardon, we've just been sorting out some technical issues here. James King holding the fort.
Oh, Jeremy, that was a huge blow for the Tuskers. I mean, chasing 224 for 9. I mean, it's not a, you wouldn't say it's a big total, but they're really in all sorts of bother.
Yeah, definitely they are.
And now Imran Manak has exactly what he would be looking for. He's got 2 left-handers at the crease.
Yeah, these spinners, they are gleefully watching things and knowing that
I mean, he's just going to come in, just put it on a ticky there, isn't he, Imran Manak? You've got to come and fetch him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what happened with Zuma. He tried to come and fetch Yves Kamanzi, and he just was not able to get bat on ball.
He's a wily character, isn't he, James? He will look at things and say, all right, this is the situation. We've got you on the back foot. We're not going to make sure that you just have things your way. And you so rightly said, you want to get on with the game, you come and fetch me. I'm just going to place it on a ticky. And I know that if you're going to walk past one, you're going to get stumped. If you're going to try and sweep me, I can bowl you.
Yeah.
Or get you LBW.
And those of you that are listening who don't know what a ticky is, it used to be old sixpence.
Little sixpence, yeah.
And when they're under pressure, you get situations like that where that was a run.
Yeah.
Any day of the week, that's a run. But such is the mindset that they can't lose any more wickets. They're not taking the run. Excellent from Manak, just the 2 off that over. 48 for 4 now after 15, and they've almost become scoreless over the last number of overs. So after 15 now, it's going to be myself that moves out, and Brendan will be joining Jeremy.
Thanks, James. Thank you, James. Brendan comes in, joins me.
It's all happening.
Have you had some whiskey?
You
definitely look as if you've been chased by a...
Yeah, it was running down to the bathroom to go and vomit after watching the Proteas.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, Jeremy, I'm actually I'm quite pleased with what I'm seeing from Kamanzi.
Yeah, I know, he's been doing well. Nice to see him in action. Yeah, the spinner from Durban. Plays at Western Province. His line of length has been good.
And that's the 50 up for the Tuskers. It's taken 15.3 overs to bring up their 50.
Sorry, it hasn't been easy going for the Tuskers at all.
No, it's been an excellent bowling display from the home side. Another dot ball there, but I think one of the questions is going to be for the Tuskers, who's going to be there for Risco Adams, because they certainly need someone to stand up.
Yeah, absolutely, I think they need 2 for Risco Adams. Oh, what a knock that was! He was certainly. So good. There he is in picture. The Iceman from Robinson.
Beautiful part of the Western Cape as well.
Yeah, lovely, picturesque. Yeah, it's a most gorgeous drive when you been to Oudtshoorn and down to the Badgers to do a game or 2 this season. You drive through Robinson and all those areas, Barrydale, and it's just beautiful.
Yeah, I'll be off to Barrydale at start of April. My friend's wife is marrying a guy, and she's marrying a guy, an Englishman, and it's her 3rd wedding. But they're coming out from the UK and they're getting married in the wilderness. Okay, also another beautiful part. So we're spending the night in Barrydale, breaking the trip up and then heading through to the wilderness for 5 nights of relaxation. So watch Manakin.
To Elizabeth Taylor's wedding.
Yeah, so I said to my wife when she said we're going, and I was looking, and I said, come, let's make a little road trip. So we break it up. I'm spending a night in the Karoo Inn in Barrydale.
You know what I'm wanting to do this winter, Brandon? You talk about Barrydale. It's just, I'm sure there's some lovely cabins around out Ceres Way and all that. It's to actually get a cabin and have there must just be, take your groceries and my whiskey.
Yep.
And make sure that they have enough logs there to just light the fire and just watch maybe rainfall, but a cold day, just be indoors all day. Read a book, watch a movie.
So, funny enough, just after, there's another single off Manak there, just after COVID, when we were allowed to now start venturing out, after being hobbits for how long, we actually started doing what we called a winter getaway. So, obviously, we would do camping.
We would get up as much as what he wanted to.
No. we do our camping at the end of the year, and then kind of around December, January, and then again like March or so. But then we'd always get away for just before winter, so kind of late autumn, early winter. And I would always find a cabin that had a fireplace inside. It had to have a fireplace inside. So we can sit, have a whiskey or a nice glass of red wine, have a braai if we can. Otherwise, go for dinner somewhere, come back, light a fire. That's a single to end the over. And 4 runs coming off that over. It's 54 for 4. But yeah, that's what we do. And Jeremy and I are going to chat a little bit more about log cabins and fires because the players are going to take a drink. The Proteas have finally got a wicket. Yay! Let's celebrate. 117 for 1 after 9.1 overs. There's some Seifert that's out.
Yeah, well, is it a little bit too late now? I mean, I don't know. Well, something will have to happen. You need a cluster of wickets there. But we're going to have a break. We'll be back shortly.
I'm bored.
I totally don't mind going to an apartment with you, but you cannot use me as your crutch. You're so Can't use your sister too. This is more in your head, so you can't
Fanas, girls, love you. Let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Step away from the busy, the boredom, and that same old routine. Get your ticket to the One Day Cup and step into real energy, real people, and real cricket.
There it is for the Dolphins.
What a lovely day, babe.
Well played, 10%. Well played.
Well, come back after the drinks. Well, look at that picture. I mean, we can never get enough of that sight. It is just absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, exquisite, riveting.
And I'll tell you something, Jeremy, we are really in for an interesting game here. Tuskers 54 for 4, finding life difficult.
Yeah, and these Boland haven't taken their foot off the pedal. They've given them a chance when Frisco got this runs. I think that just gave Boland that edge and that say, look, hang on, because heads were hanging when they were 5 down for 100. That one's into the gap. They'll come back for a second. It won't reach the boundary. So Gilson and Erlink has got work to do here, and lots too.
But I think that is how important. You spoke about it, you said to James, that Frisco Adams' knock is a man of the match knock for you. Because of the position that Boland were in at the time, and it lifted them going into, into the change of innings, having scored 224. And you can see that's come now into their bowling and their fielding. And then, of course, Stearman with those 3 wickets up front put Tuskers on the back foot. And the Tuskers have really found life difficult. I mean, in the last 7 overs, scored 15 runs, lost 1 wicket, and really has been slow going for the visitors.
Yeah, it has been slow going. End of another good over. Bakajima this time into the attack. 57 for 4 after 18.
Yeah. Gajima didn't do much with the bat, but he's going to have to play a key role with the ball for Glenton Steedman, alongside Kamanzi and Manak. As that's what the 3 spinners from the Tuskers did so well.
Gave it a bit of width, and he cut that away only for the single.
Be surprised if he didn't leave that. It would have been signalled wide. He really had to reach that to get some willow on it. And that was the one that seemed to come back into the batsman there. Didn't turn away from him. Gilson now 7 of 22. Even if we look at the required rate currently at 5.3, they're 4 wickets down. If they can keep scoring at 4-5 and over, and bat deep.
Well, I hear your point, and the point you're making is that the run rate isn't the problem. The problem that they have is losing that 4 wickets.
Yep.
That's the issue here, and you've lost too much. So you can't afford to lose another wicket, because then you're in all sorts of trouble. But to get 5 and over from here on in field spread, it's not a difficult task.
No.
But it's all about partnerships.
Yep.
And that's the important one. You need a 50 partnership here. You need at least 3 partnerships to get you over the line.
Well, I mean, Adams showed that with Dudgeon at the back of the innings from Boland. They had that 50-run partnership of 36 balls. Dudgeon only had scored 10 of that partnership. But the thing that he did well is he fed Adams a strike consistently. So we've got 2 relatively fresh, well, when I say relatively fresh batsmen, they've faced 40-odd deliveries between them. It's been now 5 overs since they lost their 4th wicket. Single into the offside. Life has been extremely tough. That since those 4-leg byes in the 10th over, it's been singles and the odd 2 here and there.
Erland comes from Kimberley originally. His father, Godfrey, played provincial cricket for Crickpers. Very good cricket. Yeah. And a very good cricketer. Lovely family. The Erlang family. Wonderful people. His mother is also a lovely lady, Shida. So there's cricket in the blood there in that family. And Michael Erlang, not a bad player himself. It's been good for the Tuskers.
It's another good over from Aviwam Kajima. It's just 2 off that one, and it's 62 for 4 after 20 overs. Comparatively speaking, Boland were 91 for 4 at the same stage. So 30 runs behind, same amount of wickets.
Manak's still going. He's into his 6. 0 for 13. But he's done a job, yeah. Fantastic job he's done.
Yeah, he has. If we just look at the two sides, the difference between the two sides at the moment was Glenton Steedman's effect in the power play. Those 3 wickets that he nabbed. Whereas between Darren de Pavilon and Hudders Viljoen, they weren't able to pick up a wicket in the first 10 overs. And that's what really put them on the back foot. Slight misfield there in trying to stop the ball, but they get a single. Jeremy, you were saying Manak has done an excellent job if you consider that he's gone for under 3 and over in a run chase that started at 4.5.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just pulled it back miles and miles, and even Eves was good. Always knew that spin would have a role to play here, and that it would be difficult to, unless you bowl bad deliveries. But if you get it in the right spots here at Boland Park, you're going to get assistance as a spinner. It will turn, it will bounce. Some will just go on with the arm.
Yeah, it was a quicker ball from Manak there. Lucky to get away with that. Erlang just stepping back and trying to slap that ball, but straight to Glenton Steedman at mid-on. Yeah, it's looking like a real doddle in Kolkata for New Zealand. Thought it would have been finished by now. Why are they batting so slowly?
Yeah.
What a beautiful evening in Paarl.
seem to just bite from a length.
Yeah, that surprised Michael Erlang a bit. It's 4 from that over, 66 for 4. Manaka's now gone for 17 in 6. Still under 3 to the over. Viwe Nkajima's well, just the 2 overs for 5. Proteas being roasted in India at the moment. It's like they've fallen into a pot of lamb vindaloo.
Yep. Spicy one as well.
A very spicy one. I won't tell you how I order it when I go to my favorite Indian restaurant. My wife will get highly embarrassed. That's cut away past the short third man for 4. Easy peasy Japanesey.
Well, it's the first boundary since the 10th over. So that just shows you how good Boland were in the execution of their bowling department. Now, that's just a bit of width off it. Gave himself room to the batsman and just cut it square on the offside.
And that's hoiked over towards mid-wicket. And as they've gone all the way, Maria Rasmus is having a look, but no, says 1 bounce 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Erlang, back-to-back boundaries for the Tuskers. And the score has now gone to 74 for 4. And just looking at the score in India, and Markram is disillusioned.
Well, they are being hammered. South Africa. They just weren't good today.
Jeremy, I think you're being too kind by saying they're being hammered. That's a nice word. Oh. And end of a good over for the Tuskers. 8 runs coming from it. And it's 74 for 4.
Sorry, James.
Well, that period went so quickly. Yeah. The one thing I can say is that when Jeremy and I were commentating, no wickets have fallen.
Yeah, well, I'm about to put that right here.
Yeah, well, so James comes back. So any time the wickets fall is when James has got the mic in his hand.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much,
Mr. King.
Brendan. And they've left Jeremy there to administer the last rites to the men in gold and green.
Yeah, I gave up watching a long time ago. So we've got a change in bowling as Imran Manak gives way at the Nederburg end. And in comes Frisco Adams.
Frisco Adams. And he'd probably pick up a wicket with his first ball. He batted so well.
You put the muckers on him now.
Goes down to Kamanzi in the deep. They're not going to come back for a second. So it is 75 for 4 here. And I feel this partnership and the one that follows it with Parnell probably due to come in at 7. This is where they're going to have to make, well, it sounds a bit obvious, doesn't it? But this is where they're going to have to make the runs. These two very important to build on this partnership. They've done the hard work, they've got in. It certainly hasn't been quick, but it's been an important partnership already for the Tuskers.
I must say.
It's excellent fielding at backward point. Looks like Kajima in there. Yeah, that was hit very well by Erlang, but he can't get it past diving Avi.
Yeah, but it comes down to, if you have a look at it, I mean, it started with Steedman and Dudgeon. It then came with Munich and Kamanzi, and then Aviwe Kajima, and now Fariska Adams. Every bowler has followed up with discipline and excellent bowling.
Yeah, once again, can't get it through the field. What they've done well is that they've squeezed and they've got men in, and they've kept the men in close. That in the circle, the 5 men in the ring, you have to have 5 men in the ring. In the power play, the second power play between overs 11 and 40. But they have squeezed really well, Boland, and stopped a lot of singles by being in close.
The ball was a bit too short there from Fariska Adams, and into the hips. Turned away for an easy single.
I was thinking earlier on. I mean, this is a terribly random thought, but you remember the group, the band Air Supply?
Yes.
Right. They had a song called I think it was called Even the Nights Are Better. Now that we're here together was the lyrics. And I was thinking that when you were talking about the team that was going to come up from the Division 2. That's all. Just
kept a bit low there,
it did
James.
keep a bit low, and that was it was a Gazunda ball, that one, and it almost goes under the bat, but it doesn't.
Sorry.
So he's all right there.
Are we going down that road
It's that
now?
time of the night. No, we're getting the shadows are lengthening here at Paarl, but it's been very good from the home team so far. They struggled with the bat. 127 for 6 they were after 30 overs, but it is the Tuskers now that are also really struggling here. 77 for 4, they were 46 for 4. Good partnership. This has been a bit slow, but they're building it now, aren't they?
Well, if we have a look at the comparative score, is what we just watched him Kajima, yeah. It was a quicker ball from the spinner, but if we look after 23 overs. Boland were 99 for 4.
That's right.
And the Tuskers are 77 for 4. So runs are closing in. Single down to long off.
Yeah,
but it comes. Sorry, James. But it comes down to not losing wickets. It's about rotating the strike. You don't need to go hell's bells all the time. And we've spoken about this ad nauseum.
Yeah, I think you must be. If you're watching, getting tired. I was talking about this, but it is so important. You just got to keep that scoreboard ticking along.
Yep.
Captain Stearman Fields at mid-on. So they're doing well now as they are taking the single. It's punctuated with a couple of boundaries by Erlang off the previous Mgajima over. There's no run there. At some stage, 5.5 to the over. If you keep wickets in hand, I say wickets in hand, but they're going to have to bat this through until they're on about 150 maybe with 10 overs to go.
Well, I mean, if you have a look at the way Adams crafted his innings, he didn't take risks.
No.
And it was only at the back end of the innings during their partnership with Dudgeon with the last 3-4 overs that they really opened up. I mean, they took 41 off the last 3 overs.
Yeah, it was outstanding. And they're able to do that because he built the innings and he got the pace of the wicket. And we often talk about that here at Boland Park because that over comes to an end. 81 for 4 after 24 overs. That's it, the most, it's something you have to do. You have to get in. It's difficult for the new batter coming in because they've then got to get the pace of the wicket and understand how it plays. But if you're in, you've got to stay in. You've got to make sure that you make it count. And that's why I think it was, if we can use the word disappointing, that some of the Boland batters, if you look at both Rulofsson and you look at Clyde Reeves-Fontaine at the top of the order, even Gavin Kaplan to some extent, he'd got in, he'd done the hard yards, he'd faced 30-yard deliveries for his 16. That's when you feel, okay, you've now got to push on. You know, Clyde Reeves-Fontaine 40, maybe that should have been 60, 70, even 100 if he was up at the top of the order. He'd done the hard work.
Yeah, but and this is where I turn around and with Boland need. I'm going to steal a reference here, but a steely-eyed missile man.
Yeah.
At the top of the order, because between those three that you mentioned now, they all gave their wickets away by playing silly shots.
Yeah. That's a good delivery into the line of the stumps, well fielded by Dudgeon on the edge of the square, and prevents the single.
I can't believe, sorry to interrupt you, I can't believe that New Zealand got the winning runs in just under 13 overs.
Yeah, it was a slaughter in Kolkata. South Africa put into bat and they were found wanting. It was well played there, just riding the bounce from Gilson. Now, very important. I mean, they need close to 6 and over, 5.5 or so and over now to win this game. 142 that they need off 25 overs. So close enough that they are now getting close to 6. Now they can just need to keep knocking around for the next 10 overs.
Yeah, but it's the required rate of 5.6 is not a train smash, James.
No,
it's not a train smash.
Well, as you say, I mean, Boland were able to score 41 in the last, was it 3 overs?
Last 3 overs, yeah.
Yeah, they went from 183 for 7 to 224 for 9 in those last 3 overs. So it is possible. They made use of the pace that was on offer. Boland are also going to have to bowl their pace bowlers at the end.
Well, that's going to be one of the interesting points, and that is poor running. That is poor running from the Tuskers, and that is also the difference when you had a look at the way Boland were batting. They always pushed that first run hard, and there were a lot of singles that they turned into twos. That was just absolutely lazy running. That was like taking the antelope down to the waterhole to drink.
Yeah, it was certainly was poor from their point of view. They were just trotting down for the first and didn't even think about putting the batter or the fielder under pressure. Well, I'll get there in the end. The fielder under pressure and 4 off the over. But really, that 4 off the over just coming at absolutely no risk, given the singles with the man dropping a little bit deeper at mid-wicket onto the edge of the circle. So 85 now for 4. So they need exactly 140 to win of 25 overs. So that's 5.6 to the over by my calculation. And they'll feel if they can keep wickets in hand, they can get to 150. Let's say if they keep going at 4 and over now for the next 15 overs, that'll get them to 140 odd. That maybe gives them too much to score in the last 10, but 80 off the last 10 is doable if you're still 4 down. Yeah.
If you've got 2 set batsmen.
Yeah.
Gajima continues from the Drakenstein end.
That's in the air, but it's going to be safe, and it will be 1 bounce, 4 backward of square. Picked that up very nicely, did Gilson. And it just looks like you've got a touch of cramp there, maybe, from Gilson. Just in his toe, perhaps. Just stretching, and that is an excellent shot.
That was a really good shot. He got down well, just swept through the ball. It was smooth. He didn't try and overhit it. He knew there was no one behind square on the leg side there. So it was a relatively safe shot as long as he got enough elevation.
I wonder how long they're going to continue after this over with Gajima. We had...
Now, this could be a problem now because Mkajima's now 4.1 overs. He's conceded 21 with that boundary.
6 overs so far for Manak, just 3 for Kamanzi, but I understand why they haven't continued with Kamanzi, with the 2 left-handers at the crease. Another left-hander to come in after this. I think, I don't know if that was a bump ball or that's going to be down to the boundary for 4. That's excellent from Gilson once again. So Mkajima conceding 2 boundaries for the second time in his spell. And that one was by no means that wide, but it's just the length that he was able to drive very nicely through the offside.
Yeah, the problem for Steedman is if, as is Mkajima now, if he starts travelling badly.
Oh, they're going to go for the single. It's an easy one in the end. It's good running.
So when you, if Mkajima starts leaking runs, and if Steedman himself and Dudgeon come back in, and they start conceding runs the way Falun and Pavlon did at the back end of the Boland innings, suddenly starts making the chase all the more interesting.
Well, they are doing well here. 48 the partnership so far. And the wicket now will be quite timely for Goldrush Boland. They haven't looked like taking one in the last few overs. And it'll be the end of an expensive over for Mkajima. Another one of his that had 2 boundaries in it. It is 94 for the loss of 4 after 26. So good over that for the Tuskers. That required rate hovering around 5.5 and over, and that isn't unmanageable for them. As bit of a discussion now between the couple of the senior players, the captain, Emery Manak, Keith Dudgeon. It's going to be Frisco Adams to continue.
So here's an interesting point for you. After 20 overs, the Tuskers were 29 runs adrift of where Boland were. Same amount of wickets, okay? That was after 20 overs. 6 overs later, they're now only 11 runs adrift, but having a wicket in hand.
That's right, So they've done very well to bring it back, these two. That's why I think maybe Mkajima, maybe his time is done. It's 5 overs, 0 for 26. And maybe the ration for the third bowler, fifth bowler, should I say, between him and Kamanzi. Just the 2 more overs they're going to need from Kamanzi. They don't seem to be keen to bring him back into the attack. But it's Adams to continue into his 3rd over. Maybe Manak will come back on from the Drakenstein end of the ground. 1 run away from a very good 50 partnership. Just the second, I think it is, of the 3rd of the match will be. And that is the 50 partnership between Gilson and Erlang. It's neatly clipped down to the man on the deep backward square boundary. And Boland giving away a run here virtually every ball with that field on the leg side.
At 50 coming off 76 deliveries, but I wonder if Glenton Steedman might throw the ball to Liam Botha, ask him to have a turnover of the arm.
This is not what the captain wants, I don't think. He's bowling far too straight here for Frisco Adams. That's already 4 off the over. Field is set for him to be bowling that ball, and I'm talking far too straight. He's actually angling it into middle and leg. If he's going to bowl straight, he wants to be hitting the top of off. That's straight.
I'd rather be coming over the wicket, pushing that ball across the left-handers, forcing them to go through the offside.
That's better, and that's exactly where he needs to be bowling. Just short of a length outside that off stump.
Problem is with this angle of coming round the wicket, if he gets his line wrong, he's going to travel, and he's going to leak runs like a faulty vase.
Yeah. So he's well. We'll see if the cracks are starting to show in the Boland bowling attack. Good shot. That's pretty well done there by Gavin Kaplan Leon Botha, diving to his right. Number 6, Kaplan number 5. And he is where? I'm trying to see where he is. I think he might be on that deep square leg boundary. He's actually a short third, Kaplan. Too straight, he misses out. There does Erlang. And at the end of the over, 5 off that, 99 for the loss of 4. So they're edging ever closer to where Goldrush Boland were at the same stage, just now the 10 runs behind where they were, and 1 wicket to the good. I'm sure it is. Are we going to see a change, or is it still going to be Aviwa Mgajima?
It looks like Avi is still there.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's some discussion here as well between Stearman and Clyde Reeves-Fontaine. Just looking for a change in the field. I can't get Yves Kamanzi's attention at long on. Saying, where do you want me, Skip? He says, I'm going to start warming up. He says, you're going to be coming on at some stage in the not too distant future. For the moment, Kajima is going to continue. Will it be an over too many for him?
I wonder if Kamanzi is maybe going to come on from the Niederberg end, maybe to facilitate a change of ends for Adams.
Well, it shouldn't be a run there. Oh my goodness, he'd given up. And you can understand why. Had Clyde Reeves-Fontaine hit there, Michael Erlang would have been probably 3 meters short of his ground.
That's the 100 up for the Tuskers. 27.2 overs. And this has been a fantastic partnership between Michael Erlang and...
well, that 50 coming off, 11 overs and 5 balls. So it has been much quicker than the first 50, which was a 15.3 overs. Just building something here to give themselves a chance at the back end. It's well hit out into the covers. It will be 4. That's very well played. And Grant Williamson had given that up. After it was played just forward of square. He's really at a deep point, and Mgajima just being picked off now by these 2 batters. Perhaps fortunate still to be there. And that ball hit from Reeves-Fontaine. They get another single now.
Yeah, this is better running now. Looking at picking up singles at every given opportunity. Both batsmen on 31. Gilson's strike rate's slightly better than Erlang.
At the end of the over, another good one for the Tuskers. 6 off that, 105 for the loss of 4. And they do get ever closer to where Boland were at the same stage. Acceleration coming for Goldrush Boland really just in those last few overs, and that's really a blueprint. You can hit out if you do have wickets in hand and you've got set batters at the crease. So what are they going to do now? Looks like Adams is going to continue. He'll be starting his 6th over. Just seems to me, Brendan, it's just letting things just meander a bit here, Boland.
Yeah, I think the problem that Stearman's got is that this this partnership is become too settled for the home side's liking.
Well, they've been together nearly 15 overs now. He tried something a little bit different there. Did Adams. And they get through for the single.
Yeah, it's almost like Steedman is just kind of letting his bowlers go through the motions. When they got them at 41 for 3.
Yeah.
And then they were 46 for 4 at one stage.
Yeah.
It's like they thought things were just going to happen. They kind of just sat back.
It's a good run yet again, and they're through for the single. They won't come back for 2. Kamanzi does the tidying up. Another easy single.
But you cannot take it away the way these two have batted. It's been a fantastic partnership between these two. But I think Steedman needs to try something different, whether it's changing a bowler's end or changing the fielding up. You can't just let this continue.
Maybe bring himself back on. I don't know. He's going to need to do something because they're just picking the bowlers off now. Oh dear, and that's poor from Manak, and that just sums up how things are going here for Boland at the moment. It is just meandering along, and that was poor work in the deep, and he knows it. He is absolutely furious with himself to let them get back for 2. It's just the intensity from Boland has gone at the moment.
Bowled him.
Well, there we go, and you have to say that was Erlang himself that caused that to happen. Was really not the delivery was just angling in, hitting between middle and off, and he stepped away to try and play it on. That was really a poor shot from him. He's been in there long enough. He needed to stay there. Did Michael Erlang? He'll realise that. 34 off 53 deliveries, and that is a cruel blow for the Tuskers.
Oh why do you play a shot like that? You're moving away. You're moving away to give yourself room on the offside. You have been batting absolutely perfectly. You've been working the ball around the park. You've picked up the odd boundary. You're only in the 29th over. You do not need to go and look to carve the ball over the offside.
They've given the Goldrush Boland team exactly what they wanted, and now the captain, Wayne Paarl, hugely experienced, 131 innings, 2,300 runs, an average of 23.7, 650s and 200s. And he is certainly a player that can bat. He's somebody that can take a game away from you. And in the early evening here at Boland Park, that is something that he is now going to need to do. They are literally halfway to where they need to be, and they're going to have to rely on the captain and Gilson to get them close.
Yeah, if we look at Wayne Paarl with that double wicket he got earlier today, that took him to I think it was 250 wickets, list A wickets. And I mean, he's represented so many sides throughout his career. I mean, if we look at the Warriors, Western Province, and the Tuskers, and then let's not forget the likes of Northamptonshire, Kent, Sussex. So multiple T20 leagues around the world, also the 100 and the Vitality Blast.
Yeah, hugely experienced player.
Yeah.
And 28.4 overs. So he says, thank you very much. I'll have a little bit of that, as Adams bowls it way too short and not going to miss out, even though it's his first delivery. It was a poor delivery from Frisco Adams.
That was a how's your uncle shot. Yeah. I'm not going to let you dictate to me. It was too short from Adams, and that just set up, and Paarl, first ball, quick onto the back foot and pulling that through mid-wicket.
No, it was a buffet ball. Yeah. Definitely. better from Adams. He gets the wicket in the over, 8 off it, 113 for 4.
And my sojourn is over. You took a wicket in your spell.
I did, yeah.
And I'm going to make way for Mr. Fredericks to carry on ranting about certain players' shots.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that Jeremy would not have been happy with the shot that Michael Erlang played. And we'll get his opinion on that now. When you've got the team exactly where you want them, and they were just meandering, it was, and Adams picked up the wicket of Erlang.
Yeah, it wasn't a good shot at all. I mean, why on earth would you want to play a shot like that when things are going your way? And they just got themselves further into trouble. They were looking good, comfortable, getting that partnership going between the two of them, Erlang and Gilson. Until Erlang lost his wicket, and now they got to start all over again.
Kamanzi back into the attack.
He's been good, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. And 1 for 5 in his 3 overs. Don't know why. Perhaps they took him off. In fact, he was bowling well. We've just turned the snow machine off here.
Yeah, and also put on the lights so that I can see you, James.
Oh, there we go.
I know I'm the darker you.
There we go. Well, it's the foxes that they like the darkness. So
good eyes.
Generally. And now Parnell on strike to Kamanzi. How's he going to play this? He's not going to hold back, is he, Wayne Parnell?
No, he won't. You know there's a job to do as well. He'll draw on all his experience over many years. He'll have a look-see, and then they also got to look to run better between the wickets, and that's probably what they got to aim to do. But I've seen all the comments and people writing on the disappointment of a lot of people. Yeah, I've learned now over World Cups that I knew that this would be a difficult one to overcome.
Yeah, you go into the semi-final unbeaten. There's always a chance of a banana peel. T20 cricket is unforgiving.
Absolutely. And it just wasn't South Africa's day on all fronts.
No, not at all. And it started with the bats and continued with the ball and in the field. I think, was it 2 catches dropped in the first 2 overs?
Yeah. But James, just look the way they massacred us.
Yeah.
From the way they took our bowlers apart. We didn't look as a team that was going to take wickets, and I knew that was a problem that we spoke about. But anyway, New Zealand deserves their victory. They were absolutely in scintillating form. Yeah, and the final to watch now is the Pro 20 final on the 13th of March. That'll be Western Province against the Lions at Kingsmead. Hollywood bets Kingsmead in Durban. And then 2 days later on the 15th, which is Saturday the 15th of March, Sunday, I beg your pardon, the Women's Pro 50 over cricket final. So lots to look forward to, and both finals will be taking place at Hollywood Bets Durban, Kingsmead.
And brought to you on the CSA YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Which is where you're watching now. And that will be an excellent weekend of women's cricket. First time that they are having finals in that format. And it will be Western Province against the Lions in the first final. We know the Lions are in the final for the Pro 50. What we're going to find out this weekend is who they are going to play.
Nicely clipped. Just the single. Boundary riders are all sweeping on the onside. There's a solitary boundary fielder on the offside, which is the man at the almost at a point boundary. But we've got a square leg mid-wicket, long on.
What made me, just looking at the shot there that Gilson played, why, oh why, was Erlang trying to force that through the offside by backing away from his stumps?
And you know about the ball will come to you at about knee height. So you'd rather want to be forward here. You'd rather on the fact of caution, getting forward, than what you're playing back here. And even if it's to a military medium pacer.
It's another one of those phrases, Jeremy, that I'd love to know where it came from. Military medium. It's another one of those lovely phrases in cricket that you hear.
Yeah, lots of phrases in cricket, though, over the many years that one has used.
It may have been from the early days when you had, like the Royal Engineers playing and the combined forces and those sort of teams.
Yeah.
Another thing I learned the other day, which was in preparation, in preparing some information for the World Cup, was that the first ever international match was played between Canada and the USA in cricket. The first ever cricket international.
Must have been the colonial.
Oh, another one's gone.
Well, that one just kept low, didn't it?
Yeah, that was an absolute submarine. Well, Gilson, the set man's gone, and it just kept incredibly low, and he's trying to get in behind it, and it just goes right through him. So another wicket for Adams, and he's getting reward for keeping it on the stumps, and he wasn't forward or really wasn't back. And that delivery cannoned into exactly the same stumps that Michael Erlang had in the previous over. 2 wickets in 2 overs for Adams. That's really great for the men from Paarl.
James, it's certainly been Adams' night. I mean, to go with these 70 odd that he scored, he's 76 of 73. He's now picked up 2 scalps.
Oh, and it's your day. It's your day.
It's your day. There's nothing you can do it. Every man has his day.
Yeah, they do, indeed. And tonight it's the Iceman, Risco Adams. He keeps his cool while all around them are losing their heads. He's been brilliant. Just kept bowling that line and length. He has strayed sometimes onto the pads. He's got the protection out in the deep, and now Sean Whitehead coming to the crease. 16 innings for him. It's his 27th match, so he hasn't batted that often. Averaging 24 with the 250s, so he can bat. Sean Whitehead, we know that. Had a couple of good innings for the Tuskers in the 4-day competition this season. He's going to need to do that again tonight.
That's the end of the over for Risco Adams. And he's now gone for, well, we'll just wait till we get that statistics up. Yeah. And Sean Whitehead, 28 years of age, strike rate of 70. 2 for 23. That's for Risco's average to go with his 76 of 73. But he scored earlier.
That's good from him. 5 overs. That's excellent. Good economy rate. And those 2 wickets put Boland right back on top here in this match. It's a very similar sort of innings for them as it was for Boland. 127 for 6 Boland were in the after 30.4 overs. And can you believe it? 118 for 6 after 30.6 overs.
Easy ground to score, especially this time of the year. Wickets are quite used a lot. A lot of traffic has been on here, and the sun bakes on it. So you got to have your wits about you. Yeah, you can score runs, but you got to play properly. It's not a type of wickets. Oh, there's an appeal from Yves Kamanze, and the umpire unmoved.
It looked like it was drifting down the leg side from the left arm spinner. done his job though, Jeremy. I mean, 1 for 7, 1 for 8 now after 4 overs and 4 balls. That's very good from the left arm spinner.
Yeah, he's been excellent. No doubt about that.
I think really was good. They brought him into this squad and into the team in place of Sia Mahima, who was injured in that last 4-day game here. Still got a brace around his knee. Chatted to him a little bit earlier on. He says it's coming along well. I don't think he'll be back in action in this tournament.
Nice bit of flight. I like the drift as well. Nice drift through the air.
Oh, another excellent over from Kamanzi. All to do for Parnell and Whitehead here. With not really much to come after Whitehead from a batting point of view.
Oh, just look at that, James.
Beautiful,
Isn't that
isn't it?
just beautiful? Wonderful, wonderful.
You can never tire of it actually when you come
can't
here.
get tired.
No.
Can't get tired of the view of that. Nice glass of whiskey or a nice good wine, and I can sit and look at that mountain all day long.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Our lights are on and pretty much taking effect now over the ground. Excellent lighting here as well at Paarl.
Oh, he'll have to hurry there, the batsman. But oh, that was close. Had it hit, it would have been interesting.
Yeah, I think very interesting. I wonder if Sean Whitehead might not have been short of his ground there. And that will look very close to the stumps. Be interesting to see that again. Perhaps if we have got a replay of that ball passing the stumps, because I think he was very slow to react, wasn't he? Parnell calling him through late.
Driven nicely, but is insurance on the fence. Only the single.
I'm looking at this Boland kit, Jeremy, that you were talking about. And I mean, I thought when I first saw it that maybe, I wasn't so sure about it, but it's actually growing on me. I really like it, I must say.
I think it's smart.
Yeah. Definitely is quite a nice improvement on the gold. Still have got some of that gold on the front sponsor's logo, but it really looks good.
Frisco's, he's been on the money, hasn't he?
He has. He's been outstanding. He's just done the basics right, hasn't he? He's been attacking the stumps. That's what he's been asked to do. He's got through both the left-handers in his last 2 overs, both with deliveries that just angling into the stumps. Maybe kept a little bit low, both of them. Maybe just squatting a little bit, but been excellent. He just keeps doing that to the left-hander.
He's been gun barrel straight, hasn't he? Yeah. Wicket to wicket. That's where he's probing all the time. And he's going right. That's where I'm going to go. Gun barrel straight. Make sure that the batsman can't get underneath me. If they miss, I hit. And he's done it on 2 occasions. And sometimes just get a bit of a wobble on that ball as well.
Yeah. Parnell batting probably, about 30 centimetres out of his crease. Just trying to negate anything from Adams. It's just too much on the pads that time. But he's got the protection there.
Bit of width off it. There's work to do for the fielder, but I don't think he's going to get there now. A valiant effort, but wasn't going to cut that off. And that's 4 to the total.
Yeah, nicely played there by Whitehead. He saw the width and just literally put the bat on it and guided it past Kamanzi. And yeah, neatly played in the gap. Was always going to race away, and what is an excellent outfield. Hasn't Rupert Bailey done a great job here with this outfield this summer? It's been a very hot, dry summer. It's really still in outstanding condition. So we look at the away dressing room. Moothee, Ram, Tuskers. The 3 batters still to come in. Hardus Viljoen, Darren Dupavilon, and Ziad Abrams. Abrams standing at the back there. Now 34 overs gone. No, not quite. 30 into the 34th over. At the end of this, then they have to decide on a ball that they're going to use for the rest of the game.
One of the 2 that they have.
Jeremy, from a sort of match referee or official's point of view, just looking at that in terms of the ball, I mean, in this situation, when the bowling team get the chance to choose that, Boland probably wanting to choose maybe the softer of the 2 balls that they would have out there.
Yeah, probably the ball that's scuffed up a little bit. Maybe if you all depends how many overs left for the spinners. You'll have a look at that. You don't also want the ball to be too hard. No. Make it easy for the batsman if you bowl it on the middle of the pitch. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, that's cut away, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I think you probably missed out there, Paarl. It was a rare wide one from Kamanzi. I like the way he's varying his pace as well. You say he's tossing it up a bit, he's getting a bit of drift. That one he darted in a little bit quicker.
Driven, not going to get it through. Get 1 to wideish mid-off.
Not much in it at the moment. The end of this over, it was 135 for 6, Goldrush Boland. This is when they just started to claw it back. Got some more travelling coming up, Jeremy, from a match referee point of view.
Yeah, off to East London on Saturday for Sunday's game.
To Slummies, as we usually call it. So soon to have its name changed to, I think it's going to be to Kagompo City, I think it is going to be. That's Kagompo City. Yeah, it's going to be the new name for East London, and named after the meeting point that the Chiefs used to go down to at Maiden Cove, where the sound that the waves made as they broke into the cove was they called it Kagompo, was the sound of the wave. So they're changing the name. It's gone through the minister. That's Emmy back into the attack.
Is it K-A?
Yeah, K-A.
And then Gompo.
Gompo.
G-O-M-P-O.
That's correct, yes. Kagompo City, yeah.
Kagompo.
Kagompo.
Sound of the waves.
Yeah. That reminds me of Victoria Falls, which they call Mozio Tunya, which is the sound of the like rising smoke or whatever, which is with all the vapor, well, as the waves crash, as the water crashes down on falls.
It's amazing walking through this forest there, and you feel that water all the time. As you walk through there. What a beautiful sight.
Incredible, yeah.
At Victoria Falls.
Yeah.
And you hear that crushing sound of water rushing in. We stayed at that Livingston Hotel there, right on the Zambezi.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Wow.
Lovely there. Yeah, we've first time we went, we were on the Zimbabwean side.
Yeah.
They did a very nice lodge there.
Oh, nearly done him. Nearly done him. Manak now back into the attack. Into his 7th. He's been wicketless thus far, but my goodness, has he bowled well.
Yeah, excellent over from Manak, just a single off that, and he's come back over. 7 overs, 0 for 18. He's been brilliant, hasn't he, Jeremy? And they've got it all to do, the Tuskers. 35 gone, 130 for 6. 6.3 to the over required. Yeah, beautiful part of the world there around Victoria Falls area. Second time we did stay in Livingston. She drove all the way up through Namibia into Zambia and then back down through Botswana. It was a lovely trip. Beautiful part of the world, and just incredible people as well, so friendly.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very friendly. Zimbabweans per se, excellent people. They make you feel so at home. Went there for so many years commentating on cricket. That's a good hit. Where's that gone? It's gone all the way. Outstretched arms of Marie Erasmus as Purnell gets hold of that one.
I picked that up on length, just maybe angling into him, and Kamanzi goes for the second maximum of the Tuskers innings. It was a good hit from Wayne Parnell over the advertising hoardings. There's a big shot from the experienced Tuskers captain.
Left area. Safely home.
Let's have a look at this again.
It'll be no. He was home safely in the first place. Well, this is in the air. That should be a catch. And gone. 7th wicket. Well, they had to get after it at some stage. Whitehead perishes. And who's the man out there? Was it Dodgen or was it Stearman?
Captain, yeah. Yeah,
caught that.
Stearman takes the catch, the captain, and it was a lot of hang time up there. He took it well. Just wonder why Sean Whitehead felt the need to go for that shot off the left arm orthodox spinner. Just maybe moving away slightly from him. Got the toe end of the bat, and Stearman takes a good catch. And the 7th wicket goes down for the Tuskers. Unravelling a little bit here for them now. Could ill afford to lose that wicket of Whitehead. Hardest Villiers comes to the wicket.
He can give it a good old tonk.
He can indeed. He can take the game away from you quickly.
Yeah.
Reward for Kamanzi. Just look there at the scorecard. Drinks going to be taken. We'll leave you for a moment. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
I didn't realize they were taking drinks. I'm thinking Parnell kneeling there, probably breaking his fast.
Yeah.
What time are you breaking your Olympiad? Oh yeah, he wants to, if you check in the car, just set him up here by the later man. Just pull the door on. Yeah, just open that. The passenger side door, no? Passenger. Tell the security you're gonna fix my jacket first before you go out, man.
There was a comment on the info saying we could have adapted better. Proposed 190. Okay, well then why didn't you?
Well, it's Hardersville in now. And he's Kamanzi, who got the wicket of Sean Whitehead earlier, just before the drinks break. He'll be into Viljoen, who's got his cap on. Spinners on, so no need for the helmet.
Yeah, you see that with the West Indies a lot, don't you?
Yeah, they love their caps. They love their swagger too, James.
They do
West
indeed.
Yeah.
Nobody can really have swagger quite like the West Indies, can they?
No, they can't. Someone said to me, why didn't South Africa throw the game against the West Indies and just, oh, I mustn't say that. Just, and then you'd have had India out of it. Oh. But be it as it may, if you want to be champions and you want to win the World Cup, you've got to beat the best in the world.
Yeah.
If you're not doing that, you don't deserve to be there. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and you've got to be on every single game.
Yeah.
And which is a question I wanted to ask you. I mean, it's something I've, as a commentator, look at, and you look at it and you say, okay, for that game against Zimbabwe, why did they rest their three of their bowlers? Why did they decide to play Mapaka, Linda, and Nokia, and rest three of their bowlers? I don't know, maybe I'm old-fashioned around this, but I feel if you're going to win the competition and you're actually going to play in a T20 competition like that, you play your best team in every game. You don't need a break, surely, in a competition like that.
Yeah, especially 20 overs. We're only bowling 4 overs.
Yeah.
I could understand that if it was a 50-over game. And it was because, look, you'd be bowling 10 overs, you've got to run in. But T20 game, yeah. To me, selection is to me a simple philosophy. I know you got a squad of players, you want to have players having a run or whatever. But you've got to pick your best team at all times. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's airborne. And that will run away for 4.
Well, they got those 2 men there for exactly that shot. And it was in the air, but it split them down to the boundary. Yeah, in the air between the two. That'd be a good shot from Paarl. And the hopes of the team rest on him here. Just feel if they are going to get their campaign going, the Tuskers, they have to win this game. They can't afford to go 0 from 2 if they want to end in the top 4, which is their aim.
Oh, he's beaten there. That was well bowled by Manak. Beautiful delivery. Love to see the ball turn. Again, he plays with the outer half of the bat.
Yeah.
End of the 37th. 141 for 7. Thirteen overs to go. Got to keep Brandon going. He seems to be falling fast asleep here at the back.
I was enjoying being part of the peanut gallery at the back. It's,
we just wanted Dad's joke. That's why we got you back.
And it's Kamanzi to continue. He's really bowled well tonight. 2 for 18 in his 7.
It's a good run. Just working it out there to the fielder at mid on. Clinton Stearman giving the strike to Paarl. Paarl's now on 24 of 30 balls. Dinus just got to the crease, so he's just playing the junior partner, giving his captain the strike, as he knows that Paarl can find gaps. Well, that's driven just for 1. Boland wouldn't mind the ones coming. They wouldn't want to be giving away, right? That run rate required now 6.5. They're batting at 3.8. Yeah, but these two in, don't underestimate them. Oh, placement is good, and that will run away for 4. Desperate dive, but to no avail.
Such a lovely shot there from Hunters Viljoen. So the 2 old hats at the wicket now. Bit of a shuffle there from Viljoen. And despite the diving effort, it's perfect placement, as you said, Jeremy. Yeah, I think these two are the last hope for the Tuskers.
Driven, it'll be a couple. No, only 1.
Yeah, it's one of the things we've noted in the Tuskers innings, the urgency between the wickets hasn't been the same as what Boland's was.
No, it hasn't. But, they're probably thinking, listen, got 2 big burly boys here. It's a big boy, this Hunters Viljoen, and when he gets it hit, it stays hit. And Boland will be aware of that.
The thing is, the Tuskers don't want to leave it too late, though, Jeremy. It's not that easy to hit boundaries on this ground. This wicket is slower. And I don't think the Boland bowlers are going to bowl that many bad balls that they can capitalise on. I think if they get to about 160, 165 by the 40th over, they'll feel they're in with a chance, but 7 wickets down. That's
that's their Achilles heel. Manak will probably bowl through now. He's got 2 more left. He goes for 3 or 4 in those last 2. Maybe still picks up a scalp. They'll be home and dry.
If you consider that Manak's previous 2 overs only went for 5 runs.
150 up as well. We'll see the 39th over.
Slightly quicker than Boland. You almost feel that Viljoen is itching to come down the track and take on Manak here. It would be foolish to try it too early.
Maybe just miss one. He knows he turns it a little bit, so he'll be aware of that as well.
Well,
Got to pick the right one to come down to, and then try and go downtown, straight over his head. You don't want the bat turning in your hand. Oh, he's just beaten there. Beaten, hands down.
You spoke in Manak's previous over where you said, you love it when he turns, and he was getting some drift, but that one ball that he beat Paarl, the drift that he got in the air and then the grip and turn was just absolutely beautiful to watch.
Good fielding by Makajima. Once again, beautiful. End of the 39th, 150 for 7.
Yeah, this is yeah, it's neck and neck, but Wayne Paarl, obviously far more experienced than Fariska Adams. But although Wayne Paarl can tonk it, I think he's past his prime in terms of holding the bat. Yeah, of course he'll disagree with me. But my point is that I don't think Paarl has, well, we'll see.
Cut away again, just a single.
I mean, we've seen Paarl in the past get going and really play an excellent innings. And even if he does here, can Hardis Viljoen and Darren de Pavillon and Ziad Abrams provide any form of support? Needed to win.
There he goes, downtown. That's a good shot, that. Timing was good. The execution was exquisite.
That was a nice shot from Paarl. Let me just watch the replay here. Just stepping down. Just hitting up and over. Uncomplicated from the former Protea. That'll be interesting. Kamanzi has now gone for 2 for 32 in 8.5 overs. He's got, if he does bowl his full quota of 10, he's got 9 balls left.
Still not a bad effort.
Very good effort. Paarl hangs his head, almost like he feels he missed out there. And Kamanzi, with half a peel, almost felt that Paarl might have got a bit of an edge on there. Or he Reese Fortuin wasn't able to take cleanly.
Chopped it on. Well, there he goes. 8th wicket down. Kamanzi strikes. And Parnell perishes for 32.
I was lost in the moment of the batsman, sorry.
That was 32 from 37. 3 fours and a 6 for the Tuskers captain. And just sit, as we saw in the previous shot, just sitting into that cut shot and chopping that ball on. He was fortunate not to do it on the previous ball. But yeah. So that's the 8th wicket for the Tuskers. Darren de Pavilon, a new man into bat. And it's 156 for 8 now.
James King speaking Afrikaans.
Yeah.
Saying die koeles
I'm
deur die
shocked.
kerk. Well, and it's a lovely saying to me in Afrikaans. I love it. Die kat is in die duiwelhok.
It's, I must say, 3 wickets for Kamanzi. It's been an excellent bowling display. I can't say the youngster, the 26-year-old.
Well, he's still young compared to
Good
our
us,
age.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a lighty. But he has been good. No doubt about that.
And what was turning out to be an expensive over at the start has turned out to be a good one for the home side. Kamanzi completes his 9th over, 3 for 32, and the Tuskers 156 for 8. So 69 runs away, but more importantly, only 2 wickets in the bank.
No, that's the sad, not the sad part. Yeah, sad part for Tuskers. Viljoen can't do it single-handedly, and I just think that the other guys batting with him, the Pavilion, not really known for batting, and last man to come will be Zayed Abrams. So one just gets the feeling that too many wickets down. Had there been 4 or 5 down, I fancy them having a dart. But at some stage, Viljoen will look, Manaka sent his troops out. He knows what's going to come because Viljoen will now know he's into his last Manak, that Viljoen is going to try and give it the kitchen sink. And get one. And that's also the right thing to spread the field, because if he gets it past, he gets one. Now you've got the Pavilion on strike, new batsman in, and you're saying, right, let's keep Harders away from the strike and let's bowl to the other one.
Yeah.
It's good thinking. Now bring the field closer in. This is to stop the single. Yeah, just you play defensively, I'll bowl my over out. That's what Manak be thinking.
Yeah, the problem for the Tuskers, too many starts and no one kicking on.
Bold. Excellent delivery. It's been very good, Manak. Sometimes you just got to accept that's the role I've got to play. I'm wicketless, but I've bowled tidily. I've kept my team in, and I know that I've piled on pressure for my side, for the other bowler on the other end, to take wickets.
But to consider that 9.4 overs, it's 0 for 24. From a limited overs perspective, you have done your job.
Great job. Tomorrow you come, you pick up a fifer. Oh, it's an outside edge. Kamanzi stops that.
And if we look at the Tuskers lineup, and Michael Erlang 35, Parnell 32.
Just fended defensively. Manak ends his 10, 0 for 24. Outstanding stuff. So he's 10 overs, no maidens, 0 for 24. Garner 2.4 runs and over.
couldn't ask anything more.
No, you couldn't. You'll walk away with that any day. Now where they're going to? Kamanzi to bowl his 10th. Field spreads. What will the expectation be? The spinners and the batsmen have such a cat and mouse contest going on amongst them.
So Viljoen looking to give himself a bit of room there and crack Kamanzi away through the offside, failing to make contact.
Use of the feet down the ground will just be one. Defense on the deep. Gone. No, it's just fallen short. The batsman. Well, there's the other thing that we didn't talk about and consider. James, maybe you could just do the calculations. Take the score of 226 and divide and times it by 0.8. Bonus points. What do they have to get to actually, if they can win here tonight with the bonus point, then that will be 181. There we go. Yeah, so if they bowl them out before 181, so there's an opportunity. And you want to be at home, you go, right, let's win clinically. Win with that bonus point. 2 wickets to get. 181, 21 more. But what a spell this was van Yves Kamani. He's 10 overs, 3 for 35. He's done his job and a wonderful job. Being drafted into this team, he's just done a wonderful, wonderful job. Well deserved there with the 3 scalps that he's picked up.
Yep.
The young man can feel proud of his night's work.
Yep, excellent return. The fact that he came in for Sia Mahima, one of the more established spinners in the Boland side, did an absolutely fantastic job.
Helmet's back on. Stearman is back into the attack.
I mean, if you take into account between Manak and Kamanzi, 20 overs, 3 for 59. It's less than 3 runs. They've bagged 3 wickets and bowled 40% of the overs.
Yeah.
Also, nothing more that you could ask of the captain. 3 for 16 in 5 up front. Really put the Tuskers on the back foot. They just haven't been able to recover from there. Bit of a warm-up jog there from Stearman. It's also good captaincy from Stearman. The way he's
just get that ball's just kept low.
You know, they're giving the single to Viljoen, and then not allowing Dupavilon to get off strike. It's just creating so much pressure on Viljoen.
And in the deep, they want to come back for a second. Hesitation under. That would have been out. Now, Anders Viljoen says to the Paarl, what's going on, mate?
How now, brown cow?
Playing for my averages, yeah. Don't be running me out.
Yeah, there's nothing that a bowler likes more than ending not out, and sending their average up by 0.1.
Driven?
Sure.
That's a good shot.
It's,
and he'll say to Anders, that's why I only took one. Check that drive.
That's how you do it. That's probably the conversation they just had in the middle now. I think to Paarl's saying to Viljoen, if I can do it, you can do it. Stop wasting deliveries. Just stand and deliver. Just struck it. Didn't move his feet. Just hit through the line of the ball.
Another drive there, this time out in the deep. Only one.
Yeah, the required rate is now up at 8.
The fox is whispering here behind me. The fox is still reeling from South Africa's loss early on.
Flabbergasted would be a word.
How are we going to overcome this? Have you got an answer?
I think if the ICC for the T20 World Cups and the ODI World Cups does away with the knockout stages, just have a group phase, whoever ends top wins the tournament, South Africa would win every ICC tournament.
Okay. Is that the answer?
Oh, shot.
Oh, that's going to be 4 more. Oh, it's, certainly looked good there, the Paarl. Cashing in. Well, Boland must just be careful.
Well, this is what happened to the Tuskers when Viljoen and Paarl came back on. They conceded that 41 runs in the last 3 overs, and suddenly Steedman's come back and gone for 11. And the 2 boundaries struck in the over is against Paarl. We haven't even seen Anders Viljoen open up yet. Here's Keith Dudgeon back into the attack now. 7 overs left. 54 to win. This question now is, Kajima's gone, he's bowled 6 overs. Do you maybe just give him an over or 2 to see if he can maybe sneak in a wicket, or... Let's see how Dudgeon goes.
Look for a second, yeah. No, straight to the fielder.
Problem is with those big burly arms of Viljoen's, he struggles to hit a ball delicately into space for 2.
He's a big boy, strong lad. You crushed the fox and I with 1 blow. We'll have to do a David and Goliath act. Come with our little sling.
I say is Paarl's doing a job here. 12 from 13 so far. He's just come out to come and enjoy himself, I would think. be surprised that he gets his team close.
There he goes again down the ground. Has he got the beating on the field? And no, they'll come back for 2.
It was a good shot by Viljoen.
Seven, 5 for 8. Come back for the second. Oh, Boland just getting a bit sloppy here.
That was good running by Paarl. Ran that first one hard, turned and immediately set off for the second.
It was good running, but the fielding was sloppy. Should be much more alert on the boundary. Because he didn't hit the ball softly. He did give it a good old thump.
Yeah.
This is sometimes where teams just lose their way. 48 now required. Well, it's going to be 4 more. And that's the last thing you wanted. I sometimes just cannot understand. Oh, he's bowled him, sorry.
Oh.
I'm looking here, the boundary, the ball's gone for 4, and I see that the leg stump has just been trimmed.
Yeah, I thought there was an inside edge.
Yeah, he's gone. All money for Leon bowled for night, and now I fancy Boland home and dry. I'm going to move out and allow James King to come and end off with you, Brandon.
Thank you, Jeremy. It'll be an interesting post-match chat once the game is over. It's the 9th wicket down for Moothee Ram Tuskers, 177 for 9. And that was really so weird. Sitting up here, that fine clink of the wood, just thought it was an inside edge and going, whoa, so fortunate. But, woohoo!
Had to change that to unfortunate from a Tuskers point of view.
Yeah.
With Artis Viljoen, you feel the man who could potentially have taken them over the line. Keith Dudgeon in his first over back in his second spell.
Yeah, if we just if we look at the Tuskers, and we were saying it earlier to Jeremy, when you take into account there's too many starts and no one kicking on. You know, you've got Michael Erlang with 35 and Paarl with 32, and Dile Mokogane for 20.
Yeah.
Sean Gilson 33.
30. Yeah, I mean it was. It's been very much a tale of the 20s and 30s for the key batters. They lost 2 of their top 4 without scoring as well, which certainly doesn't help.
Yeah.
And Ntando Zuma is promoted to open the batting. Now they've brought all the fielders in for Ziad Abrams. There's nobody outside the ring at all. This is very interesting. And he just defends into the offside. Keith Dudgeon finishes a successful over for the Goldrush Boland, and it is 177 for 9. And you feel now that the task, 48 needed of the remaining 6 overs, so 8 and over with 1 wicket in hand, not going to happen.
Well, the one thing is when the way that when you take into account the way that Viljoen and de Paarl were batting during that brief partnership at reaching 181 to deny Boland the bonus point, was looking quite comfortable. Suddenly, that wicket, just 1 wicket away from victory, or Boland. And that's a cracking shot from Darren de Paarl. Stand and deliver. Just driving Clinton Steedman past mid-off for 4.
And that is the bonus point gone for Goldrush Boland. That is 181, the magic number. That means they won't get the bonus point. That one is, as you say, just played with some force down past the man at mid-off for 4 into the drop-in pitch that's in front of us here.
De Paarl just opened up his front leg, swung through the line.
He does it again. It's in the air, should be taken, and is. And that is the end of the innings. And Darren de Paarl holds out to Grant Rulofsson down here on the long off boundary. Was a bridge too far in the end for the men from Peter Maritzburg. Glentus Stearman gets his 4th, an outstanding spell from him first up, and really broke the back of the batting order of the Tuskers, and he's the one, fittingly, the captain, finishes it off. But you have to say, just looking at that card, he said there again, just too many people getting into the 30s and not pushing on, nobody in the top order being able to really go on and make a big score to take them through to that total, which you felt from Boland probably, we thought maybe was 20 runs too short perhaps, but it proved to be enough. And really, you have to say that it was that man, Frisco Adams, that saved the day for Goldrush Boland, coming in at number 7, an excellent 79 from him. And then he added to that with a very good spell of bowling, 2 for 30 from him. It was Glentus Stearman, 4 for 31 in his 6.2 overs, ably supported by Keith Dudgeon, 1 for 24. Yves Kamanzi, 3 for 35, making his debut for Boland. And cannot forget that spell from Imran Manak, 0 for 24 in his 10 overs, was outstanding. It is Goldrush Boland that gets on the board their first win in the competition this season, and they continue to make this Boland Park Stadium their fortress here, Brendan.
Yeah, no, it was a good win. I think just quickly saying that Adams's 76 gave the momentum to Boland going into the change of innings, and then Steedman's 3 wickets up front really broke the donkey's back, and then of course it was Kamanzi that just, and Adams.
It's a wrap from us here, from myself, James King, and from Brendan Atwell. Jeremy Fredericks will be with you for the post-match presentation. Please stay with us for that. And from us, from here, from Boland Park, thank you very much for watching, and good night.
I'm bored.
I totally don't mind going cinema with you, but you cannot use me as your crutch. You're so Can use your sister too. This is more in your head, so you
Fanas, girls, love you. Let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Step away from the busy, the boredom, and that same old routine. Get your ticket to the One Day Cup and step into real energy, real people, and real cricket.
There it is for the Dolphins.
What a lovely day, babe.
Well played, Stemperson. Well played.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation. First of all, I'm going to call on the man of the match, Verisco Adams, to come and receive his check for 3,000 Rand and have a chat with me. Iceman, you must be happy with that performance.
Yeah, definitely happy with those performance. Getting on the board now, especially in the One Day Cup. So yeah, very happy and great performance from the guys tonight.
Yeah, you were in all sorts of trouble at 101 for 5. What was going through your head when you walked into bat?
Yeah, just when I walked in, I said we needed a partnership here. We needed to take it deep. We needed to bat 50 overs out. Managed to get a good total on the board. The plan was always to look to 180 at that time and not look too far. And when we got to 180, we said 210. 210 will be enough on that wicket.
Yeah, and it's not an easy wicket. You needed to get to about something over 200 to actually give yourself a chance.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't at the time we were batting. It wasn't that easy. We couldn't get the ball away off the square, so we had to bite our time there. And we had to, like I'm an aggressive player, but today I had to play a different role. And yeah, luckily it came off for me today.
And a wonderful team effort as well, all round eventually with the ball in hand. Once you guys came at bowling, you picked up 2 scalps as well, but the spinners were fantastic.
Definitely. We said it here when we play here, our spinners is always in the game, and they bowled unbelievable tonight. Especially the guy who's made his debut today, took a 3 for and he bowled unbelievable. And we're very happy about this performance tonight.
Good luck and enjoy the evening. Enjoy a cold one on my behalf as well.
Thank you, Terry.
Well, now I'm going to speak to Wayne Parnell if he's somewhere around here to come and join me. Doesn't seem that he's here. Is Wayne here?
Someone should have told me that.
Well, Wayne, commiserations.
Yeah, obviously disappointing. I thought we played really well in patches, and again, I think the kind of trend of the season has been, losing those crucial moments. I think credit to the, Boland team. I think they were a little bit smarter than us.
At 101 for 5, you thought, well, we in business here. Well, and you guys were doing well up to that stage. You had them under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even after the innings as well, I think we would have been happy with that. I think probably losing 3 wickets, in the power play there probably sets you back a little bit, and still felt, with Mikey and Sean Gilson there, nice little partnership there, but at the end of the day, obviously fell short.
Yeah, and coming to Boland Park, not always easy when the spinners keep going, and those 2 spinners, Kamanzi and as well as Imi Manaka, when you got the ball to turn and to purchase or for length.
Yeah, absolutely. And like obviously mentioned, I just felt they were a little bit smarter, but also when you have to chase the game. From a bowling point of view, you can just be very, very simple and just keep things really tight. And you obviously need the opposition to come and play. And also being 5 or 6 wickets down, they're still needing more than 100 runs is always going to be difficult. The games always tend to go very close. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to keep you any longer. Good night and thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you, Jeremy.
That was Wayne Parnell, the captain of the Tuskers, and now the winning captain, Clinton Stearman. Clinton, relieved and happy.
Yes, 100%. I think, like I said to you earlier, we know how important it is to win home games. So yeah, happy with the win, definitely.
Well, you must be, at 101 for 5, in all sorts of trouble, you probably thought for.
No, not really. I know when we come to Boland, we know it's going to be a scrap, and I think our batters, every talk we have is about we're happy to scrap, and our Frizzy did well there to get us to a competitive total there.
Yeah, I just wanted to just pause a moment. The Iceman always comes to the party when needed. What a fantastic batting performance, and he just showed what can be done lower down the order.
100%. He's very important to this team, like you saw with the ball in hand as well, and that's why he's called the Iceman, cool under pressure.
Look, 226 that's where you got to eventually after being 101 for 5. You'd say, right, probably par, maybe you wanted a bit more runs on the board, but you knew also with the ball you had to strike early, and you're always the man that comes up in the big moments and in the power play that you got that 3 wickets early on, and that probably set you up.
Yeah, we knew we had to start well with the ball. We also knew that we're happy with the total. We're just going to take some good bowling, and I'm not happy to contribute at the end of the day. But like I said, we said it's going to be a scrap. It was a scrap. We knew if we win the big moments, we'll win the game. Yeah.
I'm going to leave you. Enjoy with your team, and well played this evening.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Cheers.
Well, Boland victorious here at Boland Park and winning. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you.